Hello, hello. I totally wasn't talking for like 10 seconds with the mic muted. Don't worry about it. Didn't happen whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, hello, welcome, internet creatures. I have a very special guest here today, Mildra the Monk. Say hello, Mildra.
Hello.
So today we're going to be talking about, well, actually, his tabletop RPG, the Final Fantasy Legend Edition.
Mhm.
So I've given the core rule book here a pretty decent pour through, I would say. There's still a couple things that I haven't gone into full detail, like summons and the spell casting stuff, at least further in depth. But I did go a fair ways into it. But first, how about you introduce yourself? We don't really know each other very well, to be entirely honest. So,
Yeah. Oh, my name is Mildra. I'm a gaming monk hailing from the snow-capped mountains of the north, where I operate a monastery that is dedicated to its crusade from the gods to celebrate independent creation in all its forms. Whether this be talking about indie games, interviewing game devs, doing deep dives on various projects, or doing actual plays. And even though a lot of my stuff is on TTRPGs, video games are no exception to that. I put a particular emphasis on indie games and in particular ones that I feel deserve some more attention. Uh, Hell, when I started doing game streams, I outright said, if I'm ever streaming Fortnite, shoot me, because I've clearly been replaced with a replicant.
it's
But
unfortunate I started playing Fortnite last night again after like a decade.
oh, no shame for those who do, but I don't want a trend ride.
No, I get that.
Uh,
Do
and
what you love, not what people want.
mhm. um, and I've been doing I even though I've only been a VTuber since last August, I've been doing TTRPG and similar content in this supporting indies vibe for 10 years. In fact, my debut of my V2 of the VTuber design that you saw was in celebration of my 10-year anniversary as a content creator. So, and
Oh,
of course, I am when it comes to the subject matter tonight, I'm the lead designer and director of the Legend Edition project.
there we go. Awesome. I just realized the music wasn't actually playing for friggin' this channel because I usually have this one for my game stuff, not for music. But anyway, thank you very much for that. It is great to meet you. Good to see that. So you're going to be someone who's very knowledgeable about tabletops in general.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Probably spanning far beyond even what I know. Even though I have personally been playing since I was a wee kit slime, so about 16 years, I suppose, I've been playing tabletops, but it's been a very narrow focused adventure for me. I started with a D&D 3.5. We tried 4, laughed at it. Did 5th edition. So for D&D, I've played some Pathfinder recently only. And then other than that, the only one I've played is the Warhammer 40K tabletop, Dark Heresy, Black Crusade, and Inquisition
Yeah, you gotta
specifically.
if you're saying Warhammer 40K tabletop, you gotta be specific.
Yeah, that's why I
Uh,
broke down the 3 that I'm at least familiar with.
yeah.
Um,
So the basically the FFG era.
Pretty much, yes. Which I don't really know much of their other eras because this was like a friend group I had who was very into Warhammer 40K, so they were the ones hosting it.
I can get into that later.
Perfect.
Um, but as far as my own history, um, I started very young. I started when I was a wee little neophyte in my monastery at the age of 10. Um, Mostly because around that time I was obsessed with the old choose your own adventure books that I would see in libraries.
Ooh,
Um,
yep, I know what you mean.
as I've been a bookworm most of my life, I am the type of person who would go into a bookstore right when it opens and just read whatever I felt like reading, and then not leave until it closed. Same thing with libraries. If they didn't want me in there that long, they shouldn't have made such comfy couches. Or in the case of some of them, have a coffee shop in the damn building.
Damn, that's nice.
Uh, you know, if you're gonna provide those couches, you're gonna provide nice little music in a well lit place. Expect people to read a whole book. Expect people to read whole books. Um, Sometimes I know that which is why if I ever go to Japan, I'm going to be going to one of those manga cafes. The only problem is, if I go in there, I'm not coming out for days.
Right, right.
The one you've probably seen footage of them where they've got there's like wall to wall of different manga, and you can order out a certain amount of time and get like get different drinks and beer on tap.
Yeah, they have like little booths you can sit in for privacy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm. It's like, sign me the fuck up for that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that'd be dope.
Uh, like that. I know some people. I know some people would be like that they want to see like Tokyo Tower or something like that. My priority would be I want to go to Korakuen Hall. I want to go to Korakuen Hall and I want to see either Puroresu or Sumo. I'd want to go
Ooh.
to and I have that in the back of my mind because earlier this month because the other day was New Japan's Battle in the Valley pay-per-view, and I love Puroresu. Um,
Hmm.
whether it be from New Japan, All Japan, Noah, sometimes BJW if I'm feeling sadistic. Uh, but and I mean I know it'd be tempting to go, oh, you'd want to go to something like Comic Head or go to like some of the big arcades.
Mhm.
Um, that'd be on the list, but nowhere near as much. And I'm not allowed to talk about the Roppongi incident. At
The
least
Roppongi
not without.
incident, or the what incident?
Look, what happens in Roppongi stays in Roppongi. We'll put it that way.
Ooh, I'll take your word for that one. I don't know much about that. Yeah,
uh,
I don't have much experience with what's in Japan, other than really what I've gotten through popular media. Um,
yeah.
so unfortunately, even though I would go, I would probably have to like actually sit down and properly research the kind of sites to see there. I've had friends who visited Japan, so I get their advice too.
Mm-hmm.
But that is on the list of going someday because that would be pretty dope to just have a big old trip over Japan.
I mean,
As long as I don't be, a nuisance streamer, I think it's fine.
I wouldn't be a nuisance streamer. I'd just be the person who's cursing everything out because I keep banging my head on ceilings.
Oh God, yeah, it's true. Are you in the 6 foot plus gang too?
Yeah, I'm 6'6".
Oh, you're in the very plus gang.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 6'1" over here.
Yeah, and I have to go to specific stores if I want to find anything that fits, and I have broken at least 3 exit signs in my life.
Oh boy.
Uh, not like damaged them, but broken them clean off. Uh, and it wasn't from punching; it was because I was moving a couch.
Oh, yeah. Well, when
Uh,
you bang your head on everything when you're that tall, you're gonna break
mm-hmm.
things. As long as it's not your
Yeah,
head breaking, I guess it's probably fine.
yeah, and I'm no stranger to pain because once upon a time I did stunt work for an indie film, and that one time was enough for me to say that's enough
Hmm.
because we had to do a bar fight, and we had to do like a dozen takes a day over the course of 4 days, and I was getting hit with everything. And I
That
do
is,
mean
yeah, as I say, that's a
everything.
lot. I mean, at least they were like obviously prop versions, so they wouldn't have been as bad. But still, you're still getting whacked the same spot probably a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that and someone forgot to gimmick the wooden bar stools, so those broke hard.
Wait, so they were literally just bashing you with wooden chairs, like
Yeah,
just straight up? Oh my
yeah,
God, that's probably not how you're supposed to do that.
they were on a shoestring budget,
Yeah.
so I give them somewhat of a pass. I just remember that by the time I was done, I was so sore. I called in and said, I am not going anywhere. Uh, I I do not feel like moving at all.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least with the chairs, that scene would have looked real authentic.
Yeah.
It was like, wow, he was hit by a real chair.
Oh, and here's the sad part: the whole thing got cut in editing.
No. So you took all that for nothing?
Yeah, so I was cursing. I was cursing for about 2 minutes. Just all that stuff I go through, and I got nothing to show for it.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
But like I said, I started very young, through like Choose Your Own Adventure and the fact that I was already a big fantasy fan. Oddly enough, my introduction to fantasy was certain fantasy movies, obviously, but also the old King Arthur cartoon.
Oh geez, wow, that's ancient. Yeah.
Yeah, King Arthur and the Knights of Justice, which
Jeez.
technically speaking is an isekai, and every time I bring that up, people get pissed.
They hated him for he spoke the truth.
To which I say, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
I mean, it's the same thing with Digimon, technically an isekai.
Let me go one step further. John Carter. John Carter, the warlord of Mars. The
Oh,
Barstoom Saga.
oh, that is one I'm not familiar with.
That was written over 100 years ago, and deals with a Civil War officer getting transported to Mars.
They wrote that 100 years ago. God damn.
Yeah, it was written. It was written by the same guy who wrote Tarzan.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, it was just like a really, really old concept. That's actually pretty cool, though, for them to adapt a story that old, though, for that. For something with Mars, especially.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, yeah, there was that Disney movie a few years ago, but that thing kind of sucked. And I'm more willing to recommend the John Carter comics that were done by like Dark Horse and Dynamite.
Okay.
Um, they're very good pulp works. Um, there's also a TTRPG by Modifist. Um, it's gotten around as you'd expect. I mean, the the whole it's influenced a lot of things
Hmm.
as you would expect. But being a bit of a fan of fantasy, um, I ended up getting roped into a few D&D campaigns, but eventually I wanted to do my own thing. I discovered Rifts, played it for a bit. Rifts has been my whipping boy ever since. Uh, and I will take every opportunity to beat that dead horse any chance I get. I know
Hmm.
I'm not the only one, but I have very good reasons for it.
Right.
Um, then discovered L5R, felt Legend of the Five Rings, felt absolutely in love with it. It is still one of my favorite games and one of my favorite settings.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
start it from a very I never a lot of people have that one game that's their default. I never had that. I was always going between games. There was this cycle of I'd find something interesting, play it, find something else interesting, play it, and just keep going. And that ran the gamut from a lot of different games. Um, so
Hi, baby boo.
technically speaking, the version of D&D that I started with wasn't third edition. It was the black book era of AD&D second edition,
Oh dear.
which
Oh,
came out
AD&D.
in
Oh, we love AD&D here.
which
Oh boy.
came out in 1995. And the sweet irony is that the player's handbook for that version of AD&D says in the first in like page 4, this is not AD&D third edition. Those books came out in 1995.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, hi, Jazz. Yes, I remember you. You and your sugar on spaghetti. I remember you.
Mm-hmm. Sugar on spaghetti.
Yeah. Jazz seems very adamant about putting sugar on spaghetti, and I said that's a horrendous idea. Ow, rude. Well, thank you for the
Free.
follow.
Yeah, the
Much
follow is
appreciated.
appreciated. But, it's a free country, and you are free to be wrong.
I mean,
But
because it was such a dumb idea, I'll probably have to try it at some point. But I also have to have spaghetti.
mhm. uh, I just can't fathom the idea of doing it on warm spaghetti because sugar and heat,
Oh,
just
hello,
straight up
June.
sugar and
Hello.
heat, straight up sugar and heat is going to be a bit of a thing. But
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's going to become very syrupy. As someone who makes candy on the side as a hobby, I know that
mhm,
well.
yeah, but as I I did third edition a bit. Um, I it which is funny in hindsight because oh, one of my dear friends had an incident where he cussed out Monty Cook back in the day and called him the same thing I would end up calling some of the people at WotC about a pencil neck geek. Now, in his defense, this was when Monty Cook was having that ivory tower attitude.
Hmm.
System mastery should be rewarded and system ignorance should be punished. Um,
Ah, yes. Everything has to be plus or minus. There is no neutral.
that and I take the approach of every RPG is someone's first.
Hmm.
So did my dear friend, and he took exception to Cook's attitude. He doesn't seem to have that attitude these days, but it definitely was there at the time. I don't know. Maybe he had a road to Damascus moment at some point. But I I I was one of the few people who did not get on the fourth edition hate wagon. Um, and there are various
Mm.
reasons why, and I've taken the piss out of some of the claims that people have made about fourth edition. Uh, especially the MMO claim. I honestly think a lot of people who are making that claim, one, don't know shit about MMO design, and two, conveniently forgot that people were claiming third edition was turning D&D into Diablo in 2000. Um,
I'll suggest no, it is actually a pre-made model. I have the link down in the description to the artist. Actually,
yeah,
it's recolored, but still custom or still pre-made.
yeah, but
But yeah, so someone who also played fourth edition. We only ran through like a pretty short campaign. I didn't mind it, to be entirely honest. I understand where the talk about it being MMOified comes from for sure. Mostly because you
I
have
just
abilities that are like they're blocks, right? They're blocks of text with stat goes in, ability comes out, which in some people's brain that's probably enough to make them see MMO.
if I can see that in one particular context. If they only know a strawman idea of, or a second generation idea of what MMOs are, because I don't think it's a coincidence that narrative came out right around the time that World of Warcraft started getting borderline ubiquitous, because that
Mm.
was right around the time of Wrath of the Lich King, and I liken it to how there's a difference in thought about people who hated Call of Duty when it was ubiquitous versus people who hate it because of its design degradation. Uh, because whenever it comes to the former, when I ask them what their problem is with it, it is rarely about things that are actually in the game. Now, if somebody said they hated Call of Duty because of grenade spam, I'd be like, okay, you've played on veteran, so you know the pain.
Hmm. Yeah.
Where if they say, it's because it's a dumbed down shooter, then you're not telling me anything.
Yeah, because like what
All
about
you
it's dumbed down? Exactly, right?
mm-mm. um now I had issues with the way this franchise went because I felt it was going in a direction that it was expressly trying not to at first.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is it evolved into a power fantasy when the intent was to be the opposite of that. Um, it was supposed to be an anti-power fantasy, and as things went on, it started becoming this Hollywood picture like power fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
but
Okay.
using the same game design when it was an anti-power fantasy.
Oh yeah, because I mean back in the day, so I played like the OG Call of Duties, like for the PlayStation 2 kind of thing. Back when you were literally just you were a random soldier in just like World War setting, and a few shots you were just dead. That was it. But it was the same around. It's like it was the one man versus the world, but it's like you're a normal person versus the world kind of thing,
Yeah.
which is a very different fantasy to I think what it portrays now, which is like you said, the power fantasy of you are effectively a super soldier with ridiculous technology against other people of the same kind of category.
The analogy that the analogy that I use is imagine using the health system of Rainbow Six in Doom 2, and you kind of see my problem.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Unironically, yes.
Mhm. And don't get me wrong, I love Rainbow Six, I love Doom,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't want but two great tastes don't always taste great together.
Yeah. I think also the pacing of the game is very different. I feel like originally it was intended to be much more like thought out, methodical move between cover to cover, be smart about your like tactics in the game. Now it's run around, do a flip, esports nonsense. Be as fast. You got to be as fast as possible. If you aren't as fast, you're dead immediately. And it was kind
Yeah,
of
and
doing that before too. Like people were kind of pushing it towards that because that was the skill ceiling, was being as quick and accurate as possible. But then the game just like evolved around it entirely, and that's all it can possibly be.
yeah, I think I think that's the reason why these days, if I'm going to be picking up a shooter to give me a similar vibe, I'll pick up something like Hell Let Loose or before it kind of faded off, Battlefield 1.
Okay. Yep. Is
Um,
Battlefield 1 still going? It's like still live? Like, do they still have servers?
Apparently, I keep seeing gameplay footage on my feed,
Well, someone's
but
keeping it alive.
barring that, there's stuff like Hell Let Loose, which is more World War I than two, but so was
Mm-hmm.
Battlefield 1. Um,
Right.
and I've heard good things about Enlisted, but that's another story. Point is, I jumped around between a lot of different games. So the fourth edition thing I didn't have the same issue with it because I had a wider sample size to work with as far as designs, and a lot of what fourth edition is doing is less of a follow up to third and more of a follow up to what they were kind of doing in Star Wars Saga Edition.
Okay.
Um, things like static defenses instead of saves. That was something that was introduced in Saga Edition. Um, Things like the power system that was introduced in stuff like Saga Edition and Tome of Battle, um, which was another book that some people hated for really stupid reasons,
Mhm.
namely the whole you shouldn't be putting anime in tabletop thing, which or video game and tabletop thing, which I still see people argue at me to this day, and argue with some of my colleagues.
Okay. What is it about the video games not being an RPG or like tabletop specifically that people don't seem to like?
Um, I think
Because I feel
I
like I've
think
heard it before, but I've never heard anyone actually say anything like a good argument, other than maybe like the complications of calculating in real time for high number games, kind of thing, where there's a lot of interactions.
I think it stems from a lot of people having this ingrained idea about what TTRPGs are supposed to be based on whichever one they started with.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at that one that they started with as the normal.
Right.
And a lot of them came from the mindsets of the wargaming and the historical nerd kind of scenes all the way back
Mm-hmm.
in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them haven't realized that as time has gone on, that TTRPG and wargaming relationship has veered off into other directions. And because of that, the a lot you have for the longest time had people who have gotten into TTRPGs who have no interest in war games. And because of that, tabletop has evolved in directions that aren't really associated with that original setup.
Mm-hmm.
as is going to happen with any sort of creative endeavor. I mean, you start with heavy metal in the 70s coming off of hard rock, and then heavy metal veers off into a bunch of different directions as more people get exposed to it and want to do it in their style.
Right.
That's just a natural process. You've seen this with art movements, you've seen this with social movements, you've seen this with language. It's nothing new. And TTRPGs are no exception. Because at the end of the day, it's a medium. And a medium can be explored in a bunch of different ways. And acting like there's some right way to do things is reductionist.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and in and that's the reason why with some of my colleagues I've told them, do not promote it at TTRPG conventions or tabletop gaming conventions. Promote them at anime and video game cons. Like, if I ever set up a booth for Legend Edition, I wouldn't be setting it up at Gamehole Con or Dave Con or something like that. No, I'd be going to Anime Detour where I am, or I'd say I would go to AX, but AX is way too damn big for my taste. But anime going to anime cons, or going to video game cons. That is where I would advertise it. That is where I would run games, because they would not have the inbuilt assumption about how things are supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
I have said many times over the years, weebs are my best students.
Yeah, I mean, with something especially like Final Fantasy, like that's you're pulling the weebs on mass at that point, right? Like especially nowadays, because like back when I was a kid, no one knew what Final Fantasy even was over here. So I was kind of the odd one out. Then the internet happened, and I was like, wait, people know what this is? They know it. It's not just me. I didn't just randomly find it or hallucinate it as a child. And so it's nice to actually have like that expanded, especially with tabletops, because I've seen a couple of the other tabletops. And speaking of, you actually put in here kind of the history of Final Fantasy tabletops. If I scroll down
Yeah,
to it.
because a lot of the design is as
Mm,
inheritances from both the short list of inspirations that we put in. And keep in mind, the thing you've got is the beta.
right.
Um, it's building off of the alpha that we debuted at Sage last year, which
Okay.
technically makes this the first TTRPG to be showcased at the Sonic Amateur Games Expo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, keep in mind, with some of the points with that history, we can't be 100% sure on, because we were relying on second and third hand info and really really old websites and really really old PDFs.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're going all the way back to 1999. You got to pop on the Wayback Machine, and who knows what's working still.
Yeah, like, there we tried everything we could to find a PDF of the original Returner FF. We could not. The only ones we could find were second and third edition.
Okay.
Uh, and then, of course, after third edition, the schism happens, and different parts of the team make their own games. This is where you get Zodiac, you get D6, you get Seed, you get Bahamut Academy, which I have, but I haven't dived too deep into because it's in Portuguese.
Oh, that'll do it. Yep. Yep.
Uh,
I don't speak
I've
much of
been
that either. So.
told it's a hybrid of elements between Zodiac, which was extremely freeform, and third edition, but I can't quote that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, then then Bruno down in Brazil would make fourth edition, and then Omega, who has just disappeared off of the internet for the last couple of years, made Omega Fantasy,
Oh, interesting.
and that culminates with Legend Edition. Um, and one of and of course, in that same section, we bring up our pillars, and this was something that we wanted to do that is certainly going to be different from other affairs.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of fan games that lose themselves in the weeds. There's one person in my server who wants to make a Common Writer RPG, and he thinks that he needs to include every element of previous seasons in some form. he's been spending hours and days trying to go into what the core die rolling mechanic is, and that's the first thing he's thinking about. I'm like, you're doing this completely wrong. You are not at the phase where you even need to think about your die rolling system. There was a man named John Wick, not the one you're thinking of.
I was about to say, I know that guy.
He's the designer of Seventh Sea. He was a major designer on L5R and a bunch of other games. And he told a story about someone who presented him 3 questions that a designer needs to answer. What is your game about? How does it go about being that? And what behaviors are you encouraging and or discouraging? And we had to answer those. It's important to answer those questions first before you even think about mechanics. The pillar system is the pillar setup that we have is our answer to that. You know, mythos over setting, customization is king, 4-phase structure. Those are our pillars. And every single thing that we do has to answer the question, does this reflect our pillars? If it does, we can keep it. If it doesn't, we throw it out.
All right. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. So going with a lot of these things here. So mythos over setting. You had mentioned kind of we talked briefly before about how it's kind of a agnostic setting, I believe you called it, where it's just kind of generalized across all the games, so that it's kind of open to use for other people's campaigns.
Yeah. The original design pitch that I had when I started was I wanted a Final Fantasy TTRPG that was easily viable in high fantasy, in the more futuristic ones, or anything in between, or even something that hasn't even been considered yet in the mainline games.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the ones that I talked about beforehand skew towards the SNES era. And don't get me wrong, I like 4, 5, and 6. Kind of iffy on Mystic Quest, but I know that was a special circumstance.
Right.
Uh, but I'm well aware of the fact that there are whole generations who don't have the same connection to that SNES era. Some of them are more connected with the PS1 era. Some of them are connected to the PS2 or PS3 era.
Mm-hmm.
A few years down the road, there's going to be a whole generation whose first entry was Final Fantasy 16. I think a lot of people in the fan base need to realize that's going to be the case.
Yes, it comes from the classic. But Final Fantasy was a turn-based game back in my day, and it's like, yeah, okay, old man, take your meds, go to sleep.
Let me bring something up about that.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Hiroyuki Ito?
Hiroyuki Ito, not by name. What is it from?
Hiroyuki Ito was a designer for the series. Has been for the longest time. He's probably one of the longest tenured guys who's still involved in some form.
Oh, okay, actual like director and producer from Square Enix. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Or probably Square back in the day, even.
The job system and the ATB are some of his major contributions. A lot of the mechanics designs are from him.
Hello, Melodic. Hello.
Mm-hmm. And
Ow.
I came
thank you for following.
I came across an interview that he did with One Up magazine around the time that Final Fantasy 12 was on the way.
Okay.
And he recounted the creation of the ATB system when it first came up in 4. The 2 things he cited as inspiration were Formula 1, which in the mid 90s, that in the early to mid 90s, Formula 1 was transitioning from full manual to a semi-automatic setup that they were using.
Mm-hmm.
This was also around the time that everybody was sick of the older Verstappen in Ferrari. But the other one was American football, and he viewed the way things were going with RPG design as things are eventually going to be leaning into an action base. And keep in mind, he said this in 1993
Right.
that things were going to be going into more action RPG with time and technology. And
Makes sense.
ATB was his way of moving that along in a way that could be done with the SNES's technology and wouldn't alienate too much. Because Final Fantasy had only been around for 5 years at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fascinating that he was thinking that ahead of the curve, because ultimately he was right.
Oh, absolutely. Like it is.
And
Final Fantasy itself has shifted pretty heavily.
it has been gradually shifting towards action since 4.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole it used to be turn based. The core of Final Fantasy, the soul of FF, that and this was something we tried to bring into Legend Edition, is iteration and experimentation. When 16 was announced, I saw a lot of people say, FF's returning to its high fantasy roots." That's not really a claim you can make with Final Fantasy. You might be able to make that with like Tales of or with Dragon Quest, but not FF.
Right.
And it's because since day one, it's been self-experimenting. Like, just consider the massive jump in design from like 1 to 2.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Like one would actually be like the, I guess, traditional high fantasy I think people would think about. But then as soon as you move to two, it jumps like years into
Even
the future almost. Like it's crazy how
even
quickly.
even 1 was barely the medieval high fantasy as people see it.
This is
Um,
going to be on YouTube. I will be uploading this to YouTube. That is correct.
and the reason I say it barely was is because things like airships, things like time travel concepts, um, a lot of media that a lot of media in East Asia and Japan is no exception, likes to play fast and loose with genre instead of sticking to one genre dogmatically.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you see a lot of anime, a lot of manga, and the like that might lean into European high fantasy, but have elements that certainly aren't strictly speaking European.
Right.
Uh, I call this kind of thing Gestalt fantasy, named after the Gestalt triangle. The triangle that technically doesn't exist that you see in graphic design.
Oh, yes, yes. What you mean.
Uh, but your mind makes it because it's interpreting the negative space. Um, but when when it comes to the mythos thing, there have been many recurring elements. Names of summons, chocobos, a guy named Sid, crystals,
Right.
recurring characters like Garland, and
Big,
so
Biggs and
on.
Wedge classic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we were like, we want to take those elements and make that into a sandbox for people to interpret at their table.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense because that is kind of you're on the nose with it. Where Final Fantasy's never been one thing; it's like a collection of little pieces put together in almost just like different, not just different like styles, but it's like everything's like a set piece to put on its own tile set, as it were, right?
Yeah, and here's a little trade secret, a little inside info, a little deep lore. Um, Sakaguchi didn't think that FF needed to be limited to RPGs,
Okay.
and he told his successors that exactly before he left. But he didn't outright leave. He phased himself out for a lot of different reasons.
Right.
Um, chief among them, I won't say chief among them, but I'm pretty sure one of the reasons was how he was affected by the death of his mother.
Mm. Yep, that would be rough.
Uh, that ended up happening shortly after 6 came out and played a bit of a factor into some of the design things he wrote into 7, like Genova. Some of that was him dealing
Oh,
with the grief of his mother's passing.
yeah. If Genova was like inspired by that, that would definitely make sense. Oh, good God.
It it ended up putting in the idea in my head, and I will never have any proof of this, but I do have to wonder if Sakaguchi's mother had passed away due to cancer.
Interesting. Are we
And
talking again in the sense that like that's how Genova was kind of viewed as like a cancer in the world kind of thing? Is that kind of what we're going with?
yeah, especially given how Genova would infect other ancients with the virus and it was trying to make more of itself,
Right.
and also just the general design of Genova.
Hmm. That's actually really interesting. That's
Yeah,
something that is a little bit of lore that I would never
yeah.
even thought to look up.
But when and if I'm being honest, when people say, "Oh, FF is supposed to be turn based," what they're really saying is, "I want it to be like the thing I grew up with."
Yes.
For no other reason than comfort. What essentially is a security blanket,
Mhm.
or a emotional support teddy bear that you would give a child. And if I'm implying that the argument of, oh, it should be turn based is childish, I'm not implying it. I'm saying it outright.
Right. No. Yeah. Saying it has to be something. I agree because well, like he was even saying before, it doesn't even have to be limited to RPGs in general. Like you could have it's an IP, right? You could span it across whatever the hell you really could think of. It's limited only to the creativity of the designer, right? Like
Well, saying that it has to be an RP, saying that it would have to be an RPG or it has to be turn based is like saying that Warhammer has to be a war game and nothing else.
right.
And if I'm being honest, I think there's some genre potential with like Warhammer that hasn't been fully touched. Like let me pitch a dumb idea to you.
Okay. Let's hear it.
Taking the jumping between characters idea from Battlefield Modern Combat and putting it in Warhammer via playing different parts of an Imperial Guard regiment.
Oh, I think
Uh,
doubly with that though, there's definitely a horror aspect that should really be touched on more in games for 40K.
well, we saw how you can have World War I and horror with with that one World War I survival horror game from last year,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of the Imperial Guard is very much inspired by like World War I and the Red Army tactics. So as far as as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason that you can't go all the way with it, or take the it, this is there's a bit of this with Space Marine and Space Marine 2, but take the idea of Space Marines and go full character action a la Devil May Cry with it.
Oof. Oof. That would be so good. Oh my god. That'd be phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. Uh, like I As much as I enjoyed both of those games, I enjoyed Bolt Gun more because it was going for that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
And I had argued for the longest time that we needed Warhammer in the Doom engine, and well, we got it since I think that's using GZ Doom, or at least a fork of it. So,
It's basically Doom Space Marine.
mm-hmm.
Close as you get.
Yeah, but when because one of the I will note another reason why we went with the mythos over setting thing. As I've talked about in the past, I have a problem with how D&D's proponents try and say, "Oh, you can use this to run any kind of fantasy." But D&D wants to play this wishy-washy half-seas game of wanting to be setting agnostic, but also wanting to have races, classes, and like that clearly skew towards one style of fantasy,
Mm-hmm.
and wanting to play that both ways. With us saying this is built on mythos, not setting, it is us putting a firm put foot in the ground that we are setting agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
We are providing a set of tools for the table to interpret. How the table interprets it is not my concern, but it's to provide the tools for them to do that. Think of it as I am giving them a blue bucket of Legos and saying freestyle it.
Which will be nice because, as you've said, people want to, play the different settings of games that they grew up with or know about, or like you said, make their own entirely, right? Like it's something
Hmm.
that it opens it up perfectly to just do whatever the heck you want with it. Now, someone who actually like likes playing around with things like that, when I was reading through it, I was actually quite pleased with it. And actually, you mentioned it too, because I was looking over at the bestiary, what you had for like examples for enemies, and the list is rather short at the moment. But you mentioned that you're going to be making a more full bestiary in the future.
Yeah, and probably throw hands with some of my co-writers because one of them wanted me to put absolute virtue in
Oh
the
god,
bestiary, and
no,
there is
no
no
one leaves the
curse in
table till it's dead.
there is no curse in any of the tongues of men that can describe my hatred for absolute virtue.
Were you playing 11 when it was around?
Yes, I was smart enough to when I saw that thing, I kept getting bad. I can't explain what it was, but I kept getting this bad vibe that said "Do not approach." So I never got involved with that fight.
I mean, that's about as infamous as it gets for Final Fantasy 11. So,
And the only other hidden boss in RPGs period that I have any similar level of hatred for is Ozma.
oh, and 9, yes, because it can just kill you, and there's nothing you
Knowing
get to
how
do
its
about it.
AI works, Ozma's a fucking cheater.
Yeah, and it's funny because especially like, on the subject of like optional super bosses, because obviously Ozma falls into that. Absolute Virtue, I always laugh at them because they're not even like you could play the game the way the game wants you to, all the way through the end, and do a bunch of extra difficult content. It's cool. You get to these optional bosses, and you realize the way you've been playing the game is not how you even play against them. It's the annoying part because it tests your ability to break the game in your favor.
Hmm.
Like every time. Like with Ozma, how do you deal with it efficiently? You just grind out the auto life trinket for your team. And
Yeah.
that's pretty much what you have to do. And if you don't do it, you're probably not winning. Like it's just how
Now,
it is.
granted, there are certain bosses in video games that I have a higher level of hatred for. Anytime I can feel my rage build anytime I see Geese Howard in anything. Um, and I dread anytime I have to pick up Art of Fighting
Okay, okay.
because uh, look, SNK boss syndrome is a thing. Everybody knows that.
Mm.
Art of Fighting, especially Art of Fighting 2, had SNK boss syndrome for almost every encounter if you're playing arcade.
So like all of them are just brutally unfair, difficult cheating.
Yeah,
Oh, we love it.
and then they had Young Geese as a hidden boss, but the only way to get to him is to have at least three perfect runs, at least three perfect matches. So of course I didn't know about it until years later through hacking.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, then of course some enemies would abuse running the clock out, but that's a whole other thing. I will note I'm proud of the navigation that we have with from the PDF part of the team because
Oh, yes. The fact
I
that I can
always
just
bitch
click on
about
things. Oh, it's so
yeah,
nice.
I always bitch about navigation in some of my reviews because as far as I'm concerned, if you put out like a 300-page core book and you don't have an index, or you put out a PDF of that size and you don't have bookmarks, that should be punishable by a public flogging or
Especially
by
when you start
taking.
getting into like the 200-page kind of range. It's just like you expect people to scroll down the whole time. What are we doing?
Yeah, I and that's the reason why like Riffs and Palladium in general is my whipping boy because they commit both those sins.
Mhm.
And they keep committing those those sins even
Yeah.
after all these years and have table of contents that are filled with lies. Oh,
Wait, just like
I,
lies, like things that aren't in there, but it says they're there? Or
like
like,
the page number in the table of contents isn't where that thing actually is.
how do you screw that one up? That's like the easiest
Because
part.
Kevin Siembeta likes to put in last minute edits.
Oh. Oh, thank you for the follower, Razul. Much appreciated, buddy.
Yeah. he likes to put in these last minute edits he's been doing, and it's still at. I don't know if this is the case now, but back in 2005 when Bill Coffin blew just um just blew his back out. um, who Bill Coffin for the longest time was the lead guy for Palladium Fantasy,
Okay.
and one of the things he brought up in this massive expose on the guy was that he was in 2005 he was still doing analog style editing.
Oh dear God, that would take so freaking long. Oh God.
Yeah, which is the reason for the ugly ass 2-column format for a lot of the books. He's using the kind of
Hmm.
editing that you would have used in the 60s.
Well, some people just use what they know and then don't care about the rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Some people do, and it's we have a saying in my monastery, designed by gospel. Some people would think that's a good thing. No, it's basically you're designing things a certain way because you've always designed it a certain way, even if it doesn't fit.
They refuse. They see the thing that was in there and assume it should be there because it's always been there, but they don't really ask the question. Well, why? Why has this always been here?
Mm-hmm.
Which, trust me, I'm as someone who plays MMOs as well. There's been a lot of this for a long time,
Yeah.
especially with like World of Warcraft. That's a big one. So,
Um, I've I've had some. I've we did a whole thing in my neck of the woods talking about the degradation with World of Warcraft. Um,
mm-hmm.
I could have summarized it as death by subsystem. That and the thing that made me break was when they killed off skill trees and instead went with that more
Talent
simplified
system.
approach,
Yeah, the pick these
which
three, each
you would
15 levels. Like, ugh.
you would think since that came along with the introduction of monks that I'd be all over that shit. But no.
Yeah, which at least they've learned from that because they've rolled back to a skill tree system finally. It has its issues, but I'm at least happy to see they're trying, you know, to do what people actually like.
I guess. But
It's a time thing, right? We will have to see because something like that you won't really feel the positive or negative effects of it for probably a couple years still, right? It'll take some time to really sink in whether or not it was worth even doing.
mhm.
Assuming WoW's even around in like 5 years.
um at that point I'll just be like, I'd just rather play the board game.
Yes,
Both of them.
I've never played the board game for WoW actually.
I have. Most people just know it for being fucking massive, but it's a fun experience. I kind of wish it got more support beyond Burning Crusade.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it only went up to BC. That's nuts. But I guess that's what they're going to focus on, right? Is their digital properties more so than their tabletop, of course.
Well, it was Blizzard didn't make it.
Oh, it's by someone else. Okay.
Yeah, it was done by FFG.
Hmm.
Uh, but but getting back onto it, navigation was key, especially given how big this thing is going to be and the fact that it's designed to be a sandbox.
Oh, for sure. Yes. I mean, 405 pages. You're going to want to be able to navigate that quickly. Especially because what is nice about this being here. So I kind of went through and made myself a little character off to the side here. A couple things I have to fill in still, but I wanted to play around and understand it. And the best way to understand it is get into the thick of it, right? And one thing that's nice is like you have like the limit breaks, your abilities, and you don't have much space to write in here, but you don't really have to worry about it because you could just have this open as a reference if you really wanted to, and just you know, I have the dervish, boom. Oh, what's this ability do? Pop open the dervish, done. So it gives you an easy reference to a lot of things, like live, which is much appreciated because it saves you from having to write paragraphs on your paper.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Where are we at here?
it definitely does, and I wanted to have a. I remember some people looking at the massive size of the character sheet and going, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Or and I'm like, "You're not get. It is physically impossible to use every page."
Oh, for sure, yes. Especially because most of them, like the pages, were specific classes that or things that you wouldn't even use as like a
Yeah,
melee character, for example. Like there's a whole
and
blue magic page. I don't even have to touch that, right? Like it's there for
if you're
which ones
not,
you need.
yeah, and we do, and part of that is we wanted the sheet to be as to the point as we could. Like I didn't want some extras. I didn't want somebody to have an extra page just to cover stuff that isn't on the sheet.
Mhm.
Play from the sheet as best as possible is our battle cry. Now we're never going to be able to fully allow people to play from the sheet, but we can get as close as we can make it.
Right.
Uh, and again, again, we're not trying to get to perfection because perfect is the enemy of good, but we can get as close as reasonably possible.
Oh, for sure. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Scuff can be sometimes part of the charm too, right? Like sometimes the that unspoken jank in certain things
Yeah,
adds to a
I'm
certain
sure
experience.
I'm sure that Todd Howard, thinks that about why he allows so many bugs in his games.
Yeah, well, it just works, so it's fine.
And it just works, though he still looks like a sentient mop.
Christ. I still laughed
But
at the Game Awards watching him just be the shortest motherfucker on stage. That was great.
oh, for you and me, everybody's short.
It was great.
So do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Good point. Yep.
Um, but when it comes to the whole four phase structure, that has its origins in a couple things. So I'm not sure how much of my previous content you've seen, but one thing I've made clear is I do not like the term JRPG. And when Yoshi
Ah,
P said what
I've
he said about the term, I felt validated for something that I've
yep.
been saying for over 20 years.
I remember seeing the same thing when he talked about it.
Oh, and you'll notice I don't use the term in the book all that much.
Right.
The term that I use is console style, and there was a reason for that. Because the term JRPG seems to go through this vicious cycle about what it even is.
Hmm.
And my approach has, and when you look at any other genre in video games, just from being told the genre name alone, there are reasonable assumptions that you can make. If I'm told that a game is a arena shooter, I can assume, okay, it's going to involve high movement and emphasis on map control. Something like, say, Quake or Unreal Tournament. If somebody tells me that a game is a 4X, I can say, all right, I can understand. I have an understanding that if I play this game, I'm not going to bed for about 30 hours.
Hmm.
You know how it is. One more turn, and then you look out and it's dawn.
Oh, yeah. I've played Civ games enough to know stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Uh, but if you tell me that a game is a JRPG, what assumptions can I really make with that? Because what is put into that category is so broad,
Hmm.
especially since other people are making games in similar styles to the classic console style RPGs. You can't really say from Japan. Like
Right.
look at Sea of Stars. Um, that's the guys behind that are from Canada.
Yeah.
Uh, the so, and it results in this vicious cycle of what is a JRPG? An RPG from Japan. Okay, Subterra Core. Subterra Core is okay. Does that actually? Let me rephrase that. An RPG from Japan. Okay, does that mean the Souls games count as JRPG because From Software is a Japanese company and it was made by a Japanese man? No, because it has to have a particular art style. Okay, Subterra Core has and by particular art style they mean manga inspired. Okay, Subterra Core has a manga-esque art style. Does that count? No, that game was made in North America. It has been made in Japan, and the circle continues.
Right.
Now, I use the term console style because the Patient Zero, Dragon Quest, was built on the idea of taking the concepts from games like Wizardry, which were massive in Japan, and simplifying that for the Famicom. And thus the term console style as opposed to PC style.
Right.
Uh, and a big part of that design is a loop that I call town, field, dungeon, repeat. You go to town to get supplies and sometimes get your and start the quest. You get some practice swings out on the field. You put this to the test in the dungeon, culminating with a dungeon boss, and then you're rewarded with more of the story, and the cycle repeats. You see this loop in Dragon Quest, and that loop is in some form or another in a lot of console style RPGs. Some of the context may change, some of the phases may be emphasized or de-emphasized, but the DNA is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And we use that as the basis for the preparation, exploration, encounter, downtime structure.
Okay. So when you have the 4-phase structure here,
Mm-hmm.
it actually kind of goes. There's a hand in hand I had in this because I actually had a bit of a question about this, plus with the front back row combat system you have
Mm-hmm.
enabled in here.
Yep.
So obviously I've not played any of the combat in here, so I don't really fully understand how that would function in practice. But is it meant to assume as though the characters are static on a field when
Yes.
playing? Okay. So it's much more like it is those, like you mentioned, like console RPGs, where you are in a place, you are doing a role in your position, and then you attack from said position.
Yes. There were a couple of reasons we did that. One of them was because emulating our source material, obviously.
Right.
The other was to free up the space that would have been taken up by rules about grid combat or the like, to focus and have the space for that for other things in order to keep with our customization as king pillar.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Especially since stuff like Fantasy Craft and Legend System, which were heavy on customization, were big parts of our inspiration.
Right. Yeah, and especially with different Final Fantasies, because like we were talking about, like ATPs, turn based, all that such with action now, because there is such a broad way of playing all the different Final Fantasies. It's like, how would you really interpret all of them into one kind of system? It just wouldn't really make sense. You'd almost have to
Yeah,
sit down and make like individual systems that were inspired by specific games.
yeah. What we imagine all of those different systems as pieces of paper that you have in a small stack.
Mhm.
Then take that stack and stab it with a pen. The part that the pen goes through is what we wanted. Now, is it possible that somebody could take it and go grid combat? Yeah, but it snowballs very easily, and a lot of people who have tried it have dropped
I was
it.
gonna say, yeah, with what I went through, like when I was kind of trying to understand the front row combat thing, I was like, man, how would that work with like verticality, with things like cover? There was a whole bunch of things I'm like, man, this would be really tough to do in like a very open movement setting.
Yeah, and because of how tightly designed our system is, where a lot of things feed into each other,
Mm.
you move one thing and it has a ripple effect with everything else, and
Right.
those everything else you also have to consider, and more it goes. Uh, but when it comes to when it comes to the whole grid combat, the other reason for it is, as you probably saw in the equipment section, we don't really have a standard equipment list.
No, I actually thought this was rather interesting, and I like this quite a bit, to be entirely honest, where you have more of a build it yourself mentality. Um,
Yes.
which, as I was looking through this again, which because you have the different tags here, which kind of indicate how your weapon functions.
Mhm.
So for, I guess for like advancing, how would you deal with this and like your weapon getting stronger over time? Because that's kind of a typical progression you see in like not just Final Fantasy, but generically in RPGs across the board. Either
There
getting
are
stronger weapons or ones with like unique abilities specific to that weapon.
so for just straight stronger weapons, you automatically go up. You have a baseline bonus damage die at every few levels.
Okay.
Um, Now the type of damage die you get is based on the weapon's template. Um, every weapon is built of three pillars: the meta type, i.e., physical or magical; the template, is it melee or ranged, and is it essentially light, medium, and heavy, even though there's different names for it; and the tags, which are akin to like the special rules you see in individual weapons, like versatile or stuff like that.
Hmm.
Um, that's the intent of the tags. Now, as far as getting more powerful weapons, if it's just if it's just number go up kind of weapon, that's just going to be through leveling.
Okay.
Um, as far as ones with unique abilities, that's where the magic item system comes in, and we have a point based affair on four different tiers with four different point budgets
Mm-hmm.
for magic item effects. Um, Common, uncommon, relic, and artifact.
Mm.
Higher tiers have a higher point budget for applying enhancements. Enhancements cost 1, 2, or 3 points.
Okay.
Though,
Yeah,
of course,
because that was my thought too. Was going through this is like acquiring like legendary weapons, like getting like your Excalibur and stuff like that, like your Ultima weapon, things like that. Your crazy silly
magic
things.
items that are just number go up are not interesting to me, and I wanted to de emphasize that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think that's entirely reasonable too. Because that can be a thing where you're just trading out big number for bigger number, and especially with Final Fantasy, signature weapons are kind of like a staple. Even though you replace them pretty quick in pretty much every game. Every character has that like one weapon they typically have. People goes, oh, I associate that weapon with that character, and it's nice to kind of be able to build that identity with your character from the get go, where it's like you
The
want your
other thing
Buster
is,
Sword.
the other thing is, we didn't want. Speaking of Buster Sword, we didn't want to constantly play an uphill battle because, and I've said this in a different interview, but I know at some point in time there was going to be a game, a manga, a movie, some IP, some story that introduces a weapon, armor, or item that has the same cool factor, the same wow factor as when people first saw the lightsaber in the original Star Wars,
Hmm.
or when they first saw the Buster Sword in Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
And instead of having to constantly try and make that as they keep coming, I would provide this is providing a toolbox for people to do that themselves.
Okay. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Not gonna lie, actually being able to customize a weapon from the get go is nice too, because that was kind of one thing. Is like coming from D&D especially, weapons are extraordinarily generic, and you're really just picking between which numbered dice you want. You're not really
Yeah,
picking to like the style or like the function too much. It's like, do you want the big sword that hits big, or do you want the small sword that hits a lot? And that's kind of all you had for options, other
yeah.
than
We
enchantments, which even that's getting into like.
I don't feel like getting into the magic item rules from third edition. I'm not drunk enough for that.
Yep, fair enough.
Um,
Yeah, but that's the thing is I felt like they were always kind of lacking uniqueness, or it's like, what if I want to have like a gun that does this specifically, but there's no rules for it in said version. So
there's
being able
also
to
the
just
fact that they
do
don't
that.
scale very well.
No, and that was another thing is that by the time you get to end game, the damage you have on like the base weapon itself is absolutely meaningless. It is
Yeah,
like,
because the magic players want to have everything,
yeah,
and I
I
know that's
I roll a 1d6 for damage, plus 50 for all the crap I have added to it. That d6 did nothing.
mm-mm. I wanted to more emphasize dice, and that's why I'm really glad that we introduced the extra effort system
Hmm.
into damage.
Yes, actually, would you
And
mind giving a explanation extra effort? Because as far as I understand, it's when you roll above the threshold of their defense, you get extra dice for what is it, damage?
yes.
Okay.
Now, this is a response to how in a lot of games you can roll a little bit over the target number or a lot over the target number, but you still end up doing the same amount of damage unless you crit.
Correct. Which can be frustrating when it's like their defense was like a 15 and you rolled like a 28 minus a
Mm-hmm.
crit. And it's like you hit them just as hard as the person that rolled a 16.
Yeah. So so every few points that you roll over defense, you add a 1d4 to the damage. This is what's known as an extra effort die. These are a separate type of damage that is not concerned with critical. Like if you crit, all you do is just double the total amount of damage die that you roll. You
Mm.
don't double the final damage.
Right.
Uh, Now, in the case of weapons, whether you have the light, medium, or heavy weapon is going to determine two things: the the size of the base damage die and how easy and how high the threshold is. Light weapons have a low base damage. They have a base damage of D6, but they only need 3 points to generate an extra effort die, and it's every 3 points past the target number.
Mm-hmm.
The heaviest weapons have a D10 as their base damage, but it's every 5 points. So you are kind of picking the which number do you want, but there's advantages and disadvantages to either.
Mm-hmm.
Light weapons are going to have a low floor and a high ceiling, but it's a case where it's not going to be consistent.
Right.
Whereas heavy weapons are going to have more consistent damages, but it's not going to spike all that much.
Mm-hmm.
Because something that my co-writer Zan and I really love in game mechanics is risk reward systems. And where this is going to be really important is for characters for jobs like the fighter, because the fighter is a walking arsenal, and having variety is going to be key for it.
Yes, I saw their whole thing is just having every weapon under the sun at the same time,
Mm-hmm.
including with their limit break, which was you hit them with all of your weapons at once. Is that what
You're
it was?
treated as if you have all your weapons equipped.
Which is
Normally, you've only
insane.
got one, and obviously, you're only going to get one action
Right.
per character, and that's the other reason we went with the whole row thing, so we don't have to worry about movement ranges.
Yes.
So everybody's got one action, so combat moves more fluidly. You have you're not going to be hurting for options, but ultimately you've got to pick what option is going to be the best fit for the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and again, customization is king. Uh, and this is why we did the class and job design, as opposed to just having straight jobs and you pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Because several of the characters throughout the franchise don't really fit one job per se,
Oh
and
yeah, a lot of them are
this
like
goes into
hybrids, right? Like it's
yeah.
like Cloud's a good example of one where it's like he uses magic with the materia, but he's also kind of a fighter, but
Mm-hmm.
he's also very fast on his feet, so he's a bit skirmishy compared to like what a fighter might be considered.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all over. But yeah, I kind of see what you mean here. Which
And I
was
think
on
and
that note.
we did put in what 3 jobs a cloud build might have.
Yes,
Um,
where was it? Right here. Yeah, you had like three just kind of like examples for different characters where you had Weapon Master, Berserker, and Magic Knight for
mm-hmm.
Cloud, which it is kind of interesting to see how everyone kind of gets broken down into 3 classes
Well,
to kind of build their. It's kind of like building your own class, I suppose, would be it.
it very much is,
Hmm.
because your class, we only have 4 of them: warrior, expert, mage, adept.
Hmm.
Warriors are our physical combat expertise. Expert are the skill monkeys. Mage is self-explanatory, and adept is the in-betweeners. Think of the first 3 as 3 ends of a triangle with adept right in the middle of it.
Right.
Uh, your job is where you're going to get the actual features, the stuff you do. Your class is just a chassis that determines how you're going to be developing HP, MP, and skills,
Hmm.
as well as each job having its own limit break. And I should note we didn't want to do the big damage or custom super move kind of limit break, because that's already been done, and I wanted to explore a different path, which is having limit breaks be cheats.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. So actually, on the note of limit breaks, there was one thing I noticed. So to activate them, as I understand them, you have to be at an SOS level of health, which is 50% of your health or less. Correct?
yes.
I'm curious as to why go with that system as opposed to, say, a builder spender style for some classes, anyhow.
Uh, for one, if for one, I've seen the build your special FFD6 had it, for example,
Hmm.
and ultimately it would just be a big damage super move. Um,
Hmm.
at the end of the day, and I wanted something that would more integrate with what the job already does.
Okay.
I also wanted to call to how get some games in the past had limit breaks in that same way. FFD6, in addition to having the custom limit break as a optional thing, it also had the epic move. Now, the reason I didn't go with something like a limit bar is because that's just another resource for people to track,
Right. Yeah,
and they're
because
already
that's
going to be
that's usually what
tracking
I
just
think
about
of
as
is the
is.
limit bar for most games that have limit breaks like that. That's usually what I'm thinking of.
That, and I'd have to think about how different attacks would add to that bar,
Correct. Yes. Because then you get into
and
like
how much of
the
that bar has to be. So it just to to reference Batman Forever, it just raises too many questions.
it does because looking at like Final Fantasy X is a good example for that. How many different ways were to charge your limit bar in that between each
Mm-hmm.
character individually? Where it's like some people gained it through healing, some people gained it through damage, taking damage. It depended on what they were doing or how you had it set up for them and unlock
Mm-hmm.
the limit building. So it would be a lot. You are correct.
Yeah. So instead, we just have it as they just do a busted version of what they're already doing.
Okay. And because you have 3, potentially 4 with the full buy-in, which we'll go
Mm-hmm.
over that at some point,
Yeah.
you have a lot of options for limit breaks right out the gate. So even though they're not like you said, big move, do big damage, cool ability, the fact you have 3 to 4 options of effectively, like you said, a cheat code for your character does add a lot to the game.
Yeah. But there is a catch. The one that you use lasts to the end of the encounter, and you can't switch it out.
Right. So once you pop it, that's it. But by the time you use it, because you're in SOS range, you're probably trying to finish the fight at that point anyway. It does not behoove you to continue the fight further.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, if I did a limit bar, that would just add to it, and several of the jobs already have their own custom resources as is,
Right.
and it's for that reason that I decided to go with the approach we did.
Yeah. Avoiding bloat because it would get bloated probably pretty fast if you had a resource for everything you could possibly do.
Plus, nobody could give me a straight enough answer as to why I had to do it as a bar. Besides, that's what this game did.
Right. Right.
Um, Now you can pick any 3 jobs you want. One of them gets assigned to the fast progression, one to medium progression, one to slow progression. It's on
Mm-hmm.
a 3-level stagger across 20 levels.
Yes.
We have absolutely no plans on expanding the level cap. because expanding the level cap would create other problems, especially regarding how we handle monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would, if somebody wants to introduce like epic level rules, I would rather introduce that through other mechanics beyond just number go up.
Okay.
We are more in favor of adding options than number go up.
So you're more of the parallel progression. Ow, who's hit me in the face again? Well, thank you, the observer, for the follow. Much appreciated. Um, so you're more in favor of parallel progression as opposed to vertical progression.
Horizontal is, and
Horizontal progression, yes.
I will admit taking a bit of inspiration from the horizontal design of progression that was in the Cipher system
Mm-hmm.
when I first was introduced to it through Numenera, which Numenera is an interesting beast. I've seen some people argue about whether or not it's science fiction or fantasy. In reality, it's both and neither of them. That was kind of the point.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Basically, taking Clark's Law and putting it to its furthest extreme, where the line between sci-fi and fantasy is so blurry that it doesn't exist.
Indistinguishable at best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's always a cool thing. Like Fantasy Star Universe is a good example of that, where it's a mix of fantasy sci-fi, where it's basically magic at that point.
Numenera is better described as weird fiction
Ooh, weird fiction.
because a lot of the tech is repurposed from old civilizations that have risen and fallen over the course of 1 billion years. Some of the tech, and a lot of people don't fully know how the tech works, and some of the tech is more weird than others, and some of it goes straight into Eldritch territory.
Ooh, okay. That sounds really interesting. Actually, I might have to look into this.
Yeah.
I like
It
stuff
did
like
get a
that.
PC game called Torment Tides of Numenera. That's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Um, but and that one, well, it has a class. It's not. It's one part of the whole customizable package.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the only rule when it comes to the jobs that you pick is that one of them has to be associated with your class.
Yes, I did say that, which it makes sense. You wouldn't take warrior then just go like all mage jobs. That wouldn't make much sense logically anyway.
Especially since if you're going to go with mage jobs, go with mage because mage gives you more spell slots.
Yeah, so it's a requirement, but it's almost a requirement. It's like a safety rail for new players, where it's like they might try to take something with like some weird min maxing, but it's like no, do this before your character doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
Which actually
and
on that, because I do want to kind of expand on like the sheer quantity of different jobs it is an impressively large amount going through it,
yeah,
almost like a full column by itself.
mm-hmm.
Um, and one of the things I was actually curious about is when you have this much variety, there's a lot of potential to build to a point where it's wrong. Not wrong as in like they're wrong for trying it, but you might end up with a character that tries to do everything and ends up doing nothing.
That is a
Um,
possibility.
yeah.
But at that
Um,
point, it's an out of my hands possibility.
yes. Yeah. It's almost like you've laid out a buffet of things, and it's up to you what you eat, but you're not going to possibly get able to eat all of it. So you got to pick what you're getting, right?
Yeah, and if somebody has that buffet in front of them and they just go straight to the sun to the chocolate fountain,
Yeah.
I have no control over that. It's not my problem.
Yep. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Um, it is
Um.
it is a case of nom fop,
Yep. Yep.
NMFP, not my fucking problem.
Yep. Fair
Um,
enough. Um. Which do you have any plans for expanding into any more classes? You already have a ton here, or not classes, but jobs rather. Because I imagine classes you're probably not going to make much more because you have a whole section for independent jobs even.
yeah, I have no interest in making additional classes because there would be no point.
No, this I think it covers the base range. Everything just falls into these categories, right?
And you've probably noticed that the other reason we went with four was a nod to the original four crystals.
Oh, that actually checks out a lot. Yep, I didn't even think about it, but there you go. Because you did
That
have
was
them colored. Now I think about it, because you had the warrior with yellow,
mm-hmm.
expert green, mage red, and adept blue.
Yep. Now this color setup was used in D6, and the names were used for the original for archetypes that were in early returners.
Mm,
And it was just a natural puzzle piece for us. I added in the whole representing the crystal in that thematic way. It was used a bit in D6, but they didn't double down on it like I did.
right.
Um, and the whole PCM and MCM you see with the classes, that was because I wanted to divorce the favored ability score problem.
Yes.
So, you know how some people, if they're playing a fighter, are just going to dump everything into strength and constitution.
Yep. Min maxing naturally.
Oh,
Which there's still an element of that with the what you call it, like the little packages you have opening up here between your
yeah,
like generalist, specialist, or technical, I believe are the
mm-hmm.
three.
Yeah.
Um,
And we did have ability score set up like D&D at one point, but we eventually phased that out and went with just modifier only, akin to True 20.
hmm. Which actually, it's funny you bring up D20 because I was looking
No,
at
not
this and
D20, True 20.
oh, True 20. Oh, okay. True 20 I might not
True
be familiar with.
True 20 was a D&D 3E fork that was developed by Green Ronin. And it only had 3 classes, but there was a lot of individual customization with those classes. It was fighter, mage, and expert.
Mm,
And one of the early things that I noticed about it was the fact that it completely dropped ability scores and just went straight into modifiers.
okay.
Um,
I was going to ask about
Green,
the class two job design too, because there's another one I played that was the D20 modern game specifically, where you had your base class and they went
yeah,
into like a prestige, but you were intended to only go a few levels into the base class, then always prestige because you didn't have
yeah.
enough levels to fully progress.
D20 Modern has a more modern successor these days
Mhm.
with Everyday Heroes.
Okay.
Um, we did an actual play of that using the Highlander Cinematic Adventure yesterday. It is basically taking some of the. It is a heavily modified version of the 5e rule set. It's built around some of the aspects of D20 Modern.
Mhm.
And it's the other thing that's funny when you bring up D20 Modern is having an emphasis on a talent tree rather than specified class abilities.
Mhm.
Saga Edition also had that, and I love both of those games.
Right.
D20 Modern also had the wealth check, which we have something close to that, which I'll get into. I'll get into later. But
Mhm.
there is a bit of an artifact in the fact that originally HP and MP per level were static modifiers. It's a multiplier. And the reason we did that was so that these things could catch up with the level of progression for NPCs.
Right.
Um, also having it be a multiplier means that the amount of points you put into vitality are going to have a bigger impact than just an additional 10 or 20 points.
Right.
Um, so, for example, the warrior, it's not supposed to be 10 plus vit mod; it's supposed to be 10 times vit mod.
Oh, it's a time. Okay.
Yeah,
Multiplier rather. Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
Especially since I don't want to have a situation where like first level characters can go down in a couple hits. That might work in a
Yep.
video game, but in a tabletop game, that's not fun.
Yeah.
Nobody,
And speaking of
everybody's had to deal with that GM who put the save or die bullshit.
yes, oh god, I try to avoid that in any tables I've ever run. For the most
Mm-hmm.
part, when I was a younger creature, I was mostly a player for a bit. Then I switched over to DM, and then I became a forever DM at that point.
Mm-hmm. One of us.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Once you start, no one lets do anything else. But at the same time, I think I enjoy being a DM more than a player sometimes. It's nice to just be a player, but I unironically just enjoyed running the campaigns more, to be honest. Especially because
I
everything I do is homebrew, right? I never actually
yeah.
run any
I
pre-made
naturally
campaigns.
became a forever GM, but I think it's just because I have a very leadership mentality. Um,
Hmm,
but the as you probably notice, your choice of classes, all that really is going to determine is just the chassis. Um,
right.
and it also means that every class is going to be using the ability spread differently. Uh, but then when it comes to the jobs, all that the jobs are is a collection of class features and
Hmm.
a limit break. Now, some jobs are definitely more complex than others, and I've always told people to exercise caution if you pick one of the independent jobs as your first character. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm also saying
Hmm.
you also saying enter at your own risk.
Yeah,
Uh,
because I was looking at the Kingsglaive for fun, and I was like, "That's exciting! Turn everything
mhm.
into a ranged weapon."
Yeah. Um, I mean, we do have that special exception that if you're picking both Kingsglaive and Crown's Guard, you can't do full buy-in.
Yeah, I did see that. Which full buy-in was actually very interesting because so that one because normally you get the fast, medium, slow jobs,
Hmm.
but that one you take a second medium at the hindrance of a reduced progression for magic item slots. So what was the decision behind that? What was the goal here?
So you know how some fighting games and character action games will have a simple mode? In
Mm-hmm.
some cases, they'll literally call it. It'll be either simple or easy automatic or some sort of semi-automatic mode to have a more simplified version of the controls.
Uh-huh. Yep.
It's in a similar vein because the magic item system is very complex,
Right.
as you no doubt saw. Not complex in the way that say D&D's magic item system is complex. If it's not sprawling in that sense, but there's a whole lot of potential options.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the fact that we first off we didn't want to do magic items based on location because not every game does that for one, and two it was leaning into things we didn't want to go into. Um, it is for people who want to focus more on the features and less on equipment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Um, Again, it's meant to be a simpler alternative,
Yeah, because I was
and
wondering what the logic behind
mhm,
that. Because I was
yep.
like, because I was thinking too, with most games, especially tabletops, when you get to end game progression, especially, your magic items are pretty much make or break for most of the time. How well you do in an encounter, and so I was curious how that's going to affect, especially later game. Like early game, I could see it also being pretty strong, just because you
So
have access to a whole other array of abilities at a medium progression, no less.
when you're at when you're in the teens, if you're still gonna have quite a few options,
Mm-hmm.
especially since you have the stuff you're getting from your classes, you have stuff from consumables, and you have stuff from feats.
Mm-hmm.
So even though full buy-in is simpler, it's not like you're going to be able to make a one-trick pony character. It is physically impossible to do that
Right.
because we hate the basic fighter and we wanted to avoid that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that was another thing actually I was considering because you put together the three jobs to effectively make your own
Mm-hmm.
customized job. Um, how do you feel that's going to affect with people for class fantasy, especially? Like, for example, we have for one of the adept jobs here, you have paladin. But typically, when people go in, it's like, well, I just want to be a paladin. So, what kind of advice would you have for people that are looking for that like very core fantasy concept?
I would say to think more on the theme of paladin and why they want to be a paladin. What about paladin is the appeal, and take some of those questions and interpret them within the framework
Mhm.
instead of just saying I want to be a fighter or I want to be a mage,
Right.
but think about why. So and it's funny you bring that up because I remember one person who was a very bad actor who did not belong in that conversation was trying to argue that it was a mistake that picking paladin alone does not grant white magic.
Hmm.
The reason why I did that is twofold. One, I'm not the biggest fan of half casters from a design perspective because I find them to be the worst of both worlds, and puts too many landmines in front of the class fantasy of being what's known as a gish. For those not in the trade, gish is um, design speak for characters who can do a little bit of fighty and a little bit of casty. But they're not as good as someone who's at both. And the problem is they end up with both worst of both worlds, or they have to be hyper optimized.
Mm-hmm. The unfortunate reality of a lot of hybrid characters tend to go that
Mm-hmm.
route.
And I want people to be able to make hybrid characters without compromise. In addition to that, I do not believe white magic is that key to the paladin identity, to the paladin fantasy. I think something that is more important to that fantasy is cover.
So the concept of protecting those around you idea.
Yeah, and that's what they're built more around rather than white magic.
Okay.
And because of the way we have the magic system, having a half caster would be kind of pointless because theoretically anybody can be a half caster with how we do it.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, the spell slot progression that we have is the half caster, and full would be if someone picked mage as their class.
Right.
Now, I will admit there are some jobs in here that aren't in the video games, but we made them because there were certain holes that we wanted to fill.
Okay. So what examples do we have of those?
An early example, there's at least one example in each family.
Hmm?
In the warrior family, dervish is one example.
Okay.
We wanted a speed-based sister to berserker.
Yes, I did go with that. And actually, when designing my character, I went with the dervish because I thought it was a really cool concept.
Mm-hmm. They're both on the rage concept, but I wanted to show that rage does not have to be just I would like to rage and get mad kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
And they do have the interaction of you can't rage at the same time as war trance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was something we wanted to do from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
One of them hits hard, the other one hits more. Which is why War Trance and Flurry are kind of mutually exclusive.
Yeah, I did see that because Flurry was interesting, and I noticed you couldn't do that while in War Trance, but then you kind of went through it, and I feel like you'd want to do them separately anyhow with how they function.
Mm-hmm.
Because with the War Trance, that critical failure chance going up slowly but surely would be pretty terrifying in a roll till you fail scenario.
A lot of games have the limiter for raging as you take fatigue damage, but that adds a whole new subsystem of damage, and a lot of times it ends up de-emphasizing using it for more than just a round.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, no, we're not doing that because that doesn't fit the fantasy when you see characters in fiction going into a berserker rage.
Yeah, usually they go crazy for a bit, but then like when it's done, they go back to like a normal.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, depends on which one, but I think on average that's what we usually see.
Do you know where the word berserker comes from?
I believe that is of Norse origin. It has to do with specifically the ones. I don't know the word specifically.
The word comes from an old Norse word that means bear shirt. Now, whether that's bear as in wearing bear skin or wearing nothing is up to interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Because berserkers often were high as bones.
Yeah. So didn't they drink or consume some kind of concoction that effectively caused them to hallucinate going into battle?
Yeah. Though
that was the whole thing.
And I will admit this is a flex on 4th edition. They went with the idea that berserker's rage isn't just man gets angry, but man being possessed by spirits.
That's actually kind of nice.
Which is an implication in some forms of Norse myth that they're possessed by wolf spirits.
Right.
And Although I will admit, I'm very proud of the artwork that we commissioned for like the races and jobs. The Berserker is one example. It'd be tempting to go with like a wolf pelt, but I'm like, no, let's go with a behemoth
Yeah,
head.
this actually looks really cool. I'm trying to remember because it actually comes up. I don't know. Are you familiar with Final Fantasy 14 as well?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I
okay.
was familiar with it before A Realm Reborn.
Ooh, okay. Because I came into A Realm Reborn, funny enough. So you were a little bit older than me at that point then. One of the few people around for the old days.
Yeah.
Pre
Um,
Meteor.
mhm. But
But yeah, it
and
reminds me of the one boss at the end of it was like the Heroes Trail dungeon in Shadowbringers,
mhm.
which cool
But
boss, cool
if we're
story.
gonna do the whole it's a Norse warrior that's wearing the pelts of some animal. Why not go with an animal that's unique to FF?
Mm-hmm.
Um, in a similar way, the with the dragoon design, I want to do something familiar but different. So let's do a dragoon that's themed more around a Eastern dragon,
Mm.
uh, which is definitely evident by the Guan Yu style pole arm.
Yes. Oh, it's so good.
Uh,
Yeah, that was the
but
other thing I went through here. Like all of the art for all of the characters, like all the classes and races, they
mhm.
turned out phenomenal. So kudos to you guys. Like these all look
Yeah,
great.
yeah, a lot of it was because I wanted to do things that were familiar but different. There are some jobs within Warrior that they've appeared, but we did something different with. Sniper was originally Archer, but we didn't want a name that had a certain weapon connotation.
Mm.
And Sniper is a little bit more, for lack of a better word, generic.
Right.
So we went with that.
Yep, that makes sense.
Um, Sentinel, of course, was one of the roles in FF13, but we took a different approach. They are a tanky boy, but they are a offensive defender.
Best
I am
offense is
well
a good
aware
best defense is a good offense.
I am well aware of that being a contradictory statement, but because of how Sentinel technique and Overwatch works, I think you can kind of get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they're going to be a tank, my mindset is we need to make it so that players want to be a tank instead of it being a necessity.
Yeah, because otherwise you just have a damage sponge, and it's not really the funnest to play too, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you want to actually be able to do the cool things that other characters are doing, not just I can grab aggro and get hit a lot and protect
Yeah.
people a bit.
Um, and that's because of the fact that the versatility comes from having three jobs. All of them have to be laser focused.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like for example, the knight is built all around break.
Which, so fun fact for the little character I made, just to kind of throw it out there. So the idea is I went fast dervish, medium knight, and slow magic knight.
Mm-hmm.
Because at least for I understand, so for the knight, it's on a successful attack you can use a break. Is that like that's just universal?
Yes. Um,
Okay.
mm-hmm. It
Because
is
I
a
was thinking
special
about
kind of
that.
negative condition.
Right. Because I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, what if I took a character that has like the flurry thing, and each individual attack counts as a hit, and I could just hit them with all the breaks potentially in one go.
Well, all the breaks that you have.
I have access to, yes. So like at first, I believe it was only access to two or three. But
Um,
theoretically, if I land
the,
three hits, I could land all three breaks in one turn.
yeah, the amount of breaks that you can use is based on your physical combat modifier.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and the whole swapping during downtime, I didn't want people to be overly locked into certain choices on that front. That's how you get traps. Um,
Yeah, because you might go a full like anti-mage build. It turns out, oh, there was never any magic casters here in the first place.
yeah.
Oopsie.
Um, Weapon Master has been present in certain games, but we decided to have it that they are the polar opposite to Fighter.
Okay.
They hyper focus on one particular weapon that is their focus weapon, and they just can get more out of the tags.
Oh, okay.
Uh, so, like draw
Hmm.
outs, which has been a thing with Samurai, but we didn't want to do the weapon break thing because weapon break sucks, as always sucked.
Yep. Yep.
Um, we added that the tags that they pick for their weapon generate additional effects that stack upon the effects of the tag as is.
Okay,
So,
yes, I can see that. Yeah, so
elemental, instead of doing just elemental damage, um, it screws over elemental resistances.
okay, yeah, because that would make sense. Because otherwise, you have fire element, you hit something that's resistant to fire, and you feel silly.
No, what happens is with elemental, if you add that fire weapon and you were weapon master, if um if they're resistant to fire, you're able to reduce that resistance.
Hmm.
If they're vulnerable to fire, then that vulnerability gets worse.
Oh, so it's not just punching through resistance; it's actually hindering them actively.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing about damage resistance is that it directly affects core dice instead of just being a static modifier.
Hmm.
Because if you've got DR2 in something like D&D, that's not going to matter all that much against certain spells.
Oh goodness, no.
But with our approach, damage reduction turns that many, say that same DR2 that turns certain core dice into ones. Like
Okay.
they're automatically treated as rolling ones. And vulnerability does the opposite. It maxes out those dice.
Ooh, okay.
Spiking just cancels out damage reduction.
Mm.
Uh, and now, when it comes to the expert, that has quite a few ones that weren't in the games, but we wanted to do certain things. Covert Ops is the Turks and all but name, but we built it around being the face in the crowd kind of spy,
Okay.
um, including the fact that one one bit of deep lore that we have is that the feature under 30 seconds that they have is inspired by when we watched a spy reacting to certain spy movies, and he brought up something that stuck in our head. That there's a kind of rule that that an operative should be able to don or doff a disguise in less than 30 seconds.
That is interesting. I kind of know what you mean, where it's like they're in like the back room, they've just like snuck in as one disguise, and they gotta like sneak out the other way as like a delivery man or something in the last second.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, their old disguise will be caught too easily.
And that's why disguises are going to be simple things. It's going to be like a hat or a wig or putting on or putting off different types of makeup.
Right.
Um, it's also the reason why some types of spies it'll be preferable to wear long hair, because you can do a bunch of different styles with long hair to break the silhouette,
Mm.
because that's the key thing with stealth, is breaking the silhouette.
Right. Okay.
Um, and obviously spies are going to be taking different forms. Uh, the person If there's anybody in the Turks who would most fit the covert ops job that we have, a lot of people would say like Reno or Rude or Elena. Honestly, none of them would, because all three of them stand out too much.
Uh,
Elena has too much energy. Rude is too much of a brick,
yep. Yep.
and Reno could only blend into a gang.
Yeah.
But the one who could, does in both remake and rebirth, and some of the compilation stuff, is Cisne.
Okay. Yeah. From Crisis Core. Yep. Familiar.
Mm-hmm. Because she has a very normal appear. I realize the irony, but very normal appearance. A neighborhood person appearance. She looks like somebody who you could have been next door
Yes.
neighbors
Out
with.
of uniform, you would have no idea she's a Turk or
Mm-hmm.
someone of noteworthy appearance.
Yeah. The entertainer is us fusing the dancer and bard.
Okay, because I was curious because I did notice there wasn't specifically a dancer class, but I'm like, I saw like the shock rooms and stuff, so clearly there's something in here for it.
Yeah.
With
And
performance and stuff.
keep in mind, your job or your class has no bearing on your weapon or your
Yeah,
armor.
I think in my brain I just like the fantasy from 14, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's the concept of a dancer, but also there's
Yeah.
like the singer class and stuff like that from other games.
Now, a big reason we just combined it into entertainer is one to not allow for certain bad habits,
Mhm.
like people thinking that a bard has to play an instrument. Uh, but also the fact that both of them are support-based jobs that are themed around performing acts.
They basically do the same thing in
Some
different
people
way.
tried to argue that that's not the case. One of them buffs, the other's debuffs. I'm like, that's not strong enough of a distinction.
And even that depends on which game specifically you're talking about, because they both kind of interchange sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So instead we took the approach that we did, where whether or not you want to be a buff or a debuff is up to the player, not up to the job itself.
Mhm.
Uh, Obviously, there's been general characters, but there hasn't been a general class. And it's basically the lead from the front archetype.
Okay.
The art that I had done was heavily inspired by, um, like Captain Harlock and Alex Lowe from Last Exile.
Hmm.
Uh, which is a really really good series for the early 2000s, um, and definitely scratches a certain itch when it comes to its brand of steampunk.
Right.
Um, the Mediator has been there, but it's not going to play like the Mediator in Tactics because that whole monster tamer thing we're not doing that kind of thing because of how companions work.
Yeah, because I saw you have a Beastmaster, Summoner, all that stuff. And I noticed they do operate a little differently than one would do for most tabletops, where it's not
we
just,
we didn't want someone to be managing a whole separate sheet just for the companion, but
yeah.
instead have it as an extension.
Yeah, which makes a lot more sense because, like you said, you're managing sheets, and I've played games where people like to play like a summoner archetype build, and their whole thing is I'm gonna summon as many things as humanly possible onto the field. And it's like, okay, are you gonna keep track of it?
We also wanted to allow for the fantasy of someone fighting alongside their summon.
Which is way better. I like that much
Mm-hmm.
more.
Like I'm a big fan of Chaos Legion and Astral Chain, which is basically a successor to Chaos Legion.
Yes, I'm at least aware of Astral
Was
Change. Astral
Mhm.
Change, sorry.
Yeah, Chaos Legion was a Capcom PS2 game that has a lot of DNA with Astral Chain.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the medic was a role in 13, but we decided to do it as a non-magic healer,
Mm-hmm.
um, and kind of leaned into the idea of a battlefield surgeon or medic, which you can definitely see with the art.
Oh, for sure.
Um, think I'm really proud of their triage ability, which is kind of hammering home. Don't just spam this. Use it when it's absolutely needed,
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What
because
is
it's less effective the more HP they have, or the more HP their target has, I should say.
right?
That and the more you use it, the harder it is to use.
Which makes sense because you can't triage, you know, frequently in real life either. You can only put so many bandages around something.
Mm-hmm. Um, I will note Dynamo was originally Gunner, but we changed it to Dynamo for the same reasons we changed Archer to Sniper.
Mm-hmm. Just more
And
open.
yeah, we wanted it to be a very active kind of thing that was built more around not getting hit. I think I had said at one point, I want this to be like a John Woo flick. um,
I mean, one of its abilities is literally slow mo. So yeah.
mhm. Now, now, whether or not you include pigeons when using its limit break, that's up to you. Um,
uh, yeah, because I looked at the Dynamo a little bit. This was a very interesting class that I was seeing going through
mhm,
here. Because you have you have your extra resource here with momentum points.
mhm,
Which this is like your build. This is going more along the builder spender I would typically expect from a lot of games. So it's nice to
mhm.
see you have some of that still in here for people who do like it. But you don't have to take it either, right? Like,
Yeah,
so you're not forced into that kind of role. You just take something else because there's so many
mhm.
options.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, that's why I said that each choice is going to be somewhat deliberate. if you're picking Dynamos because there's something you want to do. And when we finished it, we realized Dynamo could easily work for a lot of character action protagonists.
Yep. I mean, I look at this and like my brain is thinking like either Thancred from 14, Squall a little bit from 8. Like you're getting like big protag energy here with the quick movement and everything, right?
Yeah. Um, Obviously, gamblers have been a thing, but I wanted to simplify the whole reels concept because a lot of them just try to go a lot of games try to go literal with a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, a slot machine can have a lot of combinations, and that would result in a lot of pages,
Oh yeah.
especially since you have multiple types of reels. Which is why instead we went with the approach that we did, where you are rolling a specific type of pool of dice, but it's less of, and it's more about the combination that you get. That, and I wanted to double down on the whole they are the gambler, and a good gambler knows when to cheat,
Mm-hmm.
which is why there's stuff like blackjack or double or nothing, um,
Mm,
which is a high risk thing.
right.
Um, and
Uh,
blackjack is a case it I really is heavily inspired by Fading Suns' victory point system,
mm-hmm.
which is a roll under d20 system, but the idea is you're trying to get as close to the target number without getting over.
Interesting.
Like how with blackjack you're trying to get as close to 21 without going over and busting.
Right, right, right. Yeah, that's
So,
the attempt to get 10 or less or 13 or less for blackjack too.
mm-hmm.
It's nice it's based on the natural roll as well. Like you're not worrying about modifiers. It's just whatever you roll, that's what it is.
Yeah, and blackjack isn't a attack, so it's not like it's going along with your normal damage.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but and of course, I will admit that when it came to reels, a big inspiration was like video poker, as well as characters like Spider from Mega Man X Command Mission.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really like Command Mission.
Okay.
Um, but when it comes to when it comes to ones we introduced for say Mage, um, Cosmic Mage is basically Time Mage. We Because we were like, what's time about dropping space rocks on people?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not they don't really manipulate time; they manipulate space time,
Right.
and giving them a name that fit that was natural. Um, Arcanist has been in the games, but it's been just a black mage with additional step.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas we decided to build it around the curse system that we made.
Oh, okay. That's something different then.
You know, you incubate a curse within yourself and then pass it over to the first enemy that hits you.
So it's almost more akin to like an occultist style
Yeah,
setup, which is
occultist,
yeah,
witch, that kind of thing.
yeah, which is pretty
We
cool.
did have a bit of fun with the naming, like its limit break being everybody's grudge. That's a nod to
Tom
Tom
Berries.
Berry's.
Yep, yep. We know that one.
Um, yeah, we know that, and whenever you see that lantern, those who don't know are like, "Oh, how cute," and those who know are like, "You stay the fuck away from me."
God, yep. Yeah, I
Um,
remember my first encounter with a Tom Berry. When I got hit with everybody's grudge, I had no idea what happened except the fact someone died. That was it.
mhm.
I had to figure it out
Yeah.
later.
Um, with Black Mage, they would be described in other systems as an elementalist.
Mhm.
They're more of anybody can cast black magic, but black mages can get more out of elemental damage. Um, Necromancer, we decide to go with the skeleton companion, and we put in that sidebar of am I evil because we wanted to make explicitly clear that necromancers don't necessarily have to be evil.
Mhm.
In fact, I've run a long time ago. I ran a character who was a like this fighter necromancer hybrid, who his whole thing was that he was a bounty hunter for the Raven Queen. He it was his job to find people who broke the rules regarding death and turn them in.
Okay. Yep. For sure.
Uh, and calling it "Am I Evil?" That was us making a Diamond Head reference. We inserted a bunch of inside references and in jokes like that throughout the book.
Right.
Like the sub bar when it comes to the Bone Commander having an emissary from hell. I'm sure you're familiar with Supaida Man.
Oh yes. Oh my God. Yep.
Yeah. Um, Ravager was another FF13 rule, and instead of it just being a type of caster, we went Ravager is spell Daka. They are the magic sister to the monk.
Oh, okay. Oh
They
yeah, it's
don't.
all swift cast, spell flurry. Yep.
Yeah, they're not about casting high damage spells. They're just about casting more shit.
Mm.
Red Mage is what you'd expect. The only thing is, well, Red Mages can get access to black and white magic. They don't get additional slots for it.
Okay.
So you do have to choose what to prioritize. And Red Mage is more of a switch hitter. Originally, I was going to use the black and white magic pool that 14 has, but instead I combined them, and it's more like a scale. Like think of Red Mage's magic as
Mm.
as a scale, like the old hanging scale.
Right.
You know, you cast one, it becomes easier to cast that end, but it's harder to cast the other.
Okay.
And
So
as you
ideally,
go,
if you keep like casting into the same thing, it gets more difficult or easier.
it gets easier for the one you're casting and harder for the other one.
Okay. Oh,
Um,
that's the tip the scales to put it back in the other direction. I see. I
mhm,
see.
yeah. Um, Sage was inspired by Tella, and his whole. Oh, I remember that spell. We just went a little bit further with that. They can theoretically use any spell that's not blue magic,
Hmm.
but you have no control over what spells you're gonna get.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So you're
Uh,
literally just rolling randomly for which spell's being cast.
for which spell you end up recalling.
Okay.
Uh, you know, Scholar is for those who want to double down on casting because through Grimoire they get more slots.
Hmm.
Um, you already mentioned Summoners. Summoner works akin to the way Summoners work in the MMOs. You know, their summon is a companion because I didn't want to do the summons the way they are in like the 2D games where it's just a Uber spell.
Right. Yep.
Like if you have Rydia cast have Ifrit summoned, it's just that it may as well just be fire rank 4.
Right. Yeah. No, I do prefer that as well. Because fighting alongside like summons or companions is always the cooler fantasy.
Yeah.
Like
And
by
well,
far.
in Dissidia, when Yuna showed up, we basically got that.
Hmm.
Uh, and we did go with a wide list when it came to the Eidolons. Some of the ones we wanted at least one representing each element. Um, there are some that we didn't use just because they would be stepping on other toes. Um, like as much as I like Garud, as much as I like not Garuda, but Pandemonium, for instance, just for how weird it looks.
Right.
It's still a wind type. Um, Something like Arc, we did. It's just gonna be it's still gonna be shadow damage, and we have that with Diabolos. The one type of spell from the FF series that we didn't put in is the gravity spells.
Just because the percentage health thing would be a bit annoying to calculate how to deal with it.
It with the way we scale spells, it doesn't work
Right.
because a lot of the spells are scalable, especially at low level.
Hmm.
And having to do that with gravity would involve messing with percentages at each tier, and it wasn't worth it.
No, it's too complicated, especially when you have, like you said, like 9 ranks of spells and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like how
Especially
it'd be so precise for like a few percent each time. but it would be really, really huge later game, right?
Yeah, and it's not worth it.
No.
So instead, Diabolos is our representative for shadow damage,
Okay.
and that's doubling down on the title that he had in 8, the Lord of Nightmares.
Yep.
Uh,
Fair enough.
mhm. Yokai is a weird case.
Yeah, this one was actually really cool going over it, where it's you transform into basically the summons.
Yeah. Originally, this was going to be the controllable summon a la 10,
Mm-hmm.
but the, then I looked at the design of the Yokai Asterisk in Bravely Default, and I saw how Yoko looked like a fusion between a normal woman and a kitsune.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, I think they were going for the Kyubi. Um, and it put the idea in my head to do that, as well as I was watching a buddy of mine streaming Bloody Roar, and that, along with Digital Devil Saga, which we were talking about, um, put this idea in my head, and I was like, that's the approach we take. The yokai is channeling the eidolon through their own body, much akin to. And in voodoo, there's a concept known as the cheval, which is usually some sort of spiritualist that is using their own body as a medium to commune with like ancestor spirits or the like.
Right.
Um, it's in a similar principle. So the art that you see here would be like a yokai of Ifrit.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I can
then
see that.
16 did the whole thing with the dominance, and I'm like,
Yep. They were like, "That's a great
what?
idea. Let's do that."
Yeah. And I have to keep telling people we didn't know 16 was going to do that. We weren't inspired by 16.
Yeah. If anything, though, it's a great coincidence and tie-in by a complete accident, but it works.
Conversion creativity is the word Zan likes to use for it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and I mean, but like even the concept of like transforming into a some kind of spiritual creature, like channeling it through you. It's like it's not like it's a new concept. Like even 16 did not invent this or anything, right? Like
yeah.
this is an ancient
Yeah.
concept.
When it comes to adept, this was the art for the adept was the hardest one for my artist to figure out what I meant, because I
Mhm.
wanted it to be a fusion of elements between the other three classes.
Right. Sword,
And
staff. Yeah.
yeah, they finally got it when I showed the hexafusion art meme. If you're familiar with that,
I don't think I am. Look it up. Hex
um,
fusion me.
yeah, also known as triple fusion.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean. Where you're just like you have a whole bunch of different or similar characters in a big circle, effectively pointing towards what you want at the end.
Hmm.
I see.
Uh, yeah, then they finally got it, and um, when it comes to the adepts, there was some pushback against this early on, because we put Geomancer as an adept and not a mage, with
Right.
the argument being they were mages in 5. Once again, that's one game. That's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, I was like, Geomancers aren't casters. And if we did them as a caster, we would have to make a spell list for them. And no matter what, you're only going to be using less than half of that spell list at any given point.
Right.
Because not only would I have to make a spell list, I'd have to make an individual spell list for each potential environment.
Yeah, because you have whole geotrans types, and there's a whole list of stuff here just for that in general,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the environment.
Yeah, and it's for that reason that we um, didn't do that.
Right. But it is nice because it gives them their own unique thing. Because otherwise, like as a caster, you would think, well, what would they do? It's like they get enhancements to earth magic, I guess, which isn't a
Yeah.
very well defined class when you have other ones that are like elementalists who could just do that via elements.
Hmm.
So it gives it a lot more of a unique class or job identity, I suppose, would be
Yeah.
the way to put it.
It also allows us to do something unique with the 2d10 roll that they have.
Mm,
Uh, your roll, you're making the roll based on the rank, and that's going to determine how well it does.
right.
Um, if you roll doubles, you get a little extra. So they're able to be offense and defense. Um, Illusionist is another one I'm fond of. They are because illusionist has been a thing in the form of like green magic in 12,
Mm-hmm.
but I wanted to double down on that. And what's the best way to do that when you're not using a map? Well, the solution that we came up with was you activated my trap card.
Interesting. Okay. True doesn't fail, which delays the effects of the spell until activated by a trigger of your choosing. Okay, so it's very much open to interpretation of what makes sense for the spell for the triggers, I assume.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know how there's the whole delayed action of I'm holding this action until that person moves or that person attacks or whatnot.
Yep.
That's the principle it goes with.
Okay.
Um, it wasn't until after we finished writing it out that we realized it could be reinterpreted as a psychic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, I do remember some people going, "Why didn't you give a spell list to Magic Knight?" I didn't see the point.
No, because I looked at Magic Knight and actually it's pretty dope, but most of it is just infusing the weapon you have with your extra magic stuff. Like you don't need a spell list on top of it. You could have a spell
Yeah.
list to use the infusion a bit more efficiently,
Mm-hmm.
but like you said, it's more of an addition to a already existing mage class if you even wanted it.
Yeah,
Because at least as
it's
far as I
somewhat an
understand, could you use infusion with scrolls?
um that is some, in my opinion, that is something that's going to be up to GM interpretation.
Okay.
If you asked me as a GM, my answer would be yes,
Okay.
because my co-writer and I, Xanatrix, who both of us have the unfortunate problem of being similar people, i.e., we know how to push each other's buttons. We we really love Raw Minus, and we use that as part of our design philosophy regarding balance.
Mhm.
Um, are you familiar with the Brawl Minus mod for Smash Brothers Brawl?
Brawl minus. Oh God, I do not know that one actually.
So Brawl had some balancing problems,
Mm-hmm.
to say the least. Anyone who played Meta Knight when I was running Brawl tournaments would immediately have to drink a bottle of bacon soda.
Oh dear God. I'm guessing because he's so broken. Oh, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meta Knight was the most broken character from Brawl, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. So there was a mod that was made called Brawl Plus that tried to nerf a lot of the OP stuff. Then someone decided to make another mod in response called Brawl Minus that instead of nerfing all the OP stuff, just made everyone OP.
Oh, well, we love that. Why nerf when you can just buff everyone else?
Yeah, if everyone's OP, nobody is.
Yep. Yep. Love that.
Because when we finished writing the Arcanist job, we came to a realization that Arcanist would combo very nicely with Fencer.
Spencer back here. So.
Because Fencer is built around I challenge you to a duel.
Mm-hmm.
Their taunt is basically they single somebody out, and both the target and themselves get bonuses for attacking each other and penalties for attacking anyone else.
Okay.
And the Arcanist wants to get hit.
Right. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. So it's you can kind of build a thorn curse build if you would.
Yes. Um, and obviously, now when it comes to some of the others in Adept, Blue Mage is a unique case because
Mm-hmm.
with a lot of these spell systems, you have to use spells. You have to use your slots. Think of
Right.
them less like the D&D spell slots and more like equipment slots just for spells.
Hmm.
The exception to this is Blue Mage. Any blue magic spell that they know, they can use. Grab a cushion, because here's where the butt comes in.
Okay.
You're not getting spells by leveling up with Blue Mage.
Right. Yeah. I'd assume you have to either get hit by them traditionally or learn them from witnessing them, right?
Yeah, you either get hit with them and get the um or you can use Libra and use a knowledge check to learn them. And as an aside, I am proud of the fact that we have the not that knowledge is a separate kind of skill instead of having knowledge and then having a different knowledge skill for each individual subject.
Hmm.
That just leads to skill bloat, and I'm not a fan of that.
Right. Yeah. Having like 10 different knowledges, you'll have to slowly trickle up as like a scholarly character. It just burns all your skill points usually.
Especially since that's not how people learn skills anyways.
No, there's a lot of like a lot of if you're reading some books, you're probably also reading other books as well.
Like that and if when it comes to say somebody who's somebody who's watching a bunch of anime will have some rudimentary understanding of the Japanese language with enough time.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying they're going to be fluent, but there are certain things that they're going to pick up just
Like yeah,
from
just the
having
silly
repetition.
word, the meme words, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and picking up Japanese wordplay
Right.
because it's fun. Um, and I will admit, when it comes to that percentage thing, you also see that with Dark Knight, with how we did Soul Eater. It doesn't take out a percentage. You're adding an additional damage die, but whatever you rolled on that additional damage die, you're taking.
Hmm.
So could you do a D12 die right out of the gate with it? Yeah. If you roll high on that, you're taking 12 damage, and you can't reduce that damage.
Oh, yeah, that would do it. That if depending on your build, you might be dead round one of your own design.
Mm-hmm. But at that point, that's a you problem.
That is indeed a skill issue.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to the independent jobs, as I mentioned before, those are our advanced ones.
Hmm.
Um, and I don't recommend people pick those for their first. I'm not going to stop you if you do, but you have been warned.
Right.
When it comes to the art, this was a different artist, and this kind of happened by accident. Um, I had commissioned a few artists on a particular concept to design a Sid, but a Sid that was having elements of um, Sidolphus Orlandu from Tactics,
Hmm.
Sydney from 15, Sid from 14, and and Sid from 7.
That is a range.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why that'd be complicated.
Yeah, and this was this was the one that won out with the best design. I commissioned it as a black and white design, but later on they sent me a color design because they really liked how it came out.
Right.
You know, because basically a character is a mix of engineer, sword saint, and and dragoon.
Hmm.
You know, because the Sid in 7 is a damn dragoon. I'm
Oh, for
not
sure.
going to
Yes.
hear word one otherwise.
Nope. You were 100% right. He might be an engineer
Uh,
in trade, but in combat, he is 100% dragoon.
mm-hmm. And I have a bit of a theory regarding Sidolphus with in Tactics. I wonder if he was inspired by El Cid. Um,
Yes. If you could explain for those of us who
El
don't know.
Cid, aka El Campeador,
Okay.
which was the honorific he was given, was a Castilian knight known as Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar,
Okay.
who he became something of a folk hero in Spain. Um, was also known as El Said when he fought as under the Muslim armies around that time. he would become this legendary figure in the history of Spain. And during a Fate campaign, during one of the times I ran or was in Fate campaigns, I had summoned El Cid as a saber class servant. Uh, because everybody was summoning very obvious characters or characters from the show. I wanted to go somewhere different, as you saw.
Right, for sure.
But Astrologian is very much like the Astrologian in 14.
Hmm.
I had to work around it a little bit because I didn't want to actually introduce a card mechanic, like an actual
Hmm.
playing card mechanic, so we just use a D12 instead.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because a D20 would have too many options, and anything other than and it was the closest thing we could get to a suit of cards. So that's why we went with it, and it is using a special die pool, but the D12 is meant to be like a hand of cards.
Right.
Uh,
Well, it's your spread, right? Like it's
mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah, if somebody wanted to replicate this with a playing card deck, they could. All that I would advise is just to take out the jokers and the queens. Um, and then
Okay.
you could just use it that way.
Right. Okay.
Uh, Now, Chocobo Knights is another one where the concept has been in the games,
Hmm.
but
It's
not
never
not.
really been used for player characters,
Yeah,
especially.
I mean, you had Judge Master Sid in Tactics Advance if you grinded enough to actually get him.
Right.
You had the Jose Chocobo Knights in 10, and we saw an unused concept art of a knight with a lance on a chocobo for FF11. Because
Hmm.
when we did research, we looked at everything, not just say the mainline games, but the side stuff, watching and reading behind the scenes stuff and interviews and looking at cut content.
Right.
That's how we learned that 9 at one point was going to have the job system.
Which they unfortunately bailed on, but at the same time, I kind of get it. They want to identify the characters very specific, right?
And as far as why they bailed on it, there can be all manner of reasons.
Right.
You dig enough in game development, you will see that the cutting room floor is thick
Oh, yes, I
with stuff
believe
that
that.
got dropped.
Yep,
Uh,
for sure.
so because of that, there's no one true reason why something got cut. Um, but I distinctly remember saying, I want to see a lance charge on chocobos, damn it.
Yeah, but speaking of being on chocobos or any mount, my curiosity is how do mounts work in this game? Because it shows that they're not technically companions in the sense of like the summoner.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but as someone I've obviously other tabletop games have mounts on them, and they are always dreadfully underwhelming.
You know how we have it that companions are an extension of the character?
Uh huh.
Same principle.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter whether your mount is a chocobo, whether it's a Magitech thing, whether it's a walker, whether it's one of the crazy ass mounts you see all over the place in 14.
Hmm.
The end result is still the same.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Was there individual stats for it that changed depending on
No,
the creature? Okay, cool. That makes sense then.
we didn't want to do that because that's adding bloat,
Yep, the number tracking fun.
and it would distract from the agnosticism.
Hmm.
Um, Exorcist we stole from Bravely Default. Uh, we just doubled down on the whole undo and redo concept.
Okay.
It can be really nuts if somebody knows what they're doing with it, but it's an adept. Um, like Exorcist and Guardian are from Bravely Default. Gunbreaker is obviously the Gunblade class, but as you no doubt saw, we are very specific about what counts as a gun arm for it.
Mm-hmm.
The only things that count are cases where the gun mechanism is enhancing a melee attack.
Right. Which
So,
it makes sense, like because obviously with the art you have this, but even in games we've seen different versions of it. Even in 14, where the Garleans, like Nero literally has a gunbreaker hammer like this.
we took the hammer from the gun hammer from Monster Hunter, but
Ah,
I'd also learned about the Festival of the Exploding Hammers in Mexico.
that sounds amazing. I don't know what it is,
Yeah,
but it sounds incredible.
in San Juan de la Vega, there's a celebration of San Juanito, who's kind of a folk hero for that region,
Hmm.
a Robin Hood-esque kind of folk hero. And in celebration, people will take like little firecrackers and tape them to hammers and then hit the ground.
That's incredible.
Uh,
Used to do that as a
then
kid with little bottle cap things, but
yeah,
hey, glad
and then
there's a reason for it.
some engineer YouTuber decided to have some fun with it and made a custom hammer that has a spot for a squib. Uh, Squib is the type of blanks that are used in film.
Hmm.
To create the effect of a gun firing without actually firing.
All right, yep, yeah. I know, like there's like kids versions of it where like they're little rings with like little white powder
Yeah,
pockets or
cap
whatever.
guns.
Yeah, cap guns. Similar
Mhm.
concept, but the adult version.
Yeah. Um, Magitech Knight almost got cut.
Magitech Unite.
Originally, it was going to be akin to the Magitech platforms in 6, but we
Okay.
made it work within our goals. And then I looked at what we did with Weapon Master. I'm like, why don't we do that with armor? Magitech Knight is the armor master. Think less of FF6 as Magitech Knight and think more of custom power armor.
Hmm. Okay.
Uh,
Oh yeah, because you
so
have all the tags here. You're getting benefits from them.
yes,
Okay.
they, they get more out of their armor and they get their own shield system.
Right.
Uh, and of course which of course they can customize. Um, and think things like merchant. There's been merchants throughout the game, but this was one of the gag concepts that I had of the guy who's just got all this stuff, and this is where we also gave things like throwing Gil,
Yep. There you go. Gil Rain,
uh,
of course. Gil Toss.
mhm, as well as being better at. They're the masters of our acquisition system.
Yeah,
Uh,
because you have a whole unique loot system built in. You're not just like going by a weight capacity and picking up everything you can carry or throwing on a cart. You have like a whole specialized inventory system for rewards,
mhm,
which is very interesting. Which I'm very curious how that works in full.
yeah, which you have the wealth check equivalent in both Gil and Treasure.
Right.
You're rolling those as stats against a target number, but you have a kind of MP like resource for this sort of thing that you can spend to boost the roll or save a failed roll. If you do the latter, it modifies the roll on a 2-to-1 ratio,
Hmm.
whereas it's 1-to-1 if you do it beforehand.
Okay.
Uh, there's some items are going to require the two types of rolls are either Gil or Treasure, and Treasure could be reinterpreted for to emulate some of the unique currencies you see in say 14 for certain items, things like the tomestones
Hmm.
or just any sort of Algen tech. Like how you needed those Algen tomestones in order to get special equipment.
Right. Right.
Um, that's what you that can be used with treasure because treasure is usually the more rare things, whereas Gil is for standard kind of things.
Mm.
Uh, the the merchant just can use it more efficiently than others.
Right.
Uh, the mimic originally we weren't going to do it until I realized I could have mimic as the pocket pick, uh, where they're not mimicking the enemy, they're mimicking allies.
Okay. That's a very curious setup actually for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I would have assumed the other way around. a la Ditto, but for your own allies, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
That lets you really double down on certain mechanics that are pretty strong.
Hmm. It also means that this is also why things like Squire and Mimic are going to be a little bit more advanced, because how effective you are at using it is going to depend on the party composition.
Mm-hmm.
Squire is just going to support people based on what their classes are. The Mimic is going to be is going to need an understanding of what everyone else can do, because that's going to determine what they can do, in addition to all the stuff that they're going to do from their other jobs.
Right, right.
You know, um, and Spirit Master is akin to Spirit Master in Bravely Default. It's just that they're not about buffing and debuffing. They're more about shifting these things around.
Oh, you transfer positive or negative conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
So
also
somebody says,
interesting.
"Aha! I cast haste on myself. Wait, why am I still at normal speed?"
Gave it the old yoink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. And obviously, when it comes to equipment, we went over weapons. Armor works a similar way, but it only has metatype. It has metatype template and tags.
Mm-hmm.
It just has a different set of them. Um, if somebody wanted to make the hybrid weapon, like say Lightning's weapon, that would be a magic item. We have a magic item enhancement specifically for that.
Okay.
You know, you have consumables. Consumables take up slots. During adventuring, you don't they don't run out, but you lose whatever consumables in that slot at the end of the adventure.
Yeah, I actually saw that. It was interesting how it worked, where you don't just use them once and that's it,
Mm-hmm.
which I thought was kind of cool. It
The
means
big
you're not
reason we
carrying
did that,
around 400 potions.
yeah, the big reason we did that is we wanted to avoid what I call the rainy day paradox.
Where you have them and you're like, oh, going to use them when they're important. Like this elixir that's in my inventory. I'll use it when it's an important fight. And it's like, it's a tough fight. It's like, wow, what if I need it for later?
What if you need it for later? He says at the end of the story.
Yep, final boss. I might need to use this high potion tomorrow. So, I know it's the final boss and all, but like, what if there's more? And I use it and then I die
Yeah,
tomorrow, right?
and this is where the chemist can shine, because the chemist is the item master. Since not only can they use, the big thing about them is that they have more slots for consumables, and they have mix.
Yes, I saw you had like a whole giant chart thing for mixing consumables.
Um, no,
Was it not?
I don't.
What was I seeing
Some
then?
10 had that.
Right,
I
right,
do have
right.
a lot of
I
consumables.
think it's what my brain processes. Like, oh yeah, you can just do mix like 10 and just have like an obnoxious number of possibilities.
FF Now third edition returners did that, and it was this massive ass chart, and I was like, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I
So all
understand
that
that.
mix does is just lets you use two consumables in one action.
Oh, okay. That's much simpler.
Um, the only limitation is that they have to be at the same tier.
Okay, so you can't use like a lesser and a greater. It's got to be either two lessers or two graders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh, which is going to put a limitation on what you can do. But right out of the gate, you're getting 4 additional consumable slots, and these are of any tier that you'd normally have access to, which at the start means that they can be lesser or greater.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, the additional slots is kind of akin to the additional spell slots that the scholar gets.
Mm-hmm.
It's a similar principle.
So for this, then for the slots, do you like as you progress and get access to higher ones? Would you be able to move those slots around then?
Um,
So if they start as only able to be greater lesser, would you be able to like shift them from those into like the higher tiers?
yeah,
Okay.
because the alchemist pouch ones, the only thing that it is the highest tier that you have access to.
Hmm.
You're going to be able to access higher tiers as you level up.
Okay.
Uh, and then putting in things like auto item and the like, it would be very easy for them to be a carpet bomber.
Yeah. Grenades
Uh,
everywhere. Love it.
uh, I will admit taking a little bit of notes from one of the characters from Gunsmith Cats, whose combat strategy is throw all the grenades. Um, and for that reason, we have a bunch of different ones. I am glad that when it came to the spell list, we put them in subcategories instead of just one big ass list.
Right.
That was a quality of life thing. Um,
Yeah, that's one thing about magic systems is they tend to just throw all their spells in there alphabetically, which
mhm.
for the sheer scale and number is a horrendous way to organize.
Yeah, and there's a lot of those concepts of we're doing things out of frustration or response to what other people were doing.
Right.
Um, when it comes to summoning, um, obviously we talked about how it works with eidolons and yokai.
Hmm.
Yokai is the only job you can take more than once.
Oh, because you can be a yokai for different eidolon slash summons.
Mhm.
I see.
The it was overlooked in this beta, and it's going to be in the final version, but you can only have one yokai form active at a time.
Yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense. I feel like that would probably be assumed at most tables, but yes, I see that.
Mm-hmm. And the two hardest ones to actually design were Eden and Knights of the Round. Eden almost got cut
Ooh, okay.
until I looked at Eden's portrayal in 14 and I started to figure out an angle,
Hmm.
which is they are a non-elemental magic type of approach.
Right.
Uh, and Knights of the Round, I was trying to figure out how to do that, and then I decided to go with this idea of building to a crescendo. Hence the crescendo kind of thing that they have, because that was the vibe I was getting when I looked back at the Knights of the Round summon.
Oh, where it's like you progressively attack, do different attacks as you go up to a big finisher.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimate end. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because each of the attacks is specifically meant to be its own kind of unique, crazy powerful ability.
Yeah, and I Odin was a relatively easy one to do. The only thing we didn't do is the whole chance of auto kill because that is that should be exceptionally rare.
Yeah, and Santitsuken, there it would be.
I mean, the only one of the only guaranteed KO kind of abilities we have is some of the stuff for samurai, and that's depending on RNGesus and the death spell.
Yeah,
And death is a rank 9 spell.
yeah. Which actually, talking about death, I know in here there's like a little thing you have for KOs are usually what happens in an encounter, so you're just knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
Um, would you suggest, even with the system, like keeping, because death is usually a pretty big part in tabletops, I find, and it can be a very impactful moment. So, would you suggest keeping death out of this style of campaign, like these campaigns, or adopting because you are statically in place for combat? So when things try to hit you, you're probably just getting hit. So I can see the benefit of a KO. Um,
There are ways to mitigate that. There are ways to mitigate that.
mhm,
Um, that by default, anyone can either dodge or parry or
mhm.
tank it.
Right,
Which are a risk reward thing. Like if you for example with dodge, if you succeed, then you don't take the hit. If you fail, you take the hit and you don't get the bonuses from your armor.
right,
Um, parry is if you succeed, you're able to auto counterattack. If you fail, again same thing. Um, and this is where that kind of ties into how Berserker and Dervish work, because when a berserker is raging, um, they cannot um, they cannot dodge.
Mm-hmm. And then dervish cannot parry when they're in their trance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess I'm thinking about this from like a role playing narrative kind of scenario, right?
And
Where
when
when
it
someone
comes
goes down in
to that,
combat,
yeah,
right?
when they go down, obviously there's the KO thing. If somebody, as far as the whole death question, I honestly feel that's something that's better decided by the table rather than by me,
Mm-hmm.
rather than by me as a designer.
Okay. So then putting the knockout in there is like this is an option for people who are concerned about their characters just getting killed off by
Hmm.
poor luck.
Yeah,
So it's an option for the table to use, more or less.
and I know some people romanticize the whole poor luck and the save or die stuff, but I looked at that as code.
Yeah, you're
Uh,
kind of right. Like it's a
it's
thing. It depends on the moment, right? Like it's when a character dies to just bad luck, nobody really feels good about it. I mean, when your character dies, I don't think anyone really feels great about it either. To be entirely
but
fair.
there's also the fact that when your character dies, you are effectively being taken out of the story,
Hmm.
and that person at the table's got fuck all to do.
Yes, true.
Um, the only way I would only be strict about character death, and that's in the traditional sense. If the person who's out of the story can have some kind of input, like when I was playing Rainbow Six Siege in its earlier days, I don't play as much anymore because one, um, Ubisoft can fuck off, and two, I wasn't enjoying how things were progressing.
Right.
Uh, but if you get killed off in a match in Rainbow Six Siege, you can still contribute by giving people tells as far as what's going on the map.
Hmm.
So you still have a purpose.
Yeah, you're not just in spectator mode for the whole thing.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I
And
can kind of understand that then.
yeah, um, and I will admit having a bit of fun with Gilgamesh when it came to these summons.
Woo. Oh yes, we love Greg,
Hmm.
our favorite.
And it's funny that even though he's named after the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh's design is always more akin to Musashi Benkei. I mean, think about it.
Oh,
His
was
primary weapon when he first showed up is a naginata.
hmm
You fight him on a bridge,
it's
and
literally the
he
whole legend. Yeah.
yeah, his appearance looks more like a kabuki actor,
Hmm.
and his exaggerated speech is something that you would see from, well, a kabuki actor.
Yeah, I almost wonder if the reason they didn't just name him Benkei or something along that lines is just for like global market.
I think it's also the fact that FF just cribs from any and all mythologies that they can get their hands on.
That's true.
Like the monster Ahriman is the name of a type of demon in Persian myth. Um, for this the same reason that Shiva is not in FF is not a creator destroyer, but the goddess of ice.
Yeah, fair enough.
Hmm. I've heard some theories that it was a mistranslation of Shiver, which is a type of ice nymph in some mythologies,
Hmm.
or a type of ice spirit. I could see it, but I think it was somebody playing puns.
Yeah, because also there is a thing where a lot of the names in here are from lore, like Gilgamesh, for example, like lore that doesn't necessarily fit the name initially.
Mm,
So I can see where the mistranslation concept would come from, but like you said, just play on the name Shiva, Shiver, cold.
mm-hmm. I will admit with Cerberus, we didn't want to use it at first, but because Cerberus only appeared as a summon once, and the whole double and triple thing, we don't have that in the same way.
Hmm.
Then I was playing Devil May Cry 5, and I got to the fight with King Cerberus, and I'm like, All right, that's how we'll do it.
Yep, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bahamut. When we put that in, we only wanted to use one Bahamut. We weren't going to do Neo, Zero, or anything like that.
Yeah, fair. Otherwise, it would get a little
And
bit
mm-hmm.
unnecessarily complicated.
and the big part about him is fuck you and fuck your armor.
Just pure piercing all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
True damage. We love it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and when it comes to magic, um, normally with normally with spells you get them by leveling up, obviously except for blue mages. But as you saw, we have a lot of different magic types and some
Oh
alternate
yeah.
forms of casting. And more in particular, our magic system is not exactly fire and forget.
Mm-hmm.
You have to roll to make the cast.
Right.
Um, and this is where MP comes in because we don't each spell doesn't have an MP cost per se. We decided to standardize MP spend. And it's higher level spells have higher rank spells have a higher TN to cast, and instead the approach we're taking with is you can blow your MP to cast that one spell, but on the other hand you've blown your MP.
Mm-hmm.
You have to spend one MP as a buy-in, and then you use the casting roll to determine if you actually cast it.
Okay.
You can spend additional MP to boost the casting roll on a 1-to-1.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more of how much do you want to safely spend? Because is it possible that you could spend 27 MP and automatically cast it no matter what rank it is? Yeah.
But that goes 27 MP.
Mm-hmm.
When maybe you only have like 30.
Yeah. And then you're gonna have to spend a whole action recovering your MP, and while you're doing that, you're a sitting damn duck.
Right.
So, so
Yeah. So
again, risk reward.
theoretically, early on, are you able to cast like as high a level as you can just pump out for MP then?
No, you are capped off by the rank. So
Okay.
if you've got first circle in Black Mage, the highest rank you're going to be able to cast is first rank.
Okay.
Now, if you have certain consumables, those are the exception. But things like spell scrolls are set.
Okay. So you still have your quote unquote spell level gain or
Hmm.
spell rank, as it were,
Yeah.
based on your magic casting class.
Hmm.
But within the range you have, you can just shimmy it from, like, for example, like the stone spell here. You have the full breadth of up to ninth level for that one spell, just
Hmm.
doing more or less damage,
Yeah,
or
because
whatever
we want
effect thereof.
one of the design principles we had is we wanted fire to not be replaced by Fira or Firaga,
Mm-hmm.
because that tends to happen in the video games and tends to happen in
Yes.
other games. Like if you're
Eventually, you
if
get the
you
higher rank spell, and your old ranks just suck, and they're pointless. Why
and
would you ever
that's
use them?
yeah. So then you just get a spell you're not using. With us, the approach is that you'd use Fira or Firaga because they have a wider AoE, but they are not as flexible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and bec- and because of now there are a couple exceptions to that. One of them is of course the innate casting. Blue magic and ninjutsu are innate exclusively. Um, depending on abilities and setup, other spells can be cast as innate, and they will say so if they're that.
Mm-hmm.
Innate casting does not cost MP, but you roll the d20 as if you're rolling the casting roll, and whatever you roll is going to determine what the rank is.
Okay.
So they're cheaper to use, but you're paying an RNGesus, and you can't necessarily you can spend MP, but all innate spells cap at 6, or
Mm-hmm.
the base ones. The other ones are a different matter.
Right.
Um, like you can spend 1 MP to increase the casting roll. You can spend 3 to increase the rank. You can spend 3 to add a meta magic feat, and that's the other thing. Meta magic feats, anytime you apply them, they increase the effective level by 1.
Hmm. Okay.
So
So
you
you would
have
have
to
to
apply them at
cast
spell
the
time.
higher amount of MP for it.
Yeah. So if you have it, and that so if you're doing a first rank spell and you apply 1 meta magic feat, as far as the TN is concerned, it's treated as second rank. You can
Hmm.
still cast it, but you have to pay more.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty fair. It's effectively how it works for like D&D is it counts as a higher level spell slot, right? So it's
Hmm.
not an unusual concept.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the spell slot system, also known as Fancy and Magic. I
Yeah.
wasn't when I started,
I also
and
don't
that
like
makes
it,
me.
and it's why I avoid spellcasters in D&D a lot.
Oh, the big problem I have with it is that I have no justification for it. Like, why is it in the setting, in the world, what have you?
Oh, for this one, yeah. I understand why it's in D&D canonically, but for here, like everyone uses mana to just throw whatever they want out, right? Like it's
Well, even in D&D, I don't have enough of a reason beyond it's an inheritor from the days of chainmail and its predecessors. That and the fact that Gygax and Arneson were fans of Jack Vance, but that is not a in-universe reason as to why.
right.
Like within the world or universe of D&D as it's trying to go with, why does Magic need to have that? Why do wizards need to prepare their spells in that world?
Because the god of magic said so.
And
That's literally the reason.
unfortunately that's not sufficient.
No, I understand. It's the whole nonsense with the weave, but it's like, well, then why did they write the weave this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
They wrote the weave to justify the magic system, not the other way around.
Whereas in something like Warhammer, you know why you have to make the kind of rolls that you do, because messing with magic or messing with psyker abilities is playing with literal and figurative fire.
Yep,
Sometimes both.
yep, because you could be, just throwing a fireball from the warp and out comes a demon on accident. That can just
Mm-hmm.
happen. So you got to be really careful with that.
Mm-hmm. And they make it very clear how dangerous magic is, and the systems that are in like Warhammer Fantasy or the 40k RPGs are reinforcing the fact that magic is fucking dangerous.
Yep, I had a friend who played a psyker for Dark Heresy campaign, and unfortunately, very early on, he rolled extraordinarily poorly and became an unbound daemon host, like
Mm-hmm.
very early for us. So we had no choice but to flee and get bailed out by the Inquisitor. There was
Mm-hmm.
nothing we could do.
Yeah, but of course the other exception is high magic. Um,
Do
these are the only kind of spells that you're not going to get by leveling. You have to get them through grimoires or as a quest reward or something like that.
okay.
Um, we did this to kind of reflect how at the end of late game side quests you get those high level spells. So that's what that's for.
Okay.
And
Is that what these
as
like
far as
gold boxes are for
yeah,
these? Okay.
those are to reflect that those are high magic. Anything with a minimum rank of 8 or 9 is high magic.
Ah, I see. Yep. Then you have the
Mm-hmm.
early, the later ranks here. Okay, that makes sense now.
Mm-hmm. Um, and I re- you'll notice that with the one of the things I wanted to do is to have magic be very straightforward instead of having spells that are whole paragraphs of effects.
Oh, I noticed that right away. Not having to read a novel to cast prestidigitation is delightful.
Mm-hmm.
Just this is what it does.
And
Area
if I'm being honest, something like what would be considered cantrips, I would just do those as normal skill checks.
at that point, yeah, because magic. It's also a thing I think in Final Fantasy universes. Magic is like a very open concept where
Mm-hmm.
it's like you said, pretty much anyone can theoretically just learn it.
Yeah.
Where in
Um.
D&D it's meant to be special, even if as player characters we know it's kind of not, because every player character can be a ninth level spellcaster by the end.
Yeah.
In the universe, most people have no idea how to do anything.
Mm-hmm. But a big reason why Now, I will admit that the symbols thing that you see with the spells, that was something that one half of the graphic design part of the team, Nami, had put in, and I appreciated.
Hmm.
Um, I obviously some spells like the variable ones are going to work a bit weirdly, but all that the different ranges of ranks, that was inspired by the cipher system, because of the way it handles D20 rolls,
Hmm.
of kind of a sliding TN approach, and we have something similar. So there's no reason to have like Fire 2, which is just fire but better, when
Right.
we can just have it as fire and do what it does here. Uh, Same thing applies when it comes to buffs and debuffs. Uh, we put it on a round system, but we wanted to make it that that time is important with it, which is why you see some abilities that can mess around with duration of effects.
Hmm. Like number of rounds lasted, such like that. Okay.
Hmm.
Resistances.
Yeah. Now, I will note when it comes to resistances, there is a kind of order of operations on how they work, uh, as well as the fact that that there is an optional elemental relationship if somebody wants to go with that,
Right.
but that's based on the um table.
Yeah,
Um,
because I had seen the elemental counterparts section. I was curious how that really functions in here.
it's more of a guideline,
Hmm.
um, but it doesn't automatically mean that somebody who has fire is automatically going to be weak to ice. That's that's where the NPC creation system comes in.
Right.
Uh, but I already mentioned damage reduction, which minimizes the thing. If it's an
Right.
X, damage reduction is basically infinite for that type.
Okay.
Vulnerability is the opposite. Damage spiking is basically an armor piercing effect. Um, Damage protection is a unique case. It doesn't mess with the die. It just means you've got to roll out when doing an attack with that would trigger it. You've got to roll this amount or higher, or you automatically miss.
Oh, okay.
And that's the natural roll. You can't if you roll 10 but got a bunch of bonuses to get it to 15, but they have like DP 11, it still counts as a miss.
Okay. I did notice there was a lot of things involving natural dice, especially where you're not worrying about any of the modifiers.
Hmm.
I was curious as to why, because there's a lot of things where it's like if you roll like a natural, this exact number, like a there was like what I remember seeing for like a 13 did something, and I was like, that's a very specific number to use.
Um, Part of it was on looking at chance of percentage for things,
Hmm.
but also we wanted the D20 roll to matter more than just whether you crit or not, or
Right.
whether you botch or not. There's a kind of use every part of the Buffalo mentality with a lot of the mechanics, and that includes the D20 roll.
Hmm.
Um, so it's obviously rolling high is going to be important in a D20 roll in this case, but what you specifically roll can play just as much of an effect. Um, that's going to be really the case if somebody picks samurai, because the three stances that they use, which yes is drawing upon the send mechanic from 14, um, it's going to be about what they roll and what is the best for the given situation. Uh, and Obviously, damage absorption works the exact way you think it does.
Hmm.
We didn't fuddle around with degrees of effect for absorption because that would be kind of stupid.
Yeah, just doing it. I
If
think a binary does it or doesn't makes more sense anyway. Like
mhm.
half absorb, it's like, well, why would you half absorb?
Why would That's basically just doing half damage. So
Yeah, there's no point.
yeah, but when it comes as you've no doubt saw, some things that were feats in like D&D are standard abilities, like say Bull Rush.
Hmm.
Bull Rush charged attack is akin to power attack. I'm like, why would we all that power attack is just is just numbers changing. So why should that be something exclusive to a feat or a class?
Hmm.
Um, a general rule we had with feats is that feats provide more options rather than just number modifying.
Yeah.
Uh, we want a lot of the number modifying we wanted to have standard progression rather than things that you choose. Because imagine how deflating it is if you choose, say, improved initiative in 3.5. You used a whole feat slot just to get a little more initiative. Um,
Yeah. Unfortunately, I, it's one of those things where it's like I do enjoy the feats of 3.5 to a degree for like Lego building, but especially for classes that don't use many feats and are like really hungry for it, it's
there's
like,
also a lot of traps. The
yeah,
feat Fantasy Craft was a major influence on the feat design here for two things. One of them is categorizing them, uh, which you no doubt saw. And the big reason for that is because I never liked the whole, oh, this fight counts as a fighter bonus feat or not
right.
with every single feat.
Yeah, in a like yeah, as I say, in a way you have that with the races because they have the initial bonus feat based on the racial pick here.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the chart here?
Yeah, but if somebody else or
There
myself
we go.
adds more feats, they can be put in categories, so you don't have to worry about whether or not they're applicable.
Hmm.
You know, uh,
Here.
it also I don't know why ranged combat is in two bookmarks. I think that was a error in rendering, so
I
I don't
did
know.
notice there because there was a range combat, but then for some reason it was separated between two different ones.
Yeah, that I think was a goof.
Okay.
Um, these things happen in development. Um,
Oh, yeah, still
and
this is the beta, right? Like it's
mhm,
work in progress.
yeah, and you know you no doubt saw there were things that there were some subtypes of feats in some areas.
Yeah, like in the environment, I noticed that ambush is under environment,
Hmm.
which I thought that was rather curious.
Um, the idea with environment and why it was tricky to add any more than we did is the basically for the Rambo kind of character. Um, and if somebody really wanted to double down on like the D&D style ranger as it's supposed to be rather than what it ends up being,
Right.
environment would be the natural fit. And ambush is a part of weaponizing initiative. You'd want some everybody wants to have high initiative, but people who have ambush feats or people who pick thief are going to want it because it gives them extra stuff.
Hmm.
It also allows them to it it also allows for a bit of a risk if you end up being the slower person because it means it could work against you.
Hmm.
Because the whole thing with ambush feats is that they can apply when you're targeting somebody who's got lower initiative than you.
Yeah, which I do actually kind of enjoy that, especially because you're not worrying about things like flanking or from stealth. It's just, are you faster? Are they slower? It's a lot more easily resolved rather than trying to like fade in and out of sight kind of deal. Because especially in combat, it can be really complicated to like maneuver in other systems to get your sneak attack bonus in, for example. So having
Mm-hmm.
this is it's a much clearer. Okay, this is clearly defined. Did you go before this person? Yes, then you do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
No questions about it.
It also means haste and slow have a lot more impact.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much assume if it's Final Fantasy, haste and slow are like the two most broken abilities to some degree in most
Yeah, and
scenarios.
in this case, they're I won't say haste would be broken in this case, but a little bent.
Hmm.
Because all that it means is you act first. No matter what, you act first.
Right.
Uh, and slow, of course, is you act last. But when it comes, and I will note you asked about future plans. Even though we have a good amount of sample magic items in the book, we are planning on doing some stuff to go further with that. And
Okay.
I do like the designs we have with a lot of the different weapons here, and you can see that some of them are a bit more non-standard than others.
Mhm.
Uh, for example, who decides to put in rules for a flamethrower? Well, us apparently.
Hey, if
Uh,
people want it, you got to make it, right?
mhm. And as you no doubt saw, we also have a bit of a thing for a whole separate system for housing.
Yes, which is interesting because most people kind of ignore the fact that they like everyone's kind of just hobos on the roll, murder hobos usually.
Hmm.
Um, so actually having like a home or a base or holdings as you call them
Hmm.
is it gives people kind of a place to settle down and actually have a reason to go home, as it were,
Yeah,
as
and
opposed to
because of
just
that, and
wander.
because of things like interests, um, your place within the setting actually has to be given some thought. Because you probably saw this when you looked at how knowledge works as a skill
Hmm.
and how it's based on how it is tied to your interests.
Yeah, because you can have a whole affiliation based on the setting too.
Hmm. I find affiliations more interesting than, say, the nine alignment system. I enjoy the meme of the nine alignment system,
Yeah.
but I think alignments have been put into something that they weren't designed for. They were meant to be how the cosmos kind of sees you,
Right.
and somehow they got morphed into a morality system. And then you have the more infamous stuff where if you act even slightly outside this alignment, you suddenly stop developing your class until you redeem yourself.
Oh, paladins, 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 paladins.
Hmm.
Yep, I've had that annoyance too. Someone actually, I usually play paladin classes in D&D settings, especially back in the day a lot.
Hmm.
Um, and what was nice though was having conversations with the DM of how to justify actions within an alignment sometimes too. Because if you're lawful good, it's very black and white. But it's like, so how does a paladin actually be in a group with, for example, a chaotic neutral rogue, and
Hmm.
not just lose their mind every 5 minutes and start trying to smite them because they pickpocketed some dude? So
Yeah,
it was very complicated. So we had justifications where it was like greater good is kind of important. It's like it was more based around your deity's ideals, which they kind of adapted to later as well.
they
Where
kind
it's
of, but off half cocked.
yeah, but it was like, are you fulfilling the mission that you were given by your deity and whatever oath you decided to swear? If you were within those lines, that's what actually really matters. As long as you're also not committing, deeds against it as well.
There are certain characters that I use as benchmarks for how I view the class fantasy of different classes. I know a lot of people will use like Legolas for, say, Rangers,
Mm.
but in my opinion, the best representative of what the Ranger fantasy should be is John Rambo.
Kind of see that.
Specifically, specifically John Rambo in First Blood.
Okay. So the whole thing about literally like studying your enemies, I guess getting ahead of them kind of thing.
Hmm. If you want to expand it to something a little more fantasy, Geralt of Rivia.
Oh, I have a question. How long was it to come up with the book and character development?
Um, as far as how long it took us to get to the point we're at here with the project, 3 years.
That is a project and a half, but there's a lot of details. This is only the beta version, You have a whole bunch of
And
details that aren't even live for us yet.
yeah, and we hope to have 1.0 fully out by the spring, but do not but take that with a big grain of salt.
Oh, of course, of course.
Our official release date is when it's done, but we do not want to do the perpetual development like some people do. Uh, we have a goal in mind,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be 4 years this May. Um, I'd like to have it done before May, but I know that real life can be a factor, especially since this is a bunch of volunteers volunteering their spare time with this.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And as far as how long it would take for like character creation and development, um, not that long. Um,
I was gonna say
really,
with
the only thing,
the limited information I had, I made a character, most of a character anyway, roughly hour and a half while I was learning the rules.
yeah, for me, once you have a bit of an understanding of the rules, you could knock one out in less than 30 minutes.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Um,
Especially for level one characters, because there's not too much to worry about. You're not
yeah,
scrolling through novels of text.
the only real scrolling to pick would that you'd really have to do is some of the options depending on what classes you pick,
Mm-hmm.
and consumables. Unless you pick Crown's Guard, you're not getting a magic item for free.
Right.
Um, but
Which I even found for consumables, it's not that bad because you're limited to to start the two greater and three lesser,
mm-hmm.
which I didn't find it was too difficult to really poke through and look at which ones I wanted. Like getting into ammunition, maybe you're getting a little different. Um, but most
Yeah.
of these, it's like, what would you expect to need on the journey? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, I would probably take a potion. I took the chocobo feather for haste, light curtain and lunar curtain for both my greater because the resistances are good, and just things like that. Right, like it's not super complicated. It's not like you're going through a massive list of like camping equipment, like soap,
Yeah.
like
Um,
things that we don't
I'm
necessarily have to worry about.
I'm not going to be meticulously tracking how much 5 foot rope you have. Now, if you're picking things like like any of the casting jobs,
Mm,
yeah, it's a little bit more complex.
right.
But by that point, that's a personal choice. And as far as things like interests, we have a list of interests, but it's really more about the categories. And when it comes to feats, um, yes, you have 3 feats right out of the gate, but because of how it works, it's not going to be that difficult to pick them out.
Mm. And we have one more question. How many skill sets can one character have, and are they limited to a specific class?
Um,
Might have to elaborate on the skill sets question.
we only have 7 skills,
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not a
and
whole lot. There are these guys here.
yeah, and when it comes and skills are on whether it's a untrained train or an origin skill. At the start, you're only really going to have one origin skill. The only people who are reliably going to have more origin skills are probably expert classes at higher levels. Um, but when it comes to the potential abilities, um, it really depends on your choice of jobs. When it comes to the skill system, that is very simplified compared to other games.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, because
Limiting the
even
skill bloat was a goal.
because I was looking at this too, even as a class that is not very like I'm a warrior set with just a decent high mind stat for the casting from Magic Knight stuff later.
Mm-hmm.
And I have most of my skills already trained. So if you were a skill monkey, good lord, these are going to be full.
If you already have them all trained and you get another training, then you can bump one up to Origin.
Mhm.
If you have them all as Origin and you get another thing trained, then you just get a free skill feat.
Mhm. And so you can definitely, that's a lot of stuff for skill based classes, which is nice because you're not just getting big numbers, you're getting a whole lot of other stuff outside of just big numbers.
Yes. And going back to feats, you get one freebie from your race, and you get two freebies at level 1. And every other level you get another one.
Mm.
So every odd numbered one.
Yeah. Also, I was looking for rules on certain something. Dual wielding, like using two
Dual
different
wielding it
weapons.
um that would just be interpreted through tanks.
Okay, I see.
Um, I'm well aware of how the dual wielding trap problem. I have ranted about how you have to pay to not suck with dual wielding in like third
Yes,
or fifth,
with offhand being
mhm,
garbage a
and
lot of the
only being able
times.
to dual wield certain weapons effectively.
Yes, so
When
that's why I
when
was curious about making something like that because I was making the dervish, right? And like even with the art style, we have the whole thing where it's like a dual wield
yeah,
character in appearance.
the most common way to represent dual wielding is have your weapon have the swarm tag.
That makes sense because that's the one where even if you miss, you're dealing half damage. So it's like you're swinging twice, kind of thing.
You're dealing half damage, and your attack doesn't proc hits.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
and it can also be used for swallows. And eventually, we realized that we could reinterpret the weapon system to reflect different types of martial arts.
Mhm.
Because in my opinion, I don't think the monk should not be this one size fits all kind of style. If
Mhm.
you want to think of monks as akin to the unarmed fighting styles you'd see in a fighting game. Not everybody's going to be punching the same way.
Right.
Like just look at Ryu and Ken in Street Fighter.
I've downloaded the book and it's so much to take in as far as classes skills and characters and duels. It is a lot, but that's also going through the base book of literally any system you're unfamiliar with. It's always going to be a bit of an info dump until you have some experience with it.
Yeah, when um because customization is one of our pillars, and allowing people to build a fantasy without compromise, complexity is inevitable. Trying to make a complex system simply, or trying to make a customizable um, trying to make a highly customizable system simply is an inherent contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it when we first started too, where it's like it's very easy to effectively make a combination of jobs that are not they do not flow well together, they do not mix well, and you could kind of screw yourself over. But in a way, making that mistake is part of the learning experience.
And because of the way the job system works here, it'd be very difficult to have a case of them not flowing together. They might flow separately,
Mm-hmm.
but there are some that are going to flow more naturally than others, but it's not like you're going to be screwed over if you make the wrong combination.
Yeah, because they're all just abilities you add to it. It's not like there's specific stat require like builds you're getting from it. Like with leveling with multi-classing in other games, for example, you get specific talents, you get specific skills, feats from that exact class or prestige class, whatever you take. But you don't have that issue here because your stats go up a certain way based on your class anyway. Your
Mm-hmm.
jobs are just things you're adding to kind of you're mishmashing together a katamari of different abilities to see what you can kind of put together and combine.
Yeah,
You're not so
and
much just you're not trying to min max a number, you're trying to just increase your utility for either a specific one purpose or a multitude for adapting purposes.
yeah, and you probably noticed that number go up kind of effects are minimized within the system.
Yes, actually, it seems like you're not going to have like ridiculous stats, for example, except for maybe health, depending because Final Fantasy and all.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it doesn't feel like everything scales out of control too quickly. Like you said, the dice are still very important,
Mm-hmm.
and that was my complaint when we first started too. Was a lot of games where you're rolling a d20. I rolled an 18, but I have plus 30 in bonuses. It's like, what
Mm-hmm.
was the point of the d20 then?
Yeah, and
It basically becomes a crit or fail check at that point.
yeah, And in that same vein, I know in D&D you have the whole ability bonus every few levels. We have that too, but we wanted to do something different with it so that the choice matters than just putting a point somewhere.
Mm,
Because putting aside the fact that I don't like the I really don't like how that ability bonus works in 5e, and I barely liked it in 3e.
right.
Mostly because it applies to the modifier, and you have to apply that twice to get anything out of it.
Yeah, so when you have to wait effectively 8 levels to functionally gain a
That's a fault
point.
problem
Yeah.
where you shouldn't have to be planning several levels in advance
Hmm.
to get what you actually want. Again, pay to not suck.
Yeah.
So instead, we have it that when you get your first ability modifier bonus, um, you pick one ability and that ability gets the bonus and it scales. Then as you level up, you're going to be getting another one that works the same way. So by the end of it, you're going to have 4 different abilities that have been improved.
Mm.
Now, obviously, that's not taking into account things like magic items, but that's a whole other case.
Hmm.
The point is, everything's improving as you level up in some form. It also means that somebody at first level using a long sword and somebody at 20th level using a long sword aren't going to be doing the same amount of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that is another one too. Is that especially with melee versus casters in especially in D&D, man, does melee fall off hard after a point. Like
And I
there's
know
no
why it
way.
falls off. I know why it falls off because the moment melee characters get anything interesting, whether it be in playtests or in real games, the caster characters fucking read.
And it's so sad to see it too because like melee characters are literally what I default to in every single game I play.
Because that's a lot of the characters we see in heroic fantasy. So of
Yeah,
course we're gonna do
I
that.
want to be the cool guy with a sword up in everyone's face. Like that's the fantasy.
I
Not
talked about this in an episode of my podcast, but picture this. Suppose you're a fan of, let's go with Pirates of the Caribbean. You really like the swashbuckling fight scenes in those movies,
for sure.
and you get invited to play D&D. You're thinking, oh, I'm gonna do like parries, ripostes, footwork, and all that kind of stuff. The stuff you'd expect a fencer to do.
For sure, yeah.
How deflating do you think it's gonna feel when all of that work, all of that description, and all you're doing is just basic attack?
Yep. Oh, you got finesse on the weapon too. Don't forget that. You get to have that whole thing.
Whoop
You have to
de
spend
fucking
you had to
do.
spend a whole feat to use the stat for your attack that you actually wanted.
Yeah, and that's another reason why we have that kind of thing divorced, and the fact that if that you can switch around with it significantly more easily than say with finesse.
Hmm.
Because for starters, the if you're using a melee weapon, the stat that's used for attacking and damage is going to be dependent on your class.
Hmm.
That's why it's called the physical and magical combat modifier. And subsequently, depending on how you build it, you could have a weapon that uses your physical attack that targets magical defense,
Okay.
or targets the skill defenses. And skill defenses and the like was a concept I had been pondering at the idea of like skill saves a long time
Yeah,
ago.
I didn't fully understand what skill defenses would really be used for. Like I
Those
assumed
would be
it's like
used for if for what would be contested skills in some other games.
okay.
Um, or things like the combat maneuver rules in say Pathfinder.
Hmm. Okay, I think I understand a little bit more.
Oh.
Oh, I also wanted to ask, as far as classes go, which one do you recommend for beginners or those who might be new to Final Fantasy?
Um, that is a wide net. I think it's for one going to be dependent on the kind of game that your GM is running. Um, because obviously, depending on what they're running, some classes would be completely ineligible. But because of the whole class and job combination system, there isn't really a basic/beginner class in the same way. There's not an equivalent of, say, the basic fighter in D&D. Uh, it's not really designed for that.
Yeah, I think I guess probably if I had to make advice from what my reading of it was, try to simplify the fantasy you're aiming for rather than think about which classes go together easily. Um, Try to just make like if like let's say you want to make a warrior, it's like what do you think a warrior is, and then like how do you arrive at that at the simplest way, as opposed to like maybe being a warrior that also has like a warrior that has you berserk, but then you also have magic casting with like a magic knight, and then you also have like crowns guard with your magic weapon stuff. It's just
Mhm.
like what is the simplest way to arrive at like your berserk, like your idea, like barbarian, for example, like D&D. It's like how do I arrive at this without overcomplicating it for myself?
Yeah, there was one person, and this was another case of a bad actor who was intentionally misinterpreting,
Mm.
who had demanded to know why we did not put a ranger job in the game.
Well, ranger
The
is kind of a
reason,
combination of classes,
yeah,
right?
the
So
the reason we didn't do it is one, there isn't really a ranger archetype in the same way in Final Fantasy,
mm,
and two, I didn't see a reason to do that when that is something that can be recreated through a job combination.
yeah.
If you want to do the Legolas style ranger, sniper, beastmaster, and any other third that you'd want. Maybe sniper, beastmaster, and chemist if you want to go the non-magical approach. If you want to go the land-based magic approach, sniper, beastmaster, and geomancer. Uh, because there's been the whole debate about whether or not rangers should use magic. I'm personally in the camp that they shouldn't. Um,
Yeah, I've always thought it was weird they had spells to begin with. I usually
I
took
know,
any
I
archetype
know
stuff that got
why.
rid of the spells. I just took that instead if I played a
I know
ranger.
why, but it's a case of I don't have a in-universe reason. I have an out-of-universe reason.
Fair.
The out-of-universe reason is inspired by Aragorn, uh, and to a lesser extent the Rangers of the North in Lord of the Rings.
Hmm.
Uh, but that's again an out-of-universe reason, and I don't think out-of-universe reasons should be applicable.
Nope, that's totally fair. Like you can obviously take inspiration from things out of universe, but it's whether or not why would you apply them to your game system
Mm-hmm.
if you can't really justify why it would be like this? Because like with Rangers too, you could ask three people who they think as a ranger and get three different answers as well. So it doesn't make sense to just have like a singular job for the ranger when you could just have a whole bunch of combinations to make what you think is a ranger.
Mm-hmm. The The other thing is when you look at a lot of job art throughout the franchise, what would be considered a ranger is usually incarnated as the archer,
Mm-hmm.
which in our case is the sniper. And as far as using a whole bow and arrow thing, that's accounted for with the weapon system. And if somebody wanted to do dual wielding daggers with it, that's also accounted with the weapon system. So if you really want to do Drizzt Do'Urden, that is available. Plus, if your idea of using magic is just having a few tricks here and there, you already have that with how spell slots work. Like all characters have spell slots. They can be filled up by scrolls or by actually having spells. The disadvantage with scrolls is the fact that they are static kind of spells. You can't really, when you pick a scroll, its level is set.
Mhm.
Its rank is set.
Do scrolls count as consumable, or do you just have that set?
They are a type of consumable that goes into the spell slot
Okay.
instead of the consumable slot.
Oh, okay,
So
interesting.
you can have spell-like items and scrolls on the same character.
Interesting. Okay. So then, is it like with magic items where at the end of the adventure, effectively it disappears, or is it once used, just boom?
Magic items don't disappear at the end of an adventure. Consumables do.
Oh, sorry,
And
consumables. I meant, yeah.
yes, scrolls would disappear at the end of the adventure. They follow the rules of consumables, just with this one special exception.
Okay.
And that is so that it is that there is always a way for someone to guess if they want to. Now, obviously, in order to acquire scrolls, you'd have to acquire them using the acquisition rules, but it is something you can do.
Right.
Uh, every choice you do has some degree of consequence.
Yeah. And since we're on
But
the subject of acquisition now, that is
yeah,
one of the ones I think I had the most questions about. Because
mhm.
admittedly, going through it, I didn't fully understand. Like, you have a whole stat based around it, which is very interesting.
Yes,
I think it's other equipment in general.
uh,
Yeah, because then you have like this currency of like stake here, especially.
mhm.
Okay, acquisition roll. There we go.
Yeah. Originally it was actually a little bit more complicated than it is here, but this is why I brought up the wealth check in D20 model, where you which acted like a skill roll when you were trying to acquire something.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Resources is meant to be like the basic the kind of liquid cash or liquid currency or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and stake is essentially you putting more of an investment into getting something. So because and of course there's the whole thing with gil versus treasure. Stake, as I mentioned before, is akin to MP for acquisition.
Okay. And then we see, yeah, so with the table, for example, like we have the item to here, so we have the, like for Gil, for like a lesser, but also for Gil it'd be 10, treasure 20.
Mm-hmm.
So is that assuming that by default, treasure, you need more of it to kind of trade in as opposed to just having the Gil usually?
Yeah, if each individual item that you see on like the consumables or the like will list whether it counts as a gil type or treasure type. That
Okay.
determines the type of TN it's going to be using.
Okay.
And a general rule is that treasure is going to be a higher floor when it comes to trying to get it.
Right.
And no matter how good your resources is, you are at higher tiers. You are going to have to spend stake, much like with much like with casting spells with higher rank spells. You're gonna have to be spending more than just one MP,
Right.
unless you want to pay in time and get lucky in that sense, but through the overrun rule. But that's another story.
Right. Yeah, because we also had loot slots, and this was one that was very curious to me as well. So effectively, at the end of, I don't know if it's the end of adventure, end of encounter,
Mm-hmm.
but you can only carry so many pieces of loot with you. Effectively,
Yes.
I was curious about that because like I know normally this is resolved through like through weight in D&D or most other systems, to be honest. So I
Through
was a little
weights, there's
curious.
I will admit I was somewhat inspired by the item slot system that's used in the Black Hack.
Okay.
And part of the reason I wanted to go with this is this is a this is a counterweight to the Monty Hall problem.
Yeah, you mentioned the whole saving things for a rainy day
Mhm.
situation.
Monty Hall is those over generous GMs. It's a nod to the host of the old Let's Make a Deal show, the original host.
Right?
Uh, so the kind of person who's just giving way too much loot, way too much magic items and the like. Um, they just changed it from HALL to HAUL,
Mhm.
and because of that, you have to determine what kind of loot you actually want to keep and what you don't want.
Which I do kind of think that's interesting because it has a scenario where you have, let's say, 5 pieces of loot, but between you, you only have space for 3. You have to like basically decide which 2 to leave behind,
Mm-hmm.
which I feel like it's a combination of like it makes for important decision moments at the table. But it does also add that whole, how do you put it, the potential of having to leave valuable resources behind can be very grating for some people, especially when you consider like if I'm physically looking at an object and like they're 5 small objects, but for some reason my pockets only fit 3, it's like, well, why can't I just carry the other ones?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other reason for this is to we really wanted to hammer home that you are part that players are a team, not a bunch of individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but because but it's not like you're going to be losing out on it completely because the ones that you lose out on are converted into stake.
Yeah, so it's not completely empty, as it were, but
Mm-hmm. Now, there's the possibility you could roll poorly on those rolls to convert it into stake, but the dice gods show no mercy.
of course, of course.
Mm-hmm. You know, constantly risk reward. You're constantly having to make decisions and dealing with the consequences of those decisions.
Okay.
Which I know some people will say that that's a bit gamifying, but this is a game.
I was gonna say, I think, especially with the combat system, I think this is kind of a game version that it is kind of gamified, which I don't think that's a problem if that's what you want, right? Like it's with the loot, obviously it's gamified, but even the combat where you're in like the front row, back row kind of scenario where you're very immobile, it gives that, gamified concept, which isn't necessarily a problem. But I think it's a matter of if that's what you're looking for. If it's not, it might be a bit of a difficult transition to the system. Like even in my
Mm-hmm.
head, I'm actually having trouble wrapping my brain around the concept of not moving in combat because it's become so ubiquitous with like every single tabletop for like positionals and flanking and range and verticality. Um,
But a mindset that I have is just because other people are doing it doesn't mean I have to.
oh, precisely, and that just means that this is a different thing for like people who want this kind of thing. And
Mm-hmm.
in a way, this is almost more approachable than a lot of other versions that are moving around because you're not dealing with that excess of mobility.
Yeah, I earlier today I did the podcast about Japanese tabletop, and one thing that I've noticed with a lot of the Japanese TTRPGs I've been able to get access to because of either official or fan translations. As I mentioned, Lion Wing is doing the Lord's work. Um, they are all each of the ones that I have found is laser focused on doing a particular thing and is not really interested in anything else other than doing that thing.
Okay.
Um, I've been over the last month and change. I've been covering 2 TTRPGs in the Shin Megami Tensei universe. Devil City Tokyo 2000X, which is more inspired by 1 and 2. Thank you, Aeon Genesis, for translating those so that we could actually play them. And Tokyo Conception, which is drawing upon Nocturne. I've seen some people approach Tokyo Conception and ask why they why why aren't there things like the possibility of persona users or the avatar tuners or the like? And the reason is it doesn't care about those. It only cares about adapting the world that's seen in Nocturne.
Okay.
Um, Something like Convictor Drive is not the common writer RPG that people claim it is. Not necessarily. It is laser focused on adapting a tokusatsu hero that's more in the sci-fi kind of thing. Something akin to like Common Writer 5's. Though the creator has also mentioned Iron Man as a big inspiration, which is definitely seen, and I do see a little bit of the Space Sheriff trilogy in some of the designs.
Okay.
But the point is that laser focus on that one thing. We are laser focused on a Final Fantasy sandbox without compromise. Anything else is irrelevant.
Okay.
And we make no apologies about that. Our game is not going to be for everyone. For people who want that kind of thing, there are alternatives out there.
Hmm.
But we had a specific goal that we had in mind, and everything around the design, the rules, and all that is in service to that goal.
Hmm. Yeah, no, it like that's the whole like fair concept. Like you're not just doing like pretty much anything because someone else did it. If someone else did it and you happen to take it, it's because it was you thought it was a good idea and it served to follow the vision that you were going for.
Yeah,
Um,
like the
Go
whole
ahead.
thing of like item weight, which if I were to put that in, it would contradict with the setting agnosticism. Also, whenever physics systems get put into TTRPGs, they create
Yeah,
problems, and those are and I do not need that energy.
yeah, like the peasant railgun. Like that's a very silly scenario,
Mm-hmm.
but just the concept of like, yes, technically it moved 1,000 squares in a round, so it should be moving that fast. But no,
Yeah,
that doesn't actually make any sense, like logically.
yeah. I've played D&D with engineers and seen them create horrible things.
And it's
Uh,
like by the letter of the law, I guess, sure, but also as a GM, shut up, no.
yeah, that's also why a lot of this is abstracted to allow for the spirit of things to take a bit more precedent than the raw letter of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and in that same so that is the reason why those kind of things are there. Um, especially since in having them, it allows us to move the narrative forward at a steady pace instead of being bogged down in distractions.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so you don't have to like you've probably played like a Diablo game where you're spending like 30 minutes just messing around with your inventory.
That's pretty much every Diablo game, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, I love Diablo,
Oh, for sure, yeah. But inventory
but
management's always such a pain. It's like
but
my least favorite part about most games, to be honest.
yeah, and some game if I were to have that level of inventory management, I'd rather it be a part of the game rather than an obligation.
Mm-hmm.
Like have it where it's on a grid, but certain things are going to have better effects depending on their how they're arranged on the grid.
Mm-hmm.
That was actually considered at one point as a tattoo system in Final
Ooh.
Fantasy X. It was dropped. It was gonna be the customization system instead of what became the sphere grid.
Right.
The main reason I know about it is there are early screenshots that were put in magazines that had it. Um, I think because one of the designers was really into certain types of board games at the time, and he wanted to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't pan out, obviously, but the idea was there. Uh, so it's one of those things. We looked at stuff that was on the cutting room floor for potential inspiration when doing our research because we wanted this to be a Final Fantasy game, not Final Fantasy in the form of the ones I happen to like.
Right.
Uh, and But when it came to, I will admit, because of how we have it set up, I'm proud of the way we have alignment work as an alternate means to spend stake aside from just getting resources,
Hmm.
aside from just getting stuff, I should say. Because I find faction affiliation far more interesting than cosmic alignment.
Well, yeah, because it ties you more into the world as opposed to just like an overall concept, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I think, what more people try to do anyway, naturally, because they always be like, "What did you do before you were an adventurer?" Well, I was a hunter or something like that, right? And then adventure time happens, and you got fate called you away from shooting boar in the wood to go hunt down the demon lord or some shit.
I know a lot of people make debates about the murder hobo problem.
Mhm.
As I've learned more and more about game design and how people approach TTRPGs, I've begun to see the murder hobo thing as a symptom rather than a cause.
Mhm.
And what I mean by that is that it's a symptom of, well, in the case of D&D, not having a defined setting, but more importantly, not having a defined point of origin as far as what your characters are. You don't
Mhm.
see this in something like, say, Vampire the Masquerade or any of the FFG Warhammer 40K games. Uh,
Right, because you're with some kind of faction or with masquerade a
yeah,
bloodline of sort, right? So you have a
with
root, as it
mhm,
were.
yeah, with Vampire the Masquerade, you're a new, you're assumed to be a newly sired vampire who was sired by one of the numerous clans in the modern knights.
Mhm.
That means that, and within that, you have the masquerade, which means there's a set of rules you have to follow. Or, well, you don't have to, but you have to deal with the
I was gonna
consequences.
say you kind of have to.
Uh, well, you can break the masquerade if you want to piss off the Camarilla.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Chat, don't do that.
Yeah,
It's good advice. Don't do that.
well, it's good. It's good advice. You don't have to follow the rules, and there are certain factions who don't, but you do have to deal with the consequences.
Hmm.
And one of those might be you getting a very very thorough tan.
That'll do it. Just get
Uh,
you get a visit from someone.
mm-hmm,
You won't like them.
you know, uh, in the case of something like Dark Heresy, you are acolytes of an Inquisitor doing the jobs that aren't important enough for the Inquisitor to handle personally.
Yeah, and you're not gonna tell the Inquisitor no. You
And you can,
can.
if you want to, fall down a flight of bullets.
As I say, yeah, you can tell him no exactly once.
Mm-hmm. Uh, or if you end up doing something that pisses off another Inquisitor, well, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, and I
That is the
think,
controlling thing. That is the controlling thing with Inquisitors.
yeah, and
They
going
have.
back to
Mhm,
Origins,
mhm,
especially, like all of these, like Inquisitors, um, like the Masquerade, all these things. These are rules that players are kind of bound to, not because in game mechanically you're forced to, but because in narrative world it's to your benefit and people will want to do that.
mhm.
And so it makes you actually think about how you're playing. Whereas, like you were saying with D&D not having a really good setting for it, you're not really bound by much within the realm of rules.
Yeah,
It's
there are good settings. Let me clarify that.
mm,
I enjoy Ravenloft. I enjoy Dark Sun. I think that modern WotC is a bunch of pussies for the fact that we haven't had a Dark Sun follow up since the 90s.
right.
Um, I enjoyed the original Oriental Adventures. I don't, obviously there's people who can ham and haw about the name, but I think Karator as a setting needs to exist.
Mm,
Um, but the thing is, it doesn't put its foot down as far as what setting Dungeons and Dragons hits. Um, I mentioned Sword World. Sword
mm-hmm.
World answers this question with this takes place in Roxia, specifically on the Terrassier continent or the Alflame continent.
Okay.
Um, in something like Vampire the Masquerade, it takes place in the Modern Knights. Even in and even in Dark Heresy, it doesn't take place in the whole Warhammer 40K galaxy. You have a starting point of a specific sector.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, and I'd say you're
in
not going to go much past a single
yeah,
sector as an acolyte, especially.
hmm and even if you don't use that sector, it provides a baseline for players and GMs.
Mm-hmm.
Especially given how a big part of the character creation process in, say, Dark Heresy is what world you come from.
Right.
Um, and in the in that same vein, I'm going to be covering over the next few weeks a campaign setting for Savage Worlds called Titan Effect. Titan Effect assumes that you're members of a psychic counterterrorism unit called Spear. There's an inbuilt assumption that the player characters are from that have been recruited into that organization.
Mm-hmm.
They may have different backgrounds that led them to that, but they are Spear operatives once play starts.
Okay, so it gives you that again that starting point that everyone links back to.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't have that for Legend Edition, but that's because we made a firm line in the sand about it being a setting agnostic sandbox.
Which, yeah, because especially because there's no specific rules about where you have to start or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much up to the person either writing the campaign or what have you. It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
on them to decide. Okay, this is what we're gonna do for the campaign. It's like,
Yeah.
maybe you're all in like the Evil East world. You're all part of Clan Centario doing hunts or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's entirely up to what the DM does.
I did use Adventurers Guild as a sample affiliation because I find it to be an easy one to bring people into
Oh, for
of the
sure.
idea of adventuring as a profession.
And it's
And
such a broad
mm,
concept nowadays that everyone kind of knows. Oh, Adventuring
yeah,
Guild. Yeah, there's always one of those.
mm-hmm. um, but because designing a fan, is it possible that somebody could go murder hobo with my system? Yes, but I think it's held in check by the fact that you have to develop interests, and because of the way interests work, they have to be reflective of the world, or they're not going to be of much use.
Right.
And the fact that one has to think more about you creating a concept first and then building the character around that concept instead of saying, "Oh, pick your class and then figure out the rest later."
Mm-hmm.
That's the design principle here.
Yeah. I mean, with Murder Hobos as well, it's kind of one of those things where if all the players just want to be murder hobos, I mean, it's really hard to steer them away because that's what they personally want. But it also means maybe that's not the table for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because it's a two-way street for storytelling with tabletop. It's not just the GM laying out all the sandbox for you to go and play in. You're also kind of working with them to make things work, right? You can't just it can't be like it's not a GM versus player scenario. It is a cooperative experience with some
Mm-hmm.
competition sprinkled in for like entertaining moments, but
Yeah,
you can't
and
have a combative table. It will not work.
depending on the races, if you choose some of the optional features, you have to think even more about that. For example, if you take the heraldry feature for Elzen,
Scrolling down to Ellison. There you are. Oh yeah, because they had like the optional racial features here, right?
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Gain the following interest, affiliation, family crest. Discuss the details with your GM. That is very vague.
And it's meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
It because again, if you're picking that, it's something that you have to think over. The A design principle we had was about the fact that one has to give a degree of thought to what sort of game they want to play and what sort of characters they want to play with.
Mm-hmm.
This does mean that it would be difficult for someone to do a beer and pretzels kind of game, but that is a conscious choice that we made, knowing the fact that particular avenue we would cut off
Right.
because
It's meant
we are
for
not
immersive storytelling within the
yeah,
world.
we are not interested in making a game for everyone.
Which, I think it's good because sometimes when you have a game for everyone, it's really a game for no one, right? Where
Mhm.
you've created so many things for so many people that don't necessarily like it's so much variety in your gameplay that it becomes a point of you have people who have different play styles at the same table, and it becomes very complicated because you have, for example, just like you'll have a player who's like the murder hobo, the min maxer, um, the hardcore role player, and they're all going to approach things differently.
Mhm.
So by having this, you make it so that people coming to the table have the same goal in mind at the very minimum.
Yeah, because role playing is a collaborative process.
Right.
Um, Although, as an aside, I really enjoy the art that we were able to make for the races because I again wanted to do something familiar but different.
Oh, for sure.
Um, like with the Aura, it is similar to how they are in 14, but I wanted to aim more wuxia than Japanese,
Yep.
just
Right.
to um like with the android is meant to be the stand-in for robots. I actually used as a the reference point I sent to my artist were the designs of casts from Fantasy Star Online.
I kind of got that, especially with like the mechanical skirts and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which peak design, peak design,
Yeah.
love it.
The Banga, I had said, you know what, we because of them being lizards, I'm like, how would they adapt if they were put in a more temperate climate? And I said to have them have knight armor that is built for their physiology.
Which it does. Like, it turned out pretty damn dope. Like
Mm-hmm.
like the actual helmet shape. Like if I saw this in a Final Fantasy game, I'd be like, that's exactly what I expect them to be wearing. one Hundred
Yeah,
percent.
they would wear suits of armor to keep the heat in.
Mm,
Uh, much like how those of us who live in the north know dress in layers.
for sure.
Uh, the Burmesians, obviously, they're built on the Burmesians from 9,
Right.
um, and it's meant to be a stand-in for both them and the Clarens. I looked at them and I saw a very um, musketeer French knight kind of design, and I said that's what I want you to lean into.
Mm,
Because I looked at them as the kind of Burmesians that we see who actually know how to fight. I kept thinking rat knights.
pretty much. Yeah.
So that's what that's what I went with.
Right.
With when it came to the dwarfs, I was very specific, and I said this in all caps: "Do not give me Tolkien dwarfs."
Fair. Because otherwise, that's just a Lord of the Rings generic dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
And I
And
mean, we've seen them. They do have like the face like this, right? Where it's like you can't really see the face; it's obscured by the combination of the helmet and the
yeah,
beard.
the references that I sent were some of the designs in Deep Rock Galactic,
Ha,
also Rock and Stone,
rock and stone, brother.
and World War I trench uniforms.
Which I definitely get that out of it. They turned out really good.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
With the Elzen, they're usually depicted as high society, graceful, and all that, and usually in more temperate forests.
Yeah, we have more of like a primitive style going thing for them.
Mm-hmm. Um, so the type of elves that I find the most fascinating from like Warhammer Fantasy are the Wood Elves, even though I would stay the hell away from them because they're fucking crazy, even by Warhammer Fantasy standards.
Yep.
Um, but I was thinking have them in more in that you know environments that are aside from the temperate forest. Like if
Hmm.
they a more barbarian like look is what I said I wanted to lean into. Um, Mostly because I wanted to show that your Elzen doesn't need to be high class.
Hmm.
Uh, it doesn't need to be the snooty high elf. With
Correct.
one
Yep.
of these settings I want to run, they're not. Uh, when it comes to Hume, there were 3 designs that we have, even though only 2 of them are used here.
Right. Because we have the
Um,
Albed And there was also Garleans. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, those are alternate branches for Hume if you wish to take them.
Mm. Probably
But
more of a
I
setting thing for the GM at that
yeah,
point.
I said I wanted to lean into steampunk for the Hume representative designs.
Right.
In part because that's an aspect with the series, and also nurse my love of Wild Arms.
Yep.
And
Yep.
a something that I've wanted to do quite a bit is a lot of fantasy settings lean into fantasy interpretations of like Eastern or Western Europe. I'm like, why not do one for North America?
Yep. Something that focused more around the industry aspect of American history.
Yeah, or just dial up the sheer insanity of the early colonial days,
Hmm.
um, or post revolution days.
Right.
Um, with the Mithra, I know that they usually have a more fertile crescent kind of design. I said, let's go a bit more Mongolian.
Okay.
Mhm. Again doing something familiar but different. Also, more people should listen to the Who.
Oh, the band. Yep. I was
Mhm.
like, the Who. Oh, yeah, the Who.
Also, one Ravana is my all time favorite um primal boss fight in the entirety of 14,
Oh, that's an interesting choice.
and his particular theme has a lot of elements of Mongolian throat singing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Um, for the longest time, when it came to the Mughals, we had a very hard time deciding what what design for the Mughal representative to go with.
Yeah, because I see what was kind of both the evolution style and the more kind of
Yeah,
traditional look for the Moogle.
yeah, we went back and forth on that a lot, and then I said, "Fuck it, we're doing both."
They
Uh,
let
but
the
in
let the
terms
GM
of
sort it
the
out.
yeah, in terms of the look, I had as far as doing a kind of outfit direction, I struggled for a bit, and then I thought, wait, Mughals are natural flyers. There was that in 9 and I think 11. You had the whole thing of them having their own communication system called Mognet.
Yep.
Mailmen.
Post Moogles every day.
Yeah, I used the outfits of postal workers from like the 1950s as the reference I sent,
Okay.
and we do on the itch page we do have one that was colored. That was originally we were going to have these images colored, but it didn't quite work the way we wanted to, so we went with black and white to emphasize the strategy guide look of the book.
Okay. I
Um,
mean, yeah, all the black and white designs look really good with the shading and everything. So
mhm,
I think even without the color, they all look phenomenal.
yeah. Rogaden, I this was another one I struggled with
Hmm.
because I didn't want to just do the Rogaden in the games,
Right.
and especially since they're meant to be kind of a stand-in for both them and the Gulka because they're kind of a similar archetype.
Right.
Same thing with like the Mithra and are also meant to be a stand-in for the Mikote in 14 because similar destination.
Right.
Um, but then I remembered the names of the Rogaden are named after Norse types of giants.
Oh,
Then I
okay.
ended up thinking about how a lot of people forget that beyond being warriors, Vikings were sailors first.
Hmm.
It's just that they eventually decided to say, what if we did the whole sailing and trading thing, but we just didn't give anything back?
One way mercantile. We love it.
Mm-hmm. And an idea came into my head. And this was the pitch I gave to my artist. Vikings, if they survived to the point of the age of sail,
Oh, okay.
but kept some of the traditions of being, well, Vikings, which is why you have like naval uniforms with fur on it or wielding a spear or the like.
Hmm.
Oh, that was the direction that we decided to go with. Um, with Ronso. I didn't want to just do the Ronso in the games.
Hmm.
Um, then when I read some behind the scenes material, I found that one of the big inspirations for the Ronso is the mythical Rakshasa.
Ooh, okay.
And I said, all right, let's go with Tibetan monks as the direction.
Yeah, I would say for Ronso, like the concept style here, like even though it was meant to be more lean toward that, like my brain doesn't differentiate between this and the ones in like 10, for example. So like it fits perfectly with them. Like it's
Yeah.
a very seamless transition.
Mm-hmm. Plus, the Ronso's homeland in 10 is on a mountain, the biggest mountain on Spira.
Yeah.
Uh, with the Tarutaru, which I find I enjoy the Tarutaru far more than I do the Lalafell as far as the short race. Do your
Okay.
civic duty, people. Bully the potato.
That's what we do.
We in my monastery have a Lalafell space program. I'll leave you to figure out how we get the Lalafell to space.
Yeah, I've seen Lullafell cooking programs over campfires as well. Very popular. Very popular.
Very popular, but a little too time consuming for my taste and not as much artistry.
Understandable.
Um, but Tarutaru, on the other hand, they have a more acorn-like look. Like they look like chipmunks.
Yeah.
And I find that more appealing than the uncanny valley that Lalas seem to have sometimes.
Yeah, I can completely understand because a lot of people are put off by Lullafell just by the nature of just like they're just like squished adults, kind of, but also childlike in their appearance, which puts a lot of people off.
Uh, I feel like they were an attempt to be like gnomes, but it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, understandable. Because with
Uh,
gnomes, they also have the thing where they do look kind of odd, even like they don't look normal, as I would put it.
mhm. But with the design angle, I said with Tartar, I said consider the design of different forms of priests.
Hmm.
Uh, and different religions, especially different types of priests or wizards in Eastern and Western Europe,
Right.
because Tartarus are known more for their magic than their physical might.
Hmm.
Uh, with Varg, this is meant to represent the werewolves from Five,
Yeah, because I was
and
gonna say I was surprised at the choice of Varg being in here of all things.
mm, uh, but I didn't want to have them as the typical werewolf that's a monster. Uh, I wanted it that they are just wolfmen,
Right.
and I want in the name of doing something different, I had used as a reference point um, Greek Greek soldiers. That was the reference point I had sent.
Okay, I can see that with the skirt, the leather straps going around. What? Not sure if it's meant to be bare top, like no shirt, or if it's like one of those breastplates that looks like someone's chest and abs. Because I know they have.
Musculata is the intent,
Okay, okay, it is that.
and that's the name of that type of armor. You can see it
Oh
on the
yes,
one on
on the one on
the
the left, you can see
um,
the straps for it. Yep, that makes more
mm-hmm,
sense. But yeah, no, I definitely see the inspiration there, and it's definitely an interesting take, especially for a werewolf esque kind of character.
mm-hmm. And it's not like wolves were a thing in Greece or Rome or anything like that. I
Hmm.
mean, the origin story of Rome involves um, involves two boys raised by a wolf,
Hmm.
so precedent.
Yeah.
But with the Vieira, I did say lean into a more fertile crescent design. Um, I wanted to mostly because I wanted to reinforce that the whole they're tied to the forest that they're from is something that should be decided by the table,
You're right.
which is why magic sensitivity is optional.
Hmm.
Um, Especially since if there's anything that feels like the traditional elf, it would be the Vieira, not the Elzen in a lot of FF.
Kind of, yeah. Which is funny considering you have Elizin in 14, but somehow Veer are more elf-like than the actual elves.
at least when it comes to that archetype. And I will note that when it comes to the whole setting question, that is something that we have put into consideration. Um, Now, on my own free time as just a hobby thing, I've been writing a setting that I had codenamed Project Gaia. This is something that I intended to I fully intend to integrate when it comes to my own lore as a VTuber, because
Okay.
I don't want to just write lore like every other VTuber. I want to write a full setting.
Oh, so you're doing the same thing I'm doing, but with your own thing. Because I'm also
But
doing a whole setting for my character as well in the future.
it is a setting that carries that same sandbox design, because I want to carry
Hmm.
forward with something that Casey Hudson said regarding the world building for Mass Effect, that they wanted to build a world where they could theoretically tell any kind of story, and they doubled down on that with what they intended for the Citadel.
Right.
Like have it be so big so that you could tell theoretically any kind of story in it.
Hmm.
And in the same vein, I would want to create a setting that, in theory, I could integrate any VTuber and integrate their lore into it if so choosing.
Okay. That's pretty fun, actually.
Uh, and the But even with that, there are a set of pillars that I have regarding it.
Hmm.
Um, Adventuring is a profession, and not only is it a profession, but there are adventuring schools, as in a college for adventuring.
Okay.
Um, there is also the concept of what's known as going freeblade. Freeblade is you taking jobs that are done the old-fashioned way. You reach for the contact directly, and you don't have the Adventurers Guild as a go-between. They're very lucrative, but you're not getting any help.
Right.
Uh, Thus, if things go south, the guild is not going to protect you.
Hmm.
So the only people who take those kind of jobs are the people who are ballsy enough to do it.
Either bold enough to do it, or they have reasons they can't be affiliated with adventuring guilds.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mostly because requests on guilds are going to be, well, public.
Right.
Uh, the other thing, the to follow up with that, the headquarters of the Adventuring Guild also houses the foremost and first adventuring school, Agito Arcanum, and that school has different houses within it, sort of like the houses in Hogwarts or the houses you see in Fire Emblem, three houses. Um, the other pillar was magic is technology. Not that they're not basically taking the second half of Clark's Law and as well as the first half and combining them.
Okay.
The second half is any sufficiently researched magic is indistinguishable from technology.
Mm.
But a better analogy actually comes from the first Thor movie. Back when the MCU had some idea what the hell it was doing.
Right. Right. Yep.
Because there was one line in it, as well as a line from Doctor Strange, that kind of stuck with me. the, with Doctor Strange, it was the whole interpreting spells as akin to computer code, and Knights and Magic, which is a really good anime, did the same thing.
Mm.
Um, but but that line from Thor was, "Your ancestors called it magic. You call it science. I come from a world where they're one and the same."
I mean, that's a pretty decent, like, it's a fun philosophy to have, especially if you have, well, it's the whole concept of, like you said, any technology sufficiently advanced enough is indistinguishable from magic anyway, right? So
Yeah.
there's no reason to separate them if it's advanced enough.
Mm-hmm. This is the way that the Magitech aspects of Final Fantasy are integrated in what would be known in that setting as Aether Tech.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole magic is everywhere is a big part of it. The next pillar is discovery and rediscovery. It is technically a post apocalypse. There was an event called the Iconoclasm, which ended up with the destruction of the old gods. And for whatever reason, the gods' creations, which are the eidolons, they're essentially god machines, do not want any worship or any note of the old gods to exist. They're like, the old gods are dead, and it's better they stay that way.
Hmm.
But because of the fact that the world is essentially a quilt post-apocalypse of integrating other pocket dimensions and demi-planes, um, there's a lot of technology to rediscover. So there's a kind of soft gold rush when it comes to discovering old tech or using or researching old tech to develop new tech.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and also things like the points of light concept that we saw in D&D 4th edition. I actually liked that. 4th edition actually seemed to make an honest attempt to try and have a default setting.
Mm-hmm.
And what I especially liked with that default setting was how Dragonborn and Tiefling were treated. Tiefling are not just half demons or something like that. They're descendants of decadent nobles who made deals with demons, like long distant descendants.
Okay, so it was more your birth was like the cash in for that old deal, as it were.
Those nobles were cursed by those deals, and that curse was inherited to their children.
Right.
Um, and with both them and Dragonborn, they're implied to be inheritors of ancient empires that long since collapsed.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Yeah, because
the
wasn't
whole
the
points of
original lore with Dragonborn like they were like enslaved to an old dragon empire? Wasn't that
uh,
like the original lore that they had in 4th edition?
the original lore was that they were the next they were they were eggs that hatched from these ancient caches of
Oh.
a fallen dragon empire.
Okay, so it was from an empire. Gotcha. I just got
Mm-hmm.
that part right.
The slave thing, not really.
No, I think I may be mixing them up with someone else. I think it was orcs I'm mixing them up with.
Yeah.
They came from
Oh.
an other world, technically. The one type of orc, anyway, did.
Mm-hmm. Um,
They
but
basically burned and crusaded it.
the whole points of light thing was, there are these points of safety surrounded by dangerous wilderness, and that's the big reason why adventurers are a thing
Mm-hmm.
and are seen as an important thing because they're willing to go out into those places other people aren't. Uh, but even when it came to defining, okay, how does magic work? Aether is akin to ki or akin to the force. It is everywhere. It ebbs and flows in some places, much like air currents or weather. So that's how you get the whole thing with airships and why they have sails. Uh, sometimes Aether hyper focuses, and that's how you get crystals. Uh, and that's also how you get the batteries for Magitech. Uh, the way magic effects would work is essentially using the soul to pull the metaphysical into the physical. The language of doing that is what would be spells, basically the
Okay.
programming language of the universe.
Right.
Um, the metaphysical worlds are divided into 5 pieces: the world of elements, the world of faith, the world of souls, the world of reflection, and the world of primal. I guess you could consider those 5 metaphysical worlds as akin to like elemental planes. Like they're taking this one aspect to its extreme.
Mm-hmm.
You know, each of them have certain each of those worlds have certain jobs that they're associated with. Um, and the same vein, eidolons don't physically appear in the world; they're in their own pocket dimensions known as grottos.
Mm-hmm.
And the way to get to them, and each of those grottos has a name, but the way to get to them is not set. Like Castle Alexandria, aka Alexander,
Mm-hmm.
um, is found in fortified castles.
Hmm. Interesting.
Um, though in the same vein, I also put in the concept of voidborn, people who are akin to blanks in 40k.
Hmm. So
You
they
know,
so they
they
can't use magic.
they can't use magic, but they also can't be detected by magic.
Oh, okay. Like with blanks, do they have the thing where they can interrupt magic,
Um,
or like it
with
acts weird
with
around
train
them?
with training, it doesn't act weird. It just doesn't work.
Hmm. Fair.
Uh, but since there's no way to tell just by appearance if someone's a voidborn, um, it's hard to they're hard to find.
Hmm.
You know, and because of the fact that Magitech is powered by crystal batteries, that led to things like engines and eventually led to mechs. Um, every major nation has a giant mech known as a regalia. If I were to list the cost of it, it is, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Uh, because they are the pride and joy. They're the primary line of defense for that particular nation.
Okay.
And because of how unstable the world is, sometimes things the from outside come in, and that's where you get monster attacks.
Hmm.
Uh, but those regalias, the other reason you're not going to buy one is because they are priceless ancient artifacts. I guess I could liken them to how valuable a single Titan is in 40k.
Which would definitely paint a picture. Jesus.
Yeah, like you've seen miniature. I say miniatures in jest of
Big
like
bigatures, we'll call them.
Imperator class Titans.
Yeah, they're a little silly.
Mm-hmm. You know, where it's a walking cathedral, and regalia wouldn't be that big. I'd say they'd be about as big as a mobile suit.
So still very large, but
Mm-hmm.
we're not getting into like it's a walking town basically.
Mm-hmm. Um, Androids take the form of archons within the setting. They're it's similar principles as the regalia, but they're just smaller.
Mhm.
Um, they are there, and when it comes to them, there's usually two forms of them. There's first gens, which are the ancient artifact ones. They would look more akin to androids from near than anything else,
Hmm.
whereas second generation ones would look like what people expect with androids or robots or droids or what have you,
Okay. So
because they're
one is
reverse
almost
engineered.
indistinguishable from humans, and the next one you start getting into the robotics section.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of different nations that we put in. A lot of them represent certain races and certain pillars. Like, for example, the Al Bhed League is its own nation that's more of a American West. Um, they are very technocratic. They have a lot of Aether tech. They tend to boast about having the best mechanical engineers and Aether tech engineers,
Mhm.
according to them.
Of course, of course.
Uh, but and on the other hand, you have Asmenis, or the Senate and people of Asmenis. Imagine if a bunch of Elzens made a Roman Republic of a bunch of nation states,
Be kind of cool, actually. Not gonna lie.
with the motif of each of those nation states has a degree of self rule akin to the Free Worlds League.
Okay.
But much like the Free Worlds League, there's the meme of "Don't bother attacking us; we have that covered." You know, because of that self rule, you can have a bunch of different types of government in between different nation states.
Hmm.
Um, each nation state is represented by a senator that acts on their behalf for the entire nation, so they have a bit of a parliamentary government. Um, each of them each of them have mandatory service. That's how they form their legions. Is from essentially from a mandatory reserve. So you have standing armies and you have reserve armies.
Hmm.
Um, the other thing is every one of them is expected to have the rite of passage for them is making a sword. Like and that sword is a cultural and status symbol.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Uh, we one of the concepts we put in was a thaumatocracy, which does not exist. It's basically a government of mages. Um, if I were to use a visual theme, think of old Constantinople. What's now known as Istanbul.
Right.
Some of you are hearing that one song from They Might Be Giants. You're welcome.
Yeah, don't worry, I was as well.
Mm-hmm. There's also certain nomad organizations, ones that aren't tied to a particular nation but just move around. We had the idea of bangas in these massive, massive caravans that are essentially city ships,
Ooh.
amphibious city ships. So think of a cruise ship on steroids. Now have that cruise ship be amphibious.
Hmm.
Now you have a banga caravan.
That is a pretty dope caravan. Is it like piloted by like it's a mechanical moving thing, or is it like on the back of a creature kind of style?
It's a mechanical moving thing.
Okay.
They move between major settlements, trading for a few days, then move to the next one and repeat.
Damn. That'd be certainly quite the thing to see, just a city going by you.
Mm-hmm. Uh, Also, things like having tribes of Varg that would have a look akin to things like Ainu Japanese or Native Americans or Romani,
Hmm.
but they're essentially traveling packs. Um, and I did list kind of the inspirational media for that setting, um, because a lot of what I wanted to do was a lot of games that have magic and technology have them as adversarial. I wanted to lean into more complementary approaches, but the concept that we're exploring for the future is what we call shards. These are meant to be akin to gazetteer sized settings, something that would only be a few pages long.
Hmm.
Um, I've thought about doing one that's analogous to like seven and one that's analogous to other entries, but not necessarily repeating them.
Okay. That was actually one thing I think I thought about at one point was if you were ever planning on doing maybe like your own personal entries for like adventure campaigns, like your own campaign books.
Yeah, the shards are meant to be the answer to that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Writing a full campaign book like a full module would require writing a setting first.
True, yes.
So it would be better to have these shards, and then I'm far more interested in writing scenario design than writing full campaigns.
Hmm.
Because even when I run my own games, I treat individual sessions like episodes of a TV show, and in the process of that, doing a thing that I call tiers and tent poles that I blatantly stole from gargoyles. I will freely admit. Um, but if you're gonna steal from the best. Tiers and tent poles was Gargoyles' compromise because stations really hated serialization at the time. Of here's these orders you can arrange and you can air in any order you like, but only between these milestone episodes.
Okay, interesting. So it's like having main story spread out and then you have side story all in the middle.
Yeah, like that is and I kind of hint at the whole main quest and side quest thing in the core book.
Yes, you did have that in there. Under
Mm-hmm.
the right in here, we have like main scenario, acquisition quest, side quests.
Mm-hmm. Uh, you know that that's that is especially since there's the whole four-phase structure, that's going to lend itself very easily to scenario.
Mhm.
It's loosely inspired by the Kisho Tenketsu um, act structure that is in Japan and in other parts of East Asia. I'm just more familiar with the Japanese name for it. Introduction, development, twist, conclusion. And if some of you are thinking, that sounds like a four coma. Yes, that's the format that's used for four comas. It's used for a lot of things. It's been used for structuring episodes. It's been used for copy editing methods. It's Miyamoto had said he used it for level design. Uh, it's in a lot of places.
Mhm.
Um, and there was also one other thing that I'm going to be developing shortly after we launch 1.0.
Okay.
And that is an expansion book I'm calling the Ultimania Guide that's going to contain things that either we couldn't put in the main book because it would have been a distraction, or it wouldn't fit the initial goals.
Okay. So what kind of things are
Um,
you hoping to put in there?
there are 3 additional jobs that I'm going to be putting in because Matt had these 3 graphics that were just sitting there and waste not, want not, and he kind of pitched some of the ideas he wanted to go with. The first of them is the Nightmare. Originally, he wanted this to be Vincent the Job, but
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
as I looked at it, I built the idea that I built around the Nightmare is akin to Vincent, but instead of a preset monster, is more of a custom monster.
Hmm.
It's more that you're a custom shapeshifter. I'd say a better analogy would be things like Bao, the weird spin-off from the same guy who did JoJo,
Right.
or or characters like Spawn or Guyver, or even Alex Mercer of Prototype. In other words, you're a character with some degree of unstable DNA, and you constantly are able to change aspects of your form.
Hmm.
Um, because I think just having a monster form would lean a little bit too close to yokai.
Yeah, that was my first impression when you mentioned it. But if you
Mm-hmm.
can customize it also a lot, because with the yokai you are restricted at least to the different summons.
Yeah.
But with this, because you're able to kind of modularize a little bit with your customization,
Mm-hmm.
it would at least be
And I
unique.
will note the 3 jobs that we added in. These are all independent jobs.
Mm.
Any expanded job is likely going to be an independent. Um, he also pitched the idea of a Keyblade job.
Just going straight Kingdom Hearts on it.
Yes. However, I retitled it Keybearer
Hmm.
because Keyblade is going to have its own assumptions.
Right.
So, does that mean somebody can do a key gun? Yes.
Hmm.
And fortunately, I have precedent because of the game Household, which is honestly really fucking good. Because it has a key shotgun.
A key shotgun. How does that?
Yes.
How does that work?
Um, let me grab the image for you.
Yeah, I would like to see this picture because I'm very curious. Suddenly, I'm like, how does a key
Now,
shotgun work?
Household is is a very interesting game. Um, it was developed by two little mice, and not literally. That's the name of the studio.
I was gonna say, man,
And
those are some impressive mice.
it depicts a kind of an interesting kind of setting. One where you're essentially playing as small faithful called lidlings who have who are occupying this house in Victorian times. but the house basically is their setting, essentially.
Ooh, that's cool. Well, I mean, if you're small like mouse, a house is a whole world to you, right?
Yeah. Hmm. And because of that, you can it's basically it's the akin to the whole little folk big adventure. Um, One of the interesting things with the littlings is that each of them has a certain if they make a certain promise a certain way, they have to oblige by that promise, or terrible, terrible things will happen to them.
Ooh, okay.
But just as an example, let me send you this image, so you can see what I mean by the key gun.
Oh, okay. Let me. Just so people can see it.
Hmm.
There we go. But this, which that is a cool looking gun.
Yeah. So if somebody wanted to do a key gun, or even more crazy, somebody took one of the key bearer jobs that I have and took gunbreaker, that'd be interesting.
Ooh,
Oh, but I decided to split. I looked through the different Kingdom Hearts games, and I decided originally I thought, okay, I'll use Birth by Sleep as a template. Then I was like, it's not gonna quite work. What I ended up making two jobs: the Key Bearer of Mastery and the Key Bearer of Dawn.
oh, okay.
Uh, the Key Bearer of Mastery is significantly inspired by Birth by Sleep, with some elements of Kingdom Hearts 3. But it doesn't have like a tree of forms.
Okay.
You only have you first off, you don't get your forms until second circle, but your default weapon is considered a keyblade.
Hmm.
Um which does give a few things. It gives you three uses of the casting enchantment for free, which can only use black or white magic spells. Uh, the enchantments have a tier equal to the highest magic item slot you have. So
Hmm.
picking Keybearer of Mastery alongside full buy-in is not encouraged.
Fair.
Um, Whenever you acquire a new weapon, it is transformed into a keychain you can attach to your keyblade. So no matter what, you're always wielding a quote-unquote keyblade. Um, and because of that, your weapons always have the extra dimensional enchantment, though it's a freebie.
Hmm.
Um, but the forms that you have access to are Guardian, which is defense focused. Your weapon is treated as if it has the Guardian tag if it doesn't have it. Valor, the attack focused form. You're treated as if you have the brutal tag if you don't have it. Wisdom, the magic focused form, and Blitz, which is a maneuver focused form.
Yeah,
So
but this
yeah,
is
it's a little bit of two, a little bit of three, and a little bit of Birth by Sleep were
okay.
influences.
This is all for the
Um,
mastery version of it, right?
yes.
Okay.
Um, think if you're wondering if shot block is available, yes. Um,
Ooh. So then, what does the Dawn version do differently?
so the Dawn version is meant to be a bit of a nod to Riku. And much like how you're balancing between black and white magic, with the Keeper of Dawn, you're balancing between a light and dark resource pool.
Hmm.
Um, in a combat roll where you'd normally roll a d20, you instead roll 2d10. One is your light die, the other is your dark die. The d10, the roll, whichever you roll them together and add it for the whatever you're rolling a d20 for normally,
Right.
but the higher result determines the roll's alignment. And you end up getting a light point or a dark point. So if so, let me do a let me do a random 2d10 roll.
Sure.
Uh, okay, it became a total of a 5, a 1 and a 4. If the light die is 1 and the dark die is 4, in this case I gain 1 dark point. or if you rolled if you rolled a 6 and then a 3, that roll would be a 9, but you'd count it as one light point.
Okay. And I'm guessing these points are resources you use for other abilities?
Yeah, you can get things at the start. You have channel light and dark, where when using certain actions, you can spend either to gain an additional effect.
Okay.
You for example, if channeling light, on an attack, the target's defense is reduced by the light roll for the purposes of generating extra effort die.
Right.
Um, Whereas dark just gives you extra damage. One of the big inspirations for the whole channel light and dark as well was the light and shadow magic in the Lords of Shadow games.
Okay. So it's interesting too, because I never even thought to go like multiple different key bearers, because there are a whole bunch of them in Kingdom Hearts.
Mm-hmm.
But having
But
played a couple of them, they all kind of do the same thing, just with slight twist. But yeah, I guess Riku is not even one I would have thought of, because you don't really play as Riku, so I never thought about it.
well, you do, and you have had limited cases of playing as him, especially in Chain of Memories.
Mm-hmm.
But even in Chain of Memories, whether it be the original on the GBA or the remake on the PS2, he does not play the same way as Sora, and obviously doesn't use the same kit. But the way he uses like the slate cards in Chain of Memories is differently.
Right.
Um, it's for that reason that I wanted to do that. I had thought about doing just like the Dark Warrior part of Riku, but I'm like, I think it'd be a more interesting thematic to go with the person who has some sort of dark taint and is either fighting against it or embracing it, basically balancing light and dark.
Mm-hmm.
I will also admit a minor inspiration was how Cecil works in Dissidia.
Oh, it switches between Paladin and Dark Knight. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and obviously in addition to all of that, the Ultimania guide is going to have a few more example uses of the whole alignment ranking thing. One of that we did use one of the grand companies. Uh, the one we decided to go with is the Immortal Flames.
Nice. Good choice.
The best one. Anyone who says the Twin Adder is a damn elf, and anyone who says the other one is just a simp for the captain. Uh,
I
we
will. I will. I will
also
claim nothing to the Limps Elements of Maelstrom.
yeah
I will claim nothing.
we're also putting in a couple kind of mini books within it. One of them we called Gilgamesh's Summer Catalog.
Okay.
I was like, we have the motif of Gilgamesh has every weapon, even if some of them may or may not be fakes.
Right.
So I was like, let's do an expanded list of sample weapons and the like. And I specifically told them, structure the visual of it like it's a Sears catalog.
Oh my god, it's gonna be great. That's gonna be delightful to go through.
Yeah. But some of the things are like suggested tags and enhancements to represent certain types of materials.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so if you want, and some of those materials aren't really materials; they're just the tags that are put on a lot of different equipment types, like
Mm-hmm.
say Genji armor or weapons,
Right. Yeah.
or or say blessed weapons, or dragon weapons, or demon weapons and armor.
Okay.
That sort of thing, as well as a bunch of different example armors that of the magical variety. Um, things like the seraphim mace, things like the mage masher, or things these will crossblade or death penalty.
The more specific things that don't really fit in the normal tags.
Hmm. Yeah, as well as a few examples of gun arms. And again, I made explicitly clear that weapons that slash and shoot don't count as gun arms for our system.
Oh, they don't technically count, eh?
For the
Okay, so
purpose
so a
of the
gun
gun
blade
breaker,
would not.
revolver counts.
Okay.
Blaze fire saber does not.
I see. Okay.
The rule is the gun part of the gun blade has to enhance a melee attack.
Okay. It can't just be two separate functions. It has to be part of one function.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Uh, which is why like the gun what's referred to as gun blades by the Genesis clones in Crisis Core are disqualified.
Because they're literally just swords that have guns attached, not
Yeah.
actual. Yeah. Okay.
Or those pole arms that the Wu Tai soldiers have.
Not actually gun things.
Hmm.
Yep. Okay. That makes sense.
And so and obviously in addition to that, we went with a bunch of different categories for the examples. Axes, bludgeon, daggers, firearms, what we called flexible weapons, which is my catch-all for things like whips or nunchaku or the like.
Hmm.
Uh, Instruments, because I know some people want to do that.
Yep.
Um, Missile weapons, which aren't missiles per se, but just weapons that use some sort of solid ammo.
Projectiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, arrows or crossbows or the like. Um, Not firearms. We already have that.
Right.
Um, Obviously pole arms, what I call pugilist weapons. I know it'd be tempting to say just claws, but what if somebody wants to have used armored boots?
Yeah. Nope. That's just basically some kind of like physical covering,
Hmm.
but it can be like anything: gloves, boots.
Yeah.
You want to headbutt people? Here's a helmet.
Mhm. Yeah, shields for those who want to do shields as their exclusive weapon.
Get that Captain America
Hmm.
fantasy
Um,
going.
Now somebody said, "What if I wanted to do sword and board?" Well, just do the sword setup and have guardian as one of your tags.
Hmm.
The
Yeah.
thing about the tags is that they're meant to be interpreted. Uh, instead of instead of worrying about left hand or right hand stuff, because I did one, I didn't see the point, and two, I remember a short-lived MMO called Granado Espada that had weapons as that had your what would be your weapon slot as styles, as in your weapon was a fighting style rather than a weapon.
Okay.
And I thought it was an interesting way to approach this without having the same problem. Um, there's also a subcategory we're putting in for non-standard or special things that would. In this case, I know I mentioned about the whole, oh, you can run any kind of setting, so why do exotic weapons exist? In this case, these are for things that are weapons in games, but don't really fall into any one category of the above ones.
Right.
Like for example, in the standard category, where would I put the tome or the bag, since those were weapons in tactics?
Right. Yeah. But they are literally just items, right? Like
Yeah. Or where would I put things like the drill breaker?
an actual chainsaw,
Hmm.
a scythe, which is a farming implement used to murder.
Yeah. Uh, and when it comes to if somebody wants to do something like the blaze fire saber, that is handled by the variable weapon enchantment.
Okay. Okay.
What all that does is just give the weapon a alt mode that has a different has a different setup than the normal one. So it's essentially a 2-in-1 weapon, which is what the fantasy is.
Right.
Um,
The classic. It's also a gun.
mhm. And yeah, most of the weapons in Ruby would count.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I think of when I think it's also a gun.
Mhm. Uh, we did do a reconstruction of Ruby on my channel because I was disappointed with the direction that things were going. So we're like, what if we decided to reconstruct things? Um,
Okay.
we also did in that in I also wrote an adaptation of Cloud's fusion sword,
Hmm.
which if somebody really wanted to first off, I would not recommend getting the fusion sword unless you have fighter as one of your jobs.
I was gonna say if you're having to use that many weapons at once, you might as well take the class that does all the weapons.
Because unless you're picking fighter, switching weapons in combat is an action.
Hmm.
For fighter, it's not for fighter. It can they can do it more easily as they develop. But it's only with their particular manual of arms weapons, not manual of arms, master of arms. And I did adapt things like the royal arms and also the concept of ultimate weapons, things like the relic weapons, or the like from the MMOs,
Hmm.
um, as an alternate kind of reputation system,
Oh, okay.
basically to represent a weapon that has its own natural progression. So things like the Zodiac weapons, the or one of the examples I gave was Ascalon. You know, it goes from Zenith, Atma, Animus, Novus, Nexus, and then Zodiac.
Right.
Um, but the second major book we're putting in is Sid Highwind's Manual of Airships. And I was like, I want it written out like it's a field manual for an airship built by the Shinra Corporation that has been heavily vandalized by Sid. You know, kind of like in college when you get a used textbook that has somebody else's notes.
Oh, that'd be great. That'll be perfect.
Uh, and that includes airship creation.
Hmm.
I had considered putting airship creation in the main book because airships are a mainstay, but I didn't because one, I hadn't quite figured out a way to do it within our framework,
Yeah, it is also a
and
lot, I imagine.
it's
Yeah.
it's a lot, and it's something that is very setting particular.
Also true, yes, because some of the games don't even have really airships as a at least notable point,
Mm-hmm. And I'd want something that is just as viable for things like the High Wind in 7 or the Ragnarok in 8.
which that's a pretty big difference.
And let's be honest, one of the other fantasies is ship combat.
Yep, and
So
that's its own that's almost its own like partial book anyway, just for aircrafts.
yeah, I managed to make it work by treating it as an alternate version of the rules I had set for housing.
Hmm.
It works. So you have different scale ratings, and those scale ratings determine how much customization you can put into it.
Okay.
Um, basically how many upgrade points you have. Though we don't, it's only though instead of 8 individual ones, it's only every other, so that you can have some degree of choice. So rating 2 would be the Regalia Type F.
Right.
Rating 4 would be the Shiva from 12. Uh, basically a Corvette sized ship.
Okay.
Rating 6 would be a frigate like the Invincible from FF3. Um, Rating 8 would be a galleon akin to the High Wind from 7.
Hmm.
And 10 would be a dreadnought in i.e. Ragnarok.
Okay. So they can get pretty friggin' big.
Mm-hmm. And the bigger it is, the bigger the more upgrade points you can put in.
Right.
And of course, much like with housing, those upgrade points have levels. And we're mostly able to just reskin some of the base upgrades and then put in some specific ones.
Mhm.
Things like specific facilities. It does mean that if somebody could take a ship rating of 2 get like a regalia type 8 and then type F, and then have that uh, one of the upgrades is a facility, not a facility, and one of the potential options for a facility is mess hall.
Oof. Well, it sounds like you still have a whole lot of stuff you're working on, which
Yeah,
is good. It means that
and
what we got here is
we
nowhere near the
yeah,
complete set,
yeah,
as it
we
were.
did cover airship combat, but I make a note that it's built around the motif of one airship being the party's airship.
Hmm.
So things like fighters on a ship, those are treated as weapons for the ship.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean that's kind of its own fantasy too. Is like you have a
Yeah,
massive ship that just like a whole fleet swarms out of it of just fighters,
yeah.
right?
I didn't want to build around the idea of the party managing a fleet or something like that, because I think the fantasy when it comes to an airship in these kind of games is you have this one ship that's yours, and the party might crew that ship, but it's not like everybody has their own one.
Yeah, it's literally a mobile base.
Mhm. So because of that, there are a set of roles for the ship. Aether Master, which lets you use spell casting feats during the casting phase of ship combat. Captain, self-explanatory. Chief Engineer, make your Scotty jokes. Gunnery Master, um, you ever, for the guys who are handling the turrets. Helmsman, self-explanatory.
Hmm.
Master at Arms, we did want to put in the because we didn't want to put in the idea of doing boarding actions. Again, part of that fantasy.
Right.
Um, and Squadron Ace. Um, because again, fighter ships would be weapons for the ship, but that of course is open to interpretation.
Hmm.
And once I finished with that, I realized I can reskin this, and now we have mechs.
Yes.
And then I did a similar thing when it came to mech combat and put in a few sample mechs. One the smallest rating of mech would be, say, a rating 2, which is the Scope Dog from Votoms,
Okay.
whereas a rating 10 would be Battle 7 from Macross 7.
Yep. That's not small. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Big.
Uh, but beyond putting those kind of things in, a future plan is to have not only tutorial videos, but also doing little videos of how you'd adapt this character or that character into our system.
Which I'm sure a
And
lot
I
of people will appreciate for inspiration
yeah,
for their own characters too.
and I don't want to limit it to just Final Fantasy characters with that. Um, like I do want to do character design challenges in my server where I give people like a character or a concept and say, okay, I want you to interpret this concept in how you'd build that in a character.
Okay.
Um, like I had thought about how to do Ryu Hayabusa in my system,
Right.
and it would actually be pretty easy. Um, Fighter, weapon master, ninja. You know that you half the work's done right there.
Right. Right.
Just with a heavy emphasis on melee weapon feats instead of ranged ones.
Hmm.
So that is something that we are developing. And of course, we didn't get to it, but the last major at the current state that we're at, we are finishing up putting in the full bestiary into our version.
Right.
So that's going to be a total of 200 monsters,
Oh, that's a lot. Jeez.
along with keeping the monster creation system that you saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you have a pretty straightforward system on how to make your own NPCs and monsters. So
And one of the things I wanted with that is that any monster, no matter whether it's a common one or a boss, can be used at any potential level.
right.
That's why you have a kind of sliding thing. The APL means average party level, and that's gonna be determined by, well, the level of the party. So if they're level 5, you use these baseline stats. If they're level 15, use these baseline stats.
Hmm.
But the GM doesn't have to. Um, it's more of what level they want to use that NPC for.
Hmm.
And I restricted giving number go up abilities to NPCs because I wanted to have it that the more abilities they have, the more valuable of stuff you get out of it. Which is why the thing that gets modified isn't XP but treasure. We don't
Okay.
use an XP system. We by default use a milestone system.
Okay. I mean, I usually prefer milestone anyway. It makes more sense to just cohesively do that.
Mainly because I want progression to be controlled by the table, not
Yeah.
by me. Um, and as far as the quest, we've gotten questions like how would you structure a standard encounter, and those kind of questions. Um, if we had considered putting advice like that in the book in like a GM section, but the more that I wrote it, the more it became so vague and nondescript that it was just a glorified advice column. So I scrapped it.
Hmm.
All that I could really say is for normal encounters, a mixture of normal and notorious monsters, and that's not really enough to warrant a full section write up.
No, for sure. That's something
You
you
know,
gotta kind of work out on your own as a GM to know what your party can handle.
or if you're dealing with a boss, maybe put in some ads. But anybody who's played an MMO will know that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So again, I didn't see the point in putting that in.
No, I agree.
Um,
Completely
but
understandable.
when it comes to the advanced rules, which are kind of hinted at in the appendix with the character keeper guide,
Hmm.
there are there are a few that we're putting in. One of them is cybernetics. We have a whole rule set on how cybernetics works and a whole rule set about how installing cybernetics works.
Hmm.
All cybernetics are treasure type equipment.
Right.
They do not count under your normal equipment or magic items. They're a completely separate thing. The amount that you can have is determined by your vigor, and even installing it is a bit of a role because it is because we wanted to go with the idea of it being a painful process.
Hmm.
Much like cybernetics in say Cyberpunk or Automail in Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah, you're cutting off a part of your body and replacing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a pleasant process.
That and in FMA there was the implication that you're getting a whole lot of information from the nerve connections all at once,
Hmm.
which is why there's so much pain. Um, we do have materia, um, but it isn't going to work the exact same way. Materia is akin to micro skill trees that can be equipped. Uh, we do have materia fusion, and it basically locks off the progression of that tree and carries it into a different materia.
Okay.
Kind of like how weapons worked in Dark Cloud, where after you leveled up a weapon enough, you could turn it into a synth sphere and then fuse that into another weapon.
Right. So the materia kind of more along the lines of like the crisis core materia.
A bit of a midway point.
Midway. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's not. We couldn't do a one-to-one materia, and some of the other Final Fantasy TTRPGs that have a materia system end up using it in a way I didn't really care for because it amounted to add-ons like gems um in like Diablo,
Hmm.
or like the way materia works basically in that same way in 14.
Right. So
And
it's more of an additive thing as opposed to its own thing.
yeah, and when people want materia in that system, I don't think that fits the fantasy. And because of that, materia if you're picking materia, you can't pick the job system. If you're picking one of the other systems, we have Magicite, which is meant to emulate the the Esper system in 6,
Mm-hmm.
you can't pick the job system. If you pick
Oh,
Paramagic Injunction, you can't. It is an alternative for both casting and jobs.
that's interesting.
Um, and those are conscious decisions you have to make right at the start.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we do have item synthesis, and I mentioned before we went live, I do not like item creation systems.
True. Yes.
the the approach that I took with this instead is that item synthesis is built using, um, first off, using its own feat called Art of Creation. That whenever you pick one of 5 subtypes of item synthesis: alchemy, culinary, ritualism, forging, tinkering. The resource, instead of having a bunch of resources that you have to track with specific recipes, um, it is built on essences. There are 5 types of essences for the Hellenic elements: um, air, water, fire, earth, and energy. Each of them is under four, is each of them has 4 tiers of value, from 1 to 4. No matter what type of synthesis you're using, you are using essences. The main way to get them is through an orienteering roll, and the higher you roll, the higher the tier you get. The type is going to be determined by the GM and usually the environment you're in.
Right. Makes sense.
Uh, you know, alchemy is for making new consumables. Culinary is for making basic kinds of food and more advanced kinds of food. Ritualism is for ritual magic, usually wide scale kinds of magic. Forging is making custom weaponry, and tinkering is making the kinds of item creation you'd expect a engineer to do.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and things we also do have a kind of sphere grid, but not like the sphere. But it's more a hybrid of elements between the sphere grid and the license board.
Okay. I see.
Mm-hmm. Uh, and it's not a unified setup. There are three grids: mana, power, and skill. Um, as you develop and you're exploring, you'll be getting certain types of loot called, which is where you get the different types of sphere. Um, you need In order to unlock certain abilities, you need the corresponding sphere as a base. Um, mana unlocks mana spheres unlock mana features. Power unlocks power features, and skill unlocks skill features. Um, some of them are, especially job features in the system, are locked behind key spheres, so you need one of those and the corresponding sphere. Then there's mastery and perfect spheres. A mastery is a joker for the 3 basic types, so you can use it to count as a mana, power, or skill sphere.
Mm-hmm.
A perfect sphere does a mastery sphere and acts as a universal key sphere. Uh, and there's a few fine-tuned rules when it comes to what changes with taking sphere grid. The reason, and this is why these are put in the back as advanced rules, because you're basically going classless with these systems,
Okay.
and that has a lot of pitfalls, and that's going to be trickier to balance for a GM. So it's an at your own risk thing. Um, we also put in some alternate combat setups like tactical points, which is meant to represent the TP system in 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 Final Fantasy 11. The approach that it goes with is, as you develop it, as you do attacks, you gain TP, and you can spend them to get an auto crit,
Hmm.
but you
Okay.
need to get like 10.
Right.
And if you're too passive or you start getting your ass kicked, you can lose them. So it's best not to hoard them, because you never know how long it's going to last, and they reset at the end of encounters.
Oh, yeah. Then you might as well just spend them as you get them, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. again, I wanted to avoid the hoarding thing. Um, so because because of that, which we put in our combo system. Um, I know 11 had the whole skill chain thing. We just have skill chain as a as a type of as a special kind of condition. And I will note the way the tactile points thing works is if your attack is successful, you gain 1 TP. If it's um if it's a critical success, you can forgo the additional damage you get from critical to gain 2 TP. When you've gotten 10, you can expend those 10 to automatically treat an attack as a critical. If you spend a turn doing a non-attack action or no action, you lose 1 TP. And abilities that allow for multiple attacks only generate multiple TP for each unique target. So if you do some multi-hit and you attack the same target, you're still only getting 1.
Right.
If you attack 2 different targets, you gain 2 TP if it hits both of them. Uh, but when attacking the same target, you gain the positive condition skill chain 1. When you have that, the next successful attack action can have one of its damage die explode if it rolls its highest result once. When attacking the same target again, the skill chain just expands the explosion range. But if you target somebody else or perform a non-attacking action, you immediately lose skill chain.
Mm.
So does that mean that dervishes are going to really take advantage of skill chain if this rule is active in your campaign? Yes. Much like Samurai and 11 were the kings of TP and skill chain.
Right. Yeah.
Um, in the same vein, we also have you probably saw in the back we have the digital mind wave. If you pick that, you lose out on limit breaks. But every round you roll 3d8. If you roll a set, you get the benefit from the chart. The GM as a situational rule may allow it to where certain rolls are treated one higher or one lower to reflect the whole emotional surge thing.
Right.
Because we had to figure out, okay, how could we use digital mind wave in a way that works? Because the reason it was implemented in Crisis Core was to make it more was to add some variety when you're only using one character.
Mm-hmm.
Um, we also put in the Elemancy from 15. It is an alternate form of spellcasting. So you don't gain MP, and instead you generate element points, which you use to craft spells. And you can spend consumables that you have to act as catalysts, essentially give additional effects to the spell, so it's not just it's not just damage and nothing else. But much like the Elemancy spells in 15, they're one-offs.
Mm-hmm.
You have a set number of containers, but once you use it in that container, it's gone.
Okay.
Um,
So you're basically just preparing spell grenades for the most part.
Well, that's what they were in 15.
Yeah.
And Warcasting was meant to be our version of Alto Crystarium's magic in Type 0.
Okay.
It basically turns spells and integrates them into a kind of weapon system. So you know how you had like fire rifle or missile or lightning rocket or the like?
Yes, yes, yes.
That's how it ends up working, and they have their own version of the weapon tags as well.
Okay, so there's quite a bit for spellcasting. So it really it's really just you gave a sandbox for people to play with for whatever type of Final Fantasy they'd want to play.
Yeah, that was always the goal.
Mm.
And because of that, even though yes, it is a bit on the crunchy side, we consider it a crunch medium game. Uh, that was a deliberate decision on our part.
Yeah. I was gonna
You know,
say
all of
because if you actually look at it from the perspective of I want to play this type of game, it doesn't become so bad because you just cut out the things that you aren't going to be using, and it removes a lot of the excess in the book in a way.
mm-hmm.
So it's like you only have to use what you want, and if you're like using, for example, a FF12 setting specifically, there's a lot of rules that are outside of that you just don't have to even look at in the book.
Yes. Uh, and because of that, it's obviously going to take a bit, but I will note with the Ultimania guide, there's a couple other things that we're planning because we didn't touch on skill games.
Hmm. Right. Because there
Skill games
were
are an alternate use of skills, things like dueling, for instance,
right.
or parkour. They're a way to gamify things like a foot chase, so it's not just a series of skill checks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you are still using skills, but you have a set of the GM and the players have sets of actions on how they use them. You know, the GM has a set of the players are trying to get enough successes to get enough resources so that they can catch up, and the GM is trying to use their skills to impede them.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a kind of chaser and chase kind of thing with that. Um, dueling is meant to be more akin to like more like the dual system of combat you saw in Suikoden,
Mm-hmm.
um, as well as to represent a in-story duel that wouldn't really be appropriate to be using the combat system for. Like if it's just a one-on-one fight, it's best to have something quick instead of a lengthy affair, um so that everybody else doesn't lose out.
Right.
Uh, I also you can see I put in different types of duels, including the good old wizards duel,
Mm-hmm.
because I know, and yes, there is a bit of DNA of the whole wizards duel you saw in Potter, but that was just fencing with magic.
Right.
And I'm like, why not go full steam with that? I mean, it would be a perfect way to emulate, say, bending duels in Avatar,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't think a normal combat system would be appropriate for that.
No, because there are like specific rules you're supposed to abide by in those kind of duels, right? So
Mm-hmm.
in a normal encounter, the rule is win.
Yeah. This also means that the individual skills get more options for their use.
Mm-hmm.
Because like with duel, each one of them has a particular offensive and defensive skill that they use.
Okay,
You
this is
know,
where the skill defense comes in, kind of thing that I was seeing.
yeah, yeah. And those are just a few options. We're in Ultimania. We're planning on putting two more.
Okay.
Um, Card duel, which
Mm.
is our catch-all for things like triple triad and its same plus bullshit. Tetramaster when it's not putting me to sleep.
Yep.
Um, Sphere break, which I have no idea how it works.
Really?
I know how it works, but it's like when I try to break down how I integrate sphere break, I'm like, there's no way I can do this.
Oh, into this, yes.
Yeah.
God,
Um.
I haven't played that in so long in 10-2. That was so dumb. I hated that game.
Yeah. Most people did, which is
Yep.
which is why trying to go back and watch videos to see if I can figure out how the inner workings work. I'm like, this is not going to work. And team sport, which yes, one of the major things we went with was blitzball, but I also wanted to bring in some of my understanding of how sports like football or rugby work.
Yeah, sure.
and implement those sort of formation based affairs. And I called it team sport just so that it doesn't have to be blitzball.
Hmm.
So knowing who we are, I have to bring it up. If somebody wanted to use this to do hockey in Final Fantasy, they could do it.
Well, now it's gonna happen. Now it's just gonna happen.
Just hockey, just hockey with more fights, or that one variant of football that's in Italy where fights are going to happen. Uh, and I don't mean like a few tussles here and there. I mean full on brawls,
Right.
or the very violent ball games that the Aztecs got up to.
Ooh, yes,
You know,
yes.
it's the central idea is more about zones and formation,
Hmm.
um, as well as just generalized positions. Because I honestly think some folk who want to integrate like some sort of in-universe sport into their setting need to actually watch how real sports are played and study them before they do that. Um, I remember when on my channel when we did a reconstruction of the Legend of Korra, and I spent a whole segment ranting about how pro bending annoys me. And I've seen some people argue, pro bending is just like is just their version of Quidditch. Here's the problem with that though. I know how Quidditch works.
Hmm.
Like the like I can the rules of it were perfectly explained early on, so you could theoretically run an entire campaign of just that.
Correct. Yes.
And we have it, and we have one, and now and soon another game that is just Quidditch. For illustrating my point.
Yeah.
Um, and I didn't just study like physical sports. I also studied a bit of MOBAs and how they work as a sport
Hmm.
to kind of get this idea. And that's where I hammered home the idea of focusing on zones, which you can which you kind of see in a lot of field-based sports anyways, whether it be rugby, whether it be lacrosse. There's always the mid zone and the zones for goals or for touchdowns or the like. That is going to be where the offense defense thing really comes in.
Hmm.
And I remember when some idiots were trying to do this RPG esports thing. I was like, there's legs to this, but you're going about it the wrong way. If you're gonna do sports, have it that there's a literal character draft. Drafts, trades, all of that. You want to go with the sport thing, don't half-ass it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a campaign setting in third edition called X Crawl that was kind of doing dungeon crawls as if it was a literal game show slash sport.
Okay.
Sort of like a more deadly version of American Gladiators that didn't screw over its talent.
Fair.
Um, and after being pressured on it, I did include another skill game for an emulation of the Eidolon clashes in 16.
Okay. I mean,
Um,
it's good because I think one thing I've seen, because I've seen a couple games that try to implement sports into their RPG, like you said, rather half-assedly. It always focuses on the individual performance, and on an individual to individual level, it doesn't work quite as well because people aren't really moving at the same time. Because in reality, with a sport, everyone's moving all at once. Where it's like you do have your formations, and like they're moving in specific patterns that were somewhat predetermined but can be interrupted, sort of thing. But when it comes to like a tabletop, for example, people moving around, it becomes very frustrating because, well, this person moved from A to B. And it's like, well, this person could have blocked them, but because of rule of game, they just got to walk by, right?
mhm.
It's very silly to do that way.
Yeah.
So I think with team sports, it makes more sense.
now is it possible somebody could just break out a bunch of triple triad cards and use that instead of the card duel skill game? Yes, but that's a conscious choice.
Yeah, if you want to go that extra level, sure.
Mm-hmm. And this with the whole team sport thing, we do have positions, but there's only four. There's but we restricted it to three types of positions: forward, midfield, guard. I know it'd be tempting to go, what about goalie? Well, what if your game doesn't have one?
True.
There's there's no goalie in American football.
True. True.
Um, but
And again,
you know,
as a GM, you could just add that if you really wanted to, right?
yeah, and of course, there's position exclusive actions and universal actions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and what actions you can take depend on your position and whether or not you have possession. Possession is basically, do you have the puck? Do you have the ball? That kind of thing.
Right.
Um, Admittedly, it was built around kind of field sports, but I don't think I wouldn't recommend using this to do something like baseball. I think that for something like that, you'd have to take a different approach, and I'm not really interested in doing that.
Yeah, that's more of a maybe figured out around the table kind of thing. Because that one does it. I mean, baseball is basically turn-based combat in sports form.
It is, and if I'm being honest, these are meant to be templates. You'll notice I was very broad and non-specific with the terminology for them.
Right.
Baseball has a very and cricket have very specific approaches. Um, and they're definitely team sports, but not in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's also a few GM advice things we put in. One of the things we put in is what we call the myth of roots, where we get into that argument I talked about with Final Fantasy 16, as well
Oh
as my
yeah, where it's
definition of
where it all
best
came from.
alternatives.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, we have a lot of plans and there and eventually I want to kind of foster kind of use this as a way to foster community.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and in the process, we've gotten a lot of feedback, and I've learned to parse what feedback will help us and what won't.
Oh, for sure. Yes.
What feedback is a bit too pedantic,
Mm,
and like if somebody's arguing about the particular naming convention of a certain spell,
that's
it's a case
completely
of
silly.
is that is that worth us spending time editing it and then re-rendering the PDF, going into InDesign all for something like that?
No, not even close.
Mm-hmm.
And even like there's a lot of things too people have for advice where they effectively want the game to be something it's not because it's like they want it to be more like their game kind of thing, right? And it's like, well, if you want it to be more like your game, go play your game. It's easier, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, for sure, you guys have put in a ton of work for it. So
Mm-hmm.
phenomenal job. There's a lot of info in here. There's more on the way, so that's exciting. So definitely looking forward to all that.
Mm-hmm. I know that there's another VTuber, Kashi, who's been doing an actual play of it for a few weeks, and I know there's a few others who are doing their own campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I have had to correct a few minor things like the fact that criticals don't double total damage; they double the damage die you roll. Um,
Okay.
Not extra effort though; that is separate.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as well as the fact that um, when you pick adept as your class, you don't just get access to all three limit breaks. You have to pick one of the three, and that's your class limit break.
Okay.
because I mean, again, adepts are meant to be the in between. That's why they're the most customizable, but they're also kind of middle of the ground when it comes to HP and MP.
Right.
Um, I do know that one potential setting I want to write is one that's a bit of a space opera, a la Star Ocean and Fantasy Star.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but writing space opera involves a lot more questions than writing fantasy. But something else I've considered is finding out ways to interpret other video games and even other TTRPGs into my system, and how much house ruling would need to be done in order to do that.
Right.
Uh, it is a very interesting setup, and I enjoy. And there are some that I will admit would be trickier than others. Um, like for example, I mentioned the Tales of universe. That would be tricky to do because Tales goes even more all over the place, and
Oh yeah. Between the combat arts, the magic arts, and all that stuff, it gets silly fast.
yeah. I mean, I talked about doing it with my buddy Daniel, but the problem is there's no way to do it without it going freeform.
Mm.
And if I want to go freeform in that sense, I already have options in the form of like Mythcraft or Anima. But those are going to be a higher floor.
Right.
So it's a case of how to do Tales in a way that still has character focused arts, and it's not an easy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I will admit that I would be far more interested in using the CC system that we've been seeing lately with Tales of, rather than an MP system,
Right.
especially since Magic is such a separate thing in those games. And same thing goes for Star Ocean. The one thing I know I wouldn't want to do if I'm messing around with Star Ocean or Tales of is their crafting systems. I already have my own. Thank you. It works perfectly fine. I don't need to go with a bunch of useless items just for crafting.
Yeah, precisely. It's too much with all the
Mhm.
extra reagents and stuff like that, typically involved
Yeah.
in crafting.
Uh, same reason I wouldn't use like the crafting system like The Witcher.
Mm.
If somebody wanted to do Geralt by way of my game, I just say take Art of Creation, take Alchemy, and then take a few appropriate classes, probably as an adept.
Mm.
Um, but point is there's a lot that we want to do, and I want to encourage customization. I
Oh,
know
for
a lot
sure.
of people look at complexity and panic, but a while back I was doing a collab with Shiramiya Shirato, who was asking me a bunch of questions since he wants to get into TTRPGs. And when it came to the complexity, the analogy I brought up with him, since he plays a lot of Souls games, is consider all of the terminology that gets thrown at you with those games. But was that enough to turn you away from playing them? Or did you gradually learn what they meant with time?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same principle when it comes to complexity. Now, you can go too far with that, but you can go too far with just about anything. The
Right.
pendulum swings both ways.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you go too far to the left or too far to the right, the problem is you've gone too far. But when it comes to that complexity, um, a lot of the stuff in there is accounting for possibilities, and you're not going to, and much like with any other TTRPG, you're not going to need an encyclopedic knowledge of the core book. You're only going to need the stuff that's actually important to your character.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you don't need to know all of these spells if you're not playing a mage.
Yeah, like it's literally my first time as a like playing D&D was as a paladin, but I didn't need to know how like a wizard worked. I didn't need to know really much how most things worked. I knew what my rules were, and the rules of the base game, but that's all I needed.
To kind of illustrate that concept first design, one of my first characters was a rogue who specialized in making traps. And by traps, I mean pulling stuff straight out of the Wile E. Coyote playbook, except it actually works.
Oh, phenomenal.
Include my favorite was, and I've told this story plenty of times on streams, the up button. It's a rune trap. You step on the thing, you go up.
Oh.
About 60 miles an hour for about 4 seconds. Not 4 seconds, 6 seconds.
Mhm.
And if something's in the way, the spell does not care. So imagine what happens when a dragon steps on it in a cave lined with adamantite.
Ooh, yep, that's going straight up into the pain.
You ever see a car get stuck in a compactor?
Yep. Yep.
That's what happened to the
Ooh,
dragon.
crunchy.
Because the spell says you go up, the adamantite says nothing's getting past me.
And so it's literally just perma squish.
Yeah. On the plus side, the town's meat supply went up for about a week.
Oh God.
On the downside, all the party members had to make fort saves because they just saw chunky salsa,
Lovely.
dragon-sized chunky salsa.
Delightful.
uh, I would do stuff like that, or a spell scroll that is the spell of summon anvil, which if some of the others were like, does it make an anvil appear next to you? No. Well, kinda. And if you're thinking, is it an anvil drop? Yes.
I assume that's what it was going to be. Because I
Mm-hmm.
assume you choose where it spawns within a range.
Yeah, and higher versions of it just make a bigger anvil. On one hand, it's a bigger anvil. On the other hand, splash zone. Or I like giving my players powerful but unsafe weapons. And by unsafe, I mean they're just as much of a danger to them as they are to the enemy.
Oh, those are always fun.
Uh, One of them was a sonic crossbow that was basically a ripoff of the noisy cricket.
Oh, so I had knocked back like crazy when they popped it off.
Uh, yeah, so you fire the thing, it does a lot of damage, but you also get knocked on your ass and get thrown.
Oh, yep.
Um, some people thought they'd be clever and fire it while leaning on a wall. Not only is that not going to save you, it's probably going to make it worse.
I was going to say, it's basically fall damage at that point, just horizontal.
Yeah. Um, I've done that kind of thing. I've accidentally making broken builds by introducing rules about wall banging in games that didn't have it. So somebody could do forced movement, and if they can't move, they take damage. They take more damage,
Oh, God.
which resulted in it. Imagine a monk with brass knucks that are just four rings of ram glued together.
So you just consistently punch them into a wall with a flurry.
Yeah,
Just bop, 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 and they're taking hits from the wall and you.
and of course taking damage from using charges of ring of ram.
Yes.
You know, those that I'm not really interested in the whole go as realistic as possible. I'm interested in how much bullshit can we get away with and still make it fun.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I mean, for fuck's sake, one of the abilities we have in Legend Edition is called Friends on the Other Side. Yeah, it's the limit break for the Necromancer.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, I mean, we
Yeah, where's it here? For the duration of the encounter, any damage dealing effect from yourself or your allies may be treated as shadow damage for the purposes of Necromancer features. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. So people really seem to like the fact that the art for the necromancer, we have a skeleton in a suit.
It is dope. It is very cool. I do like that.
Yeah, but obviously this is ambitious, but I try to be ambitious with everything I do.
Might as well
Uh,
go. If you're gonna do it, right?
mhm. If I'm gonna go stupid, I'm gonna go ridiculously stupid.
Alrighty. I believe I need to wrap this up. It is 1:45 here.
Mhm. Missed opportunity. It should have been 2 minutes to midnight.
Oh, damn it. Could have waited a few minutes.
Mhm.
But anyhow, I really want to thank you for coming out today. This was a very informative experience, and it was great to see, a lot of the in-depth details of your very extensive project.
Mhm.
Um, it's an interesting system. It's a lot to think about with it.